Hello guys, welcome to the channel. Today we are talking about what if Naruto was reborn in HighSchool DXD Part 4. Kaguya as a last-ditch effort sends Naruto to another dimension, in which Naruto learns about his origin and finds something new. Love if you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe, it will help us make more videos for you. Let's begin. Morning. Naruto groaned as the sunlight hit his face, pulling his blanket over his head. Knock, knock, Papa, it's time for breakfast. Yasaka called through the door before she went to eat herself. Naruto groaned loudly as his head slightly ached from being hungover. How the fuck did I get home? Naruto pondered. Loco brought you home. Shukaku cackled as he pulled Naruto into the tailed beast psyche, level 1, where he, Shukaku, resided. Naruto blinked as he saw images of himself and Loco from the night before, and was shocked to see his sexual assault of the goddess. Shukaku laughed sadistically as he kicked Naruto out of his mind, allowing the man to become full of regret and self-anger. God damn it. He thought as he was aroused at the images and thought of Loco's body. I need to apologize to her. As Naruto got up, he remembered his conversation with Hilda. Flashback. She is afraid of abandonment. Hilda bluntly told him. What? I never. She lost her mother at the young age of 4. Hilda cut in. Then, when she was 17, you were murdered before her eyes. She had no uncles, no aunts, no grandparents. Sure, she had me and my family and Loco, but that doesn't replace the parental guidance she really needed. Hilda drank and ate a bit more of her food. Even at the age of 129, that girl is afraid of being alone. Naruto slumped. Being alone. Naruto thought as he remembered his past in Konoha. An orphan who was left alone, shunned by his village for carrying the dangerous Kurama. No one explaining anything to him. The sadness and confusion to why people were distant and worry when he did nothing to receive said social rejection. Hilda could see the wheels turning in Naruto's head and continued to eat. I guess it would be a bad idea to leave Kyoto. Naruto muttered. No, by all means, you should leave and help people. Hilda stated. I didn't tell you this to guilt trip you into stay with your family, Naruto. But to show you why she is wanting you to keep training her and her actions being clumsy. She doesn't want you to vanish again. But. Hilda smiled as she held up a hand, silencing him. I know, but I am not the one you should tell those words to. Hilda told him. Tell Yasaka tomorrow when you're sober. Yasaka is a strong girl, she will understand. Flashback end. Naruto took a deep breath as he got dressed. I'll talk to her in a little bit, when my hangover is gone. Naruto thought as he thought of something. Once he was done, Naruto headed towards the cemetery, grabbing a small loaf of bread from the table before he left. He walked in silence as he walked through the cemetery, knowing where he wanted to go. Grandpa, to Mamo. Naruto said as he stood before the graves of two of his treasured people. The edges of his mouth perked up into a set smile as he knelt down and proceeded to clean up their tombstones. Sorry I haven't been around lately. Naruto apologized as he sat down, chin in his hand as he leaned forward. Just been busy, training Yasaka and getting acclimated into this new era. He got silence in return, which he expected. Naruto smiled as he closed his eyes, enjoying the sounds of nature around him as he sat up. Leaves from the vine, falling so slow, like fragile tiny shells, drifting in the foam. Naruto began to sing, sensing Yasaka approaching him. Little soldier boy, come marching home, brave. Soldier boy. Come marching home. You know that song has been completed, Papa. Yasaka asked as he finished, making him give her a questioning look. Completed. Yasaka nodded, smiling proudly with her chest puffed out. Ash in the snow, falling so slow, like fragile broken hearts, with no place to go. Yasaka continued as she sat beside her father. Little soldier boy, taken from home, forced to fight a war that was not his own. Naruto was enthralled with her song, paying acute attention. Little soldier boy, cold and alone, brave soldier boy, never made it home. Yasaka followed up. Leaves from the vine, changing so slow, like empty fallen souls, looking for a home. Little soldier boy, thought he could soar, brave soldier boy, fallen in the war. Yasaka sang as she looked Naruto in his eyes. My little soldier boy, I need you home, brave soldier boy. Come marching. Home. With a small silence following her song, Yasaka went red as Naruto smiled. Insert, done with work by David Renda, that was beautiful, Yasaka. Naruto praised as he put his hand on her head, petting her. Grandpa Iroh and Tamamo would be proud to hear that song finally completed. Yasaka purred in happiness as she enjoyed Naruto's hand on her head, pouting a bit when he stopped. But there is something I want to talk to you about, Naruto said in a calm tone. About what, Papa? Yasaka asked. Yasaka, are you afraid of me leaving? Yasaka stiffened, a cold sweat rushing down her spine. No. She said as she drummed her fingers across her legs as she avoided his gaze. Yasaka, please. Naruto begged lightly as he leaned forward. You don't need to hide from me. Yasaka's ears lay flat on her head as she slumped. I don't want you to leave, she admitted, gripping her leg. I want you to stay here, with me. Naruto stayed silent, waiting for her to continue. Akasha and I grew up when we saw you die, Yasaka stated haggardly as she felt choked up. I was thrown into this position before I was ready. Afaiz told me you would be back, so I waited. I waited, and I waited. But you never came back. She shakily took a deep breath. When you came back, I was very happy, Yasaka stated. But now you say you want to leave. How should I feel? Should I feel sad? Should I be okay with you leaving? Should I be confused? I just don't. Naruto took Yasaka into his arms, hugging her tightly. It's okay, Yasaka, Naruto said soothingly, rubbing her back. Let it all out. The father and daughter stayed like this for a while, Yasaka's tears soaking into Naruto's kimono. I'm sorry. Yasaka apologized as she leaned into his arm, embarrassed he was holding her as if she was a child. I don't mind, Naruto said as he put his chin on top of her head, her ears tickling his cheeks. But I want to apologize for hurting you. Yasaka nodded. I forgive you, she mumbled, before she glanced at Naruto. You still plan on leaving? Yes, Naruto replied with no hesitation. But I will come back. I know I won't always be here, but this is my home. I will never forget that. Nor will I leave you. Yasaka snuggled into Naruto's arm, smiling. She could tell he was telling the truth with her negative emotion sensing. Well then, what about the next step for the raised non? She asked as she pushed off of Naruto, smiling brightly. I have a few days off so we can start that. Naruto smirked as he pulled out a plan piece of paper. Before we start, put your chakra into this piece of paper, Naruto stated as he and Yasaka stood up and left the cemetery. Yasaka took the piece of paper, looking it over. But it's a regular piece of paper, Yasaka said in confusion. Just do it. Naruto laughed. Shrugging, Yasaka channeled a small amount of her chakra into the paper. The paper became pitch black as it split in half. Seems your chakra nature is wind, Naruto muttered as he took notice of the chakra paper's reaction. This is interesting. The paper turned black. Meaning I can do your Raisin Shuriken? Yasaka asked as her smile became wide. You could, but do you really want to use my technique? Naruto questioned in a taunting way. I mean, you could, but everyone would see that and would think you are a copycat. Yasaka's cheeks puffed out in anger. Fine, I'll make my own technique, she stated with a huff. Naruto smiled as he nodded. Okay, now let's find a nice tree, he said as he and Yasaka arrived at a training ground. Why do we need a tree? Because, Naruto said as he took a leaf in hand, putting it between his hands. He focused for a short time before opening his hands, revealing the leaf being cut in half. You will be cutting the leaf in half for the first step of learning how to use wind chakra, Naruto stated. 3 hours later, Naruto watched as Yasaka and hundreds of her shadow clones attempted to cut a leaf in half. Maybe I should start my side project, Naruto thought as he watched Yasaka's newest attempt end in failure. You need me here? No, Papa, you can go do whatever you need to do. Yasaka gasped as she popped the clones, her headache increasing again. God, I need some water. Naruto laughed as he gave her some water before he left to be alone. He walked out of the training ground, entering a new one, where he opened his Rain Sharingan. Creation of all things, Naruto thought as he clapped his hands together, smiling as he started to make a complex item. Naruto, what have you created? Kurama asked in confusion as he and his siblings looked at what Naruto made. That evening. Phew. Naruto gasped as he sealed away his creations into a scroll. That took longer than I thought. I wonder if Yasaka is done with the first step. When he arrived, he found Yasaka on the ground, gasping for air. So, did you cut it in half? Naruto asked Yasaka. She shook her head. Well, it took me a while, so it can't be helped. Naruto laughed as he picked Yasaka up, putting her on his back. Papa. Yes, Yasaka. When you leave, can you send me letters? She asked tiredly, her hands tightly gripping his clothing. Just, to help me know you will come back. Naruto nodded. Of course. He replied. With reassurance, Yasaka dozed off as Naruto carried her back to the compound. Lady Yasaka. Zuko said as he ran up to Naruto. You need something, Zuko? Naruto said as he could tell Yasaka had fallen asleep from her snores. Yes, well. Sir, could you take her place? Zuko questioned nervously. Sure, what needs to be done? Naruto asked as he summoned a clone and carefully handed Yasaka over to the clone. As the clone took Yasaka to her room, Naruto went to the council meeting for Yasaka, letting her rest. Next day. Hiya, 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 hiya. Harem sounded out as she swung her practice sword as she trained with Domamaru. Your form is getting better. Domamaru encouraged, Same Hada making a strange sound as he wore it on his back. Thank you, master. Harem gasped as she bowed at his praise. Domamaru chuckled before his head whipped to the left as there was a loud cry of pain. He took off with Harem at his side, Same Hada gargling on his back. They came across Kenpeki and Zuko training, the young Kitsune on his knees before Kenpeki. Come on, that isn't all you can do. Kenpeki said in disappointment as he tapped Shibuki across his shoulders. The sound of electricity cracking echoed as Yoryuki appeared above him, Nuaberi in her mouth as she held both Kiba in her hands. Kenpeki sidestepped and swung his sword, Kiba and Shibuki clashing, sparks of lightning and a small explosion going off, creating a smoke screen. Yoryuki whipped her body around, throwing Nuaberi from her mouth, it being charged with lightning, and impaled Kenpeki's shoulder, stopping 2/3 of the way through as Kenpeki's chakra stopped it. Fuck. Yoryuki thought as she tried to remove Nuaberi with the string, but it wouldn't budge. Damn, that actually hurts. Kenpeki stated in irritation as he pulled Nuaberi from Ho's body before using it to stab Zuko as he attempted a sneak attack. And I think this is enough for the day. He pulled Nuaberi out of Zuko, tossing it to Yoryuki before taking the Kitsune to the compound to get healed. Domamaru sighed as he patted his forehead to remove sweat. Damn kids, they are going to give me a heart attack. He thought weakly as he sat down. Will I be able to sew things like that? Harem asked as she looked at her mentor. If you train hard, then yes, you will. Domamaru replied, smiling as he saw excitement in her eyes. Same Hada shivered and removed itself from Domamaru and scuttled over to the young shark yokai. Oh, this is interesting. Domamaru thought as he watched Harem look confused, looking back and forth at him and the sentient weapon, before she reached out and touched it. Same Hada chuckled and moved its handle to her hand, allowing her to take hold, which she lifted it up. Whoa whoa. Harem gasped in surprise. It's heavy, but so light. That's because Same Hada is supplementing your power with chakra I stored in it. Domamaru explained as he looked at the sword. Same Hada siphons off your opponent's chakra or magic, and allows you to grow stronger, and can heal injuries depending on what they are. Stars appeared in Harem's eyes. Is this why you are the leader of the seven? She asked him as she could feel herself become stronger when Domamaru touched Same Hada's blade, stealing his chakra as he moved his hand away. Yes, but Same Hada can take over you if you are too weak. Domamaru warned as he lifted up his sleeve to show her different scales. As a kappa, Domamaru naturally had a scaled body, but these scales were more shark-like in texture and looking shinier. I was able to keep Same Hada at bay, but it was by force. He told her. So, I will do my best to prepare you for what might happen. Yes, master. Harem stated in enthusiasm. Afternoon. I did it. Yasaka gasped as she held a leaf that had been perfectly cut in half with her wind chakra. Naruto clapped as he smiled at her. You did amazing. He said proudly. Took me over a week to master and merge wind chakra into my Raise-non, and so far, it took you over a day to split a leaf. So, what's next? Yasaka asked. First, you will rest. Your hands and chakra system will need a break after all of that. Naruto said as he helped Yasaka stay standing. Okay, Papa. She said as she felt like she was swaying. Lord Naruto, Lady Yasaka. Yuriyuki appeared before the two. Yes, Yuriyuki. Naruto asked as she bowed. Sir, Lady Loco is here. Yuriyuki replied. She is waiting at the compound. Naruto felt a rush of embarrassment run through him as his cheeks tinted red, nervousness jumping in his stomach. Okay, let her know we will be there momentarily. Naruto told Yuriyuki. Yes, sir. Yuriyuki replied before she vanished. Well, let's go. Yasaka said as she and Naruto walked back to the compound. Yasaka, I have been thinking of opening a school. Naruto stated randomly. Really? Why? Because I want to help train the next generation. Naruto explained as he looked up toward the sun. Yes, Kyoto has you and me, but what if we are elsewhere on business? Who will defend our home if we are not here? We have an army. Yasaka reminded him skeptically. No, I mean yes, that's true, but that army only knows basic tactics and combat skills. I wish to train them in ninjutsu, so they can fight like us. Naruto replied. That would be a good idea, but who would you teach? Yasaka asked. Well, I wouldn't be teaching long, but I would like young children, of any rank, should start their training. Learning the most basic of jutsu, the clone, substitution, and transformation jutsu. Then they would be given teams of 3 with a teacher to teach them learn teamwork and expand their skills. Naruto said with a fond, nostalgic smile. Like how things were back in your original home. Yasaka asked since she knew of the Ninja Academy and the structure of their society from Afaiz and Naruto. Yes, just like Ashira's home. Afaiz said as she appeared before the father and daughter. Fuck. Naruto shouted as he jumped from the sudden surprise. Jesus. No, just Afaiz. Afaiz said with a smile. Been a while. Yeah, but. Yasaka started to say before Afaiz hugged her granddaughter. SH. Afaiz shushed. Naruto rolled his eyes. Afaiz, we have someone waiting for us, so we need to get going. Naruto told his mother. I will go with you. Afaiz stated as she released Yasaka and landed on the ground, taking Naruto and Yasaka's hands. Let's go. Naruto sighed with a smirk as Yasaka rolled her eyes. The family trio walked back to the compound, and Loco smiled upon seeing them as she sipped some tea, though her eyes narrowed as she saw Afaiz. Infinite Dragon. Loco said respectfully with a bow. 6th Dragon King. Afaiz replied dully. You seem down. Did something happen? Loco shuffled under Afaiz's gaze. Yes. She said softly as she dropped an illusion that she had put on herself, revealing her cheeks stained with tear marks and a massive purple swollen bruise that nearly had her left eye shut. Her right eye was puffy and red. I lost my job. I am no longer a goddess. What? Naruto asked in shock and confusion as Yasaka sat down, eyes wide in surprise. Why did they fire you? Yasaka asked as Afaiz sat next to her as Naruto sat next to Loco. Loco started to say, her face becoming red as she started to tear up. One of my fellow gods drugged my drink with mushrooms. I slept with my sister. Tezcatlapaka beat the shit out of me. I was just unable to deal with this guilt. I left. Loco broke down, crying silently. You can live with us. Yasaka stated. We will go to Tezcatlapaka and defend you. No, it's too late for me to try to get my job back. Loco replied, wiping her nose and eye. But. I will take your offer to stay here. Naruto sighed in relief. At least I can now apologize. He thought as Afaiz was bored as she drank some tea. Bleh, nasty. Afaiz thought. Night. Loco sat in her room. Her hair was up as she wore a yukata while she held a large clump of ice directly to her swollen eye. Stings. She thought as she accidentally added too much pressure, making her body tense. She carefully got up and walked out to the small garden, her path lit by lanterns on the walls. Loco sat down and observed the garden Yasaka had maintained throughout the time she knew the kitsune. Beautiful, isn't it? Loco smiled as she nodded as Naruto sat next to her with a jug of light sake in a cup. Yes, it is. Loco replied as Naruto poured himself a drink. Yasaka once told me you and Empress Tamamo planted these flowers. Yes, Tamamo and I did after the death of Empress Maiko. Naruto replied in a sad, nostalgic tone. The memories of Maiko were not pleasant, not even the earliest ones. From what I heard, Maiko was a good leader. Loco asked as she looked at him with her eyes shut. She was, but to me, she was not a good person. Naruto said as he drank another cup of sake before corking the jug, knowing his limit. She held a grudge against humans, one she just couldn't let go. The clouds in the sky moved slowly, revealing a waxing gibbous moon, illuminating the garden in its ethereal glow. Loco, I want to apologize. Naruto stated. Loco tilted her head. About what? She asked innocently, knowing what he might be apologizing for. Naruto blushed as he looked the other way. For getting handsy with you sexually when I was drunk. He mumbled loud enough for her to hear. Oh, that. It is okay. She stated with a giggle, making Naruto deadpan. But if you want to make it up to me. She reached out, keeping the ice on her eye, and pulled Naruto in close, kissing him. Naruto was shocked, and then was extremely aroused as he felt her serpentine tongue slip into his mouth and coil around his tongue. Loco pulled back, her tongue still in his mouth, before slowly and sensually pulling it out, the string of saliva that connected them breaking, and she caught it before slurping her tongue into her mouth with a cheeky smile. You can take me on a date that has a traditional, happy ending. She stated, her cheeks tinted red. Naruto felt his heart racing, and took a second to calm down, hand over his chest. If that is what you want, then I guess it's okay. Naruto said nervously. But, if this ends up going further than just a dinner date, I would like to get to know you. Wallachia. Hilda's hand was coated in scalding hot tea as the teacup she was using violently shattered into pieces. Mom, are you alright? Akasha asked in concern as she handed Hilda a napkin. Yes. I am. Hilda replied slowly, her hand not hurt, but her spine tingled. What is this sensation? Kyoto. But before we go on this date, I would like your help. Naruto said to Loco as she gave him a questioning look. When I leave, can you become Yasaka's advisor? Why me? Loco asked. Because as an ex-goddess, you know what it means to be a leader. Naruto explained. I would prefer you helping Yasaka over any young yokai who could attempt to use her for any sort of personal gain. Loco nodded. He does have a point. She thought, poking her cheek before smiling. Of course, I would be glad to help advise Yasaka. Naruto smiled and hugged Loco. Thank you, Loco. No problem, Naruto. Loco replied. 2 weeks later. This seems pretty good. Naruto said as he wiped sweat from his forehead. Before him and Yasaka's clone, since she was busy with work, thus her training had been halted until her next day off, was a massive building that was modeled after the Ninja Academy of Konoha, but instead of the kanji for fire it held the Uzumaki spiral. This will be fun to see how the children will react. Yasaka's clone said proudly as she punched his shoulder. Now, who is going to teach? Well, I will teach some adults who desire to teach. Then after they master what I plan on teaching them, I'll come up with lesson plans and you can have the final say before we open the school. Naruto said as he explained what he had expected. Alright. Yasaka's clone said before she popped. You know, I could help teach. Loco said as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck from behind. I know the substitute, transformation, and clone jutsu. Well, you may be able to, but you use magic instead of chakra. Magic and chakra are so close that they might as well be the same. Loco interrupted. Only senjutsu is different since nature energy is needed to become a sage. Naruto nodded in agreement. True, so, you want to be the principal? Naruto joked. No, I like kids, but I am going to be busy, being Yasaka's advisor and all. She reminded him. Since their talk, Loco had offered and pledged her allegiance to Yasaka and Kyoto, to be her trusted advisor. Yasaka had accepted, believing Loco was the best choice like Naruto. Now, I need some people to train as teachers, then after that, we will work on a lesson plan. Naruto thought as he and Loco left the empty school. Meanwhile, Persia. Master Kars, Master Isidisi, Wem said as he bowed to his two masters/parents. We have ended the Haman clan, what shall we do now? The two masters stood before Wem. Isidisis was a tall, dark-skinned, and very well-built man. He had light hair, protruding in a bouffant tuft from under a tall headpiece. A dark painted or tattooed X mark spans his face, joined at the bridge of his nose, touching the middle of his forehead and jaw. He wore a nose ring in his right nostril, and great, thick hoop earrings while his brow rested in a sinister scowl. Kars was tall, very well-built man. He had elegant, relatively feminine facial features, and a much lighter complexion than dich or Wham. He has long, dark, wavy hair which he keeps under a dark, tight head wrap giving him a kingly appearance. He was minimally dressed, wearing high boots, forearm guards, a thong, and a flowing loincloth. Good, now that one of our natural enemies has been defeated, we shall head toward Japan. Kars stated, posing with his left hand on his waist, his right held out before him. The yokai's affinity for senjutsu can cause just as much damage to use as humans who use Hamen. Dich chuckled maliciously. Perfect, we can finally eat some good cuisine. He stated as he crossed his arms. Wham stood up with his head held down before his masters. May I speak freely, masters? He asked respectfully. You may. Kars replied. What of Santana? Wham asked in concern for his younger brother. That weakling can stay in the other country across the globe. Dich stated in disappointment. Unable to keep up with us, that dog can just rot away. Wham felt guilt at the fate of his brother, but wisely stayed silent as he followed his masters to a boat. Skip, Summer. Master, are we ready? A yokai asked Naruto as he and a few others panted. Naruto smiled. Yes, you are all ready for teaching. Naruto said as he pulled out a large stack of papers as his now ex-students sat down to rest. Now, relax, we are going to talk about what we should teach. We won't just be teaching these 3 jutsu, but we will all teach battle tactics, team building exercises, and maybe a little history. As Naruto and the soon-to-be teachers talked about the lessons, Off-Eyes watched from a tree. Oh, Ashira. You seem very happy when you are teaching someone. Off-Eyes thought as she could not help but see pride and joy in his eyes, tone, and actions. Hey, Naruto. Naruto turned to see Kenpei, Domamaru, Yoriyuki, and Zuko appear, Harem behind them. Yes. Naruto said as the yokai gasped. It's the 7 hand-picked warriors found worthy of using swords made by Master Naruto, Hephaestus of the Greek pantheon and the Huldra brothers of the Norse pantheon. One said as she fanned over Yoriyuki. It seems there is a boat heading toward our coast. Yoriyuki reported. It refuses to respond to our communications, and are about to dock at an unsafe location. We are concerned, Lady Yasaka as well. She wants us and you to investigate this boat. Naruto nodded as he stood up. Okay, you guys. Naruto addressed the group of teachers. Please continue to go over the lessons before we go to Yasaka for finalization. Yes, master. They replied as Naruto and the 7 went to the coast at the bottom of Japan. Coast. Wham tossed the anchor to the ground, jumping down to secure it before pulling the boat onto the ledge. Masters, we are here. Wham announced as he felt irritation run across his body as the sun beat down on him. This sunlight is annoying. Dich grunted as he and Kars stepped onto the shore. We may lose some power, but we will be alright. Kars made a sound in agreement with his comrade. Now, let's begin the slaughter. Kars stated as he went to head towards any yokai settlement, only to stop when they were surrounded by Naruto, Domamaru, Kenpei, Yoriyuki, and Zuko. Who are you, and what is your business being here? Domamaru demanded as he drew Samehada. Kenpei licked his lips as he held Shivuki in his right hand. Yoriyuki held one of the Kiba swords in her right hand with Nuiberi in her left. Zuko held Hiramekarei before him, keeping it as a single sword for the moment. Naruto stayed relaxed as he entered sage mode. Well, seems we are getting an appetizer before a full-course meal. Dich stated in a sick joke tone. Kars smirked as he stepped forward, holding his hands out at his side before bowing, his right hand across his heart. We apologize, oh, yokai of Japan. Kars mocked. But we are here to feast and destroy your people, before we set the rest of our plan in motion. As if. Zuko stated before he charged forward towards Kars. Hiramekarei charged with chakra. Wind mode. Wham stated as he jumped before his leader, hands held out before him, started to spin his forearms rapidly from the elbow joint, where the right arm spins to the left, and the left arm spins to the right. Divine Sandstorm. Zuko was caught in the rapid spinning, which created a massive windstorm. With the destructive power to shred a human being into pieces, Zuko was hit full force, nearly being torn in two if he hadn't reflexively coated his body in chakra. his clothing being shredded as segments of his flesh were ripped open. His tails whipped violently as he was blown backwards into dozens of nearby trees, Hiramekarei landing on the ground with a heavy thunk sound. Zuko groaned as he bled from several open wounds, passing out. "Zuko!" Yoriyuki shouted, gasping when she saw a shadow above her. "Flame mode," Isadisi stated with a sick grin. "Now taste my boiling blood." His finger and toenails moved upward, allowing blood tubes to come out of them. Yoriyuki reacted quickly, dodging his attack, but her back was hit by 7 drops of a steaming substance that leaked from the tubes, burning her skin. "What the fuck?" Yoriyuki thought in pain as she tried to figure out what he had done, only to jump into the air, lightning coating her body as she moved to avoid the tube's attempt to impale her. "I can bring my blood to a 500°C boil," Isadisi explained as he stood up, posing dramatically to surround himself with his tubes that dripped his boiling blood. "Stand back, wham, Kars. I, the Blazing King, shall take the rest of them myself, no need to tire yourselves out. Stand down, Yoriyuki," Domomaru ordered as he jumped above Isadisi, Same Hada growling in displeasure at the heat. "Check Zuko." Yoriyuki nodded, moving toward her injured comrade as Same Hada connected with Isadisi, shredding the blood tubes, but splashing Isadisi's blood everywhere as it attempted to siphon his magic. "You were foolish to think Master Isadisi could be defeated with an attack like that," Wem stated honorably as Domomaru gasped as all the tubes impaled him, his body temperature increasing as Isadisi's blood invaded his body, boiling his insides, dropping Same Hada to the ground as it whimpered. "Doma!" Naruto shouted as he saw his oldest friend wail in pain. Kenpeki swung Shivuki into Isadisi, detonating on impact, blowing Isadisi's side and back into chunks of flesh, leaving his bones and organs exposed, sending the enemy away as Domomaru's body bubbled into a heated puddle of liquid. "Kenpeki!" Naruto growled. "Stay back." Kenpeki wanted to argue, but stepped back as Naruto entered Kurama Sage mode as he opened his Rain Sharingan. "I don't need 6 paths Sage mode for them," Naruto thought as he stared at Wham, Isadisi, and Kars. "Okay, Naruto." Kenpeki growled, itching to kill something, but wisely obeying his boss. "Naruto?" Wham questioned before his eyes widened as he recognized his friend from the first Olympic Games. Nothing too serious. I could have died of that had any hint of senjutsu," Isadisi stated as he recovered from Kenpeki's attack, noticing Naruto. "Oh, so you want to die next? Master, be careful," Wham shouted. "Naruto is the one who stopped the faction war." Kars's eyes narrowed as Isadisi smirked in excitement. "So, I get to kill someone famous." Isadisi chuckled as he created several holes on his back. He jumped into the air with a spin, extending his blood vessels out of the holes, looking like a hedgehog. With the spinning motion of his jump, these blood vessels surrounded Naruto, who didn't attempt to dodge the boiling blood. "Erratic Blaze King's giant cartwheel prison," Isadisi declared as his blood vessels and boiling blood closed in on Naruto. "Kokuo!" Naruto whispered. "On it!" Kokuo shouted in anger at the death of Domomaru. Naruto's chakra itself boiled, the steam emitting from his body pushing the blood and the vessels away, causing a shockwave of heat that spread out so far that it boiled the water of the coast. "What?" Isadisi questioned as he landed on his feet, the oxygen itself starting to burn up. "How, he is so hot? Earlier you said you can boil your blood to 500°C. Naruto stated as he held up his hand before clenching it. "I can boil my chakra to over 5000°C. Kenpeki picked up Hiramekarei and Same Hada as Yoriyuki picked up Zuko, both of them moving far away. "In my entire life, I have only heard of the golden power Naruto used in the faction war," Yoriyuki thought as she looked back at Naruto. "But I have never seen it in person." "Damn, Naruto," Kenpeki thought angrily. "Holding out on me?" Kyoto. Yasaka and Luko felt Naruto's power swell. No, I think Naruto can handle this," Luko interrupted. "We don't need to get our comrade factions involved, but I will go in case he needs help." "Okay, Luko," Yasaka said as Luko left the compound. "Coast. 5,000. Isadisi gasped as he grinded his teeth. "That is nothing but a lie." Naruto kept silent, his cold steely eyes focusing only on Isadisi. Naruto jumped from his spot, creating deep grooves into the ground with ever fierce step he took. "Boil release, raise non." Naruto shouted as he appeared crouching below Isadisi. A Raiznon with an intense heat with steam whipping out of it from its rotation was forced into Isadisi's skull, burning, and carving the flesh off of Isadisi's skull. Isadisi attempted to morph his skull to avoid the attack, but the heat of the Senjutsu-enhanced boiling chakra couldn't be dodged. Damn you! Isadisi screamed as his skin melted, his headgear evaporating to reveal a horn and a dark skull underneath. Using the remaining amount of strength in his body, Isadisi pushed forward, attempting to grab Naruto. Divine Sandstorm! Wham shouted as he dishonorably attacked Naruto from behind. Forgive me, Naruto. Naruto was struck, gasping in pain. Shit, he thought as he was grabbed by Isadisi. Naruto screamed in pain, not from the heat as he was still protecting himself with boil release, but the fact Isadisi's hands sank into his shoulders. I have fused my hands into your bones. Isadisi declared. Now die with me, sage. Isadisi's body lit up in heat and boiling blood, bubbling and inflating before he blew up, smoke emitting from the now glass beach as steam evaporated into the air, mixing with the smoke. Cars turned away. Come, Wham, we are finished. He stated in a muted angered tone. Isadisi, you may have fallen in battle, but you avenged yourself by taking the enemy to the grave with you. I shall miss you, my friend. Wham nodded, shedding a silent tear. I shall never forget you, Master Isadisi. Wham thought as he wept. Nor shall I forget you, Naruto. Fuck, that was close. Wham and Cars turned, seeing Naruto covered in sand that was surrounded by a thick layer of glass. No thanks needed, loser. Shukaku snipped, wanting some thanks. Thanks, Shukaku. Naruto mentally thanked as he turned to face the remaining two enemies, spitting out a mass amount of blood. He was perfectly fine, minus some chakra being lost and the fact his shoulders had been fused with Isadisi's hands. And thank you, Kokuo, for protecting me against that fucker's blood in my body. Cars grunted as he noticed the mass amount of sand that had been moved and the drop of power from the gasping Naruto was doing. Isadisi only lost because we are in direct sunlight. If it was night or we were in the shade, he would have killed you for sure with that attack. Is that so? Naruto questioned as he smirked. What are you guys? Vampires? Because they get weaker when in sunlight. You could say that. Cars explained as he stepped forward, right arm held forward. But we are superior life forms to vampires. The one they call Dracula is a child compared to us, who have lived for millennium. Wham stayed silent, feeling anxious at the thought of fighting Naruto, but fear settling in with it as he could tell that it would be a massacre. So, you going to try to kill me in an attempt to avenge your friend? Naruto asked as the sand fell from his body, the chakra that resided in it vanishing. Cars stayed silent, his face being stern. Wham, we shall fight together to defeat this enemy. Cars stated as he charged Naruto, pushing him into the shade-infused forest. Naruto grunted as he was slammed into several trees, Cars letting him go before spin-kicking him across the face. Now that he is away from the sand, he can't defend himself as easily. Cars thought as he had noticed the sand of the beach had been used to defend against Isadisi's final attack. Light mode, brilliant bone blade. Cars' arm split open from his wrist to his elbow as a transformed bone forged itself into a curved, sleek blade sticking out of his wrist. I can feel my power returning. Cars thought as he stayed within the shade of the trees. Now, we can be on even footing. Shit, what is he going to do with that? Naruto thought as he watched Cars clench his fist. Cars cut into Naruto, only for it to puff and reveal it was actually a log. So, what did you call this? Brilliant bone blade. Naruto asked from within the coverage of the trees. Interesting, I have fought a guy that could manipulate his bones as weapons, but the bone blade he made wasn't like that. What is the difference? Cars quirked an eyebrow. Has he faced one of us before? Cars thought as he reached up and removed his turban, revealing his long wispy hair and 3 horns. If so, then it must have been long before Isadisi and I slaughter our people. Cars's ears caught onto a high-pitched sound. He turned and saw a massive white shuriken flying towards him. A senjutsu-infused wind attack. Cars thought as he prepared to defend. Master! Wham shouted as he jumped before Cars. Wham no! Cars shouted as he went to throw Wham out of the way, only to stop when Wham whipped his arms around and then upward. With his wind mode, Wham used wind to push the Raisin Shuriken upward, changing its trajectory enough to whiz over them. Wham, thank you. Cars thanked his student. Wham gasped a bit. That took a bit of magic. Wham thought, as he was used to manipulating wind with his body morphing power, so moving wind outside of his range was a bit strenuous. Naruto noticed this with his Rain Sharingan. He thought as he summoned shadow clones. This is still so weird to use. The connected sight of the Rinnegan. He could see from the locations his clones through their eyes. But in this situation, I need to use this. What about those little toys you made? Kurama chuckled as he was getting ready for a fight. You made them for situations like this, so why not use this as a test drive? Naruto smirked as he dispelled his clones, getting the chakra back that he used to make them. It's worth a shot. Especially since they can fuse into my body, it might give us an edge. Naruto muttered as he bit hard enough to bleed, before going through the hand signs: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Summoning jutsu. Naruto stated with a confident smirk before he touched the tree, 9 ceiling matrices appearing along the trees, with 9 puffs of smoke appearing. Meanwhile, Lady Loco looked down and saw Kenpeki and Yoriyuki, Zuko out cold and bleeding on Yoriyuki's back. Kenpeki, Yoriyuki? Loco said in concern as she saw the horrible condition Zuko was in, applying some of her divine magic into his body to help stem the bleeding and accelerate his natural healing factor, which was what kept him alive thus far. What happened? 3 men were on a boat, and they attacked, killing Domomaru and injuring Zuko. Kenpeki grunted as he held Hiramekarei and Samehada, who whimpered sadly. Naruto is fighting them now, alone. Loco's eyes opened in shock, revealing her heterochromatic eyes. He is fighting alone. She thought in horror. He is not allowed to die until we fuck. Now very serious, Loco spread her sensing power as far as she could, and could sense where Naruto, Kars, and Wem were. Okay, get Zuko to a medical building, Yoriyuki. Loco ordered as she faced Kenpeki. You come with me? Sure. Kenpeki said in excitement. Yoriyuki didn't reply as she took off, wanting to save Zuko's life. Forest. Wem and Kars carefully navigated the forest. Wem, do you feel anything? Kars asked as he was on guard for any sneak attacks. Wem, who had his eyes closed, looked around with the single horn that protruded from his head. I am sensing movements through the wind with my horn, master. Wem replied as he felt subtle natural movements from the tree branches. However, I can't feel any human movements. Naruto might be waiting for us to fall into a trap. Kars nodded in agreement. If this guy is as smart as he acts, Naruto could be several steps ahead of us. Kars thought as he saw the sun start to set through the tree line and from the orange light of the sun, but when the night comes, our full power will be restored. Wem knew this fact as well, but could not shake any of his excitement or fear. Wem went still as he felt movement. Master, there is movement. Wem stated in high alert. Where? No, it's not as simple as that. Wem interrupted. There is 1, 2, 10 sets of movement. Must be reinforcements. Kars said in thought. If it is just 1 or 10, we shall come out victorious. Wem stayed silent as he stayed focused on the movements of the 10. We are surrounded, but they are several meters apart and away from us. Wem stated urgently before his eyes snapped open when he felt the ground shift. Kars and Wem saw the ground becoming sand that moved in a circular motion in an attempt to suck them up. Surprise. Both men jumped upward, avoiding the quicksand attack to see the attacker. He had short sand blonde hair with tanuki ears, with thick black rings around his yellow eyes with a 4-point star as a pupil with 4 dots around them. He was wearing a black bodysuit with an open neck, t-shirt-like sleeves, and almost full-length leggings, with a hole at the waist area to allow a tanuki tail to be free to move. With this, he had a white cloth over his right shoulder and the left side of his hips. He has a wide leather band from his left shoulder to his right hip with which he carries his sand gourd. Around his arms were blue curse mark pattern. Shukaku's the name, fuckers. Shukaku cackled with sadistic glee as he made the sand move from the ground, becoming gigantic arms. Divine sandstorm. Wem shouted as he blew the arms away, making them break into sand particles before Wem gasped. Master, move. Kars listened as he jumped, as 2 blue fireballs in the shape of mice splatted against the tree he had been on, blowing it up upon contact. Damn, I missed. Madatabi groaned in disappointment. Stupid new body. I need to adjust to it. Madatabi had long, straight, blue, and black hair, with a pair of blue and black cat ears on her head, bound with taut bandages. She had heterochromatic eyes, the right being pure dull yellow and the left being mint green, and she wore black lipstick. S wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants with a single black and blue tail with fire at the tip, both of which had a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves and a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand. She also wore sandals in a kunao holster, which was strapped to her right thigh. She also wore bandages around her arms and legs as well as a red belt around her waist. So, Naruto got yokai to help him. Kars thought as he landed next to Wham. Wham, when the opportunity arises, we can absorb these yokai and regain energy from them. Understood, Master. Wham stated before he felt movement before him, holding his arms before him to protect himself. Wham grunted when his forearms were cut open, which he started to heal from, before he felt a palm strike his chest. Coral palm. Isabu shouted as he pushed Wham backwards with a burst of chakra, dull pink coral appearing and spreading across Wham's chest. Damn, he siphoned off my palm. Isabu looked like a young man, though rather short for his age. He had short, messy, gray hair, which fell over the right side of his face and spiked up on the left. He also had his right eye shut, covered with an eye patch, with his left eye open, Reveal red sclera and yellow pupil, with a stitch-like scar running from under his left eye, all the way down his cheek. His attire included a gray, sleeveless shirt with a short-sleeved mesh armor, which he wore a green poncho. He also wore a turquoise sash around his waist, paired with a matching green apron over his pants and a pair of brown boots with a single shrimp-like tail behind him. Along with it, he would carry a club made of coral with uneven-sized hooks. He looked at his palm, revealing the skin had been removed and torn off, revealing wisps of chakra sewing itself back together. Under this skin was an elaborate wooden palm with sections to allow mobility that any normal hand could do. Good thing Naruto used that chakra-absorbing tree for these bodies. Isabu thought as he dodged Kars's attack, blocking with his coral staff, only for it to get sliced in half. Duck, Isabu. Son Goku shouted as he ran through hand signs, dog, ox, hare, snake. Lava style, scorching steam rock jutsu. Son had red hair, mustache, and beard which tapered off to a point. He was shown wearing a large headpiece consisting of a three-pointed crown-like ridge with a ring and a prominent black piece of armor running across his cheeks and the bridge of H nose. He wore a long-sleeved magenta kimono shirt and pants, which had one of Son's unique tails behind him, with mesh armor shirt and fitted black suit underneath, along with calf-length sandals. Around his waist he wore a brown sash that held a brown armor-like breastplate with a pouch in the front, a brown backplate on the back that is connected to the front with mesh armor, and armored lapels falling to the sides. His eyes were green and he had two tusk-like teeth at the edges of his mouth. Son expelled several large amounts of lava from his mouth, quickly solidifying into boulders of molten rock, rocketing forward with tremendous force. Kars summoned a second brilliant bone blade, now having two blades. With blinding speed, Kars sliced through all of the lava projectiles with ease, though he could feel the force of their speed as he cut. If I was a normal human, this blunt force could have killed me before the intense heat. Kars noted as he finished cutting the lava projectiles. Wham, who was on his back on the ground, attempting to break the senjutsu-enhanced coral, hissing in pain as it burned his skin, purging through his cells. Oil release, unrivaled strength. Kokuo shouted as she barreled across the forest floor, slamming into Wham, fragmenting the coral, some penetrating into his body. Wham gasped in pain, but took the opportunity to grab Kokuo. Kokuo took the form of a very tall man, seen as the physically largest, eclipsing Kars and Wham. She was also heavily armored, wearing what Han called steam armor with a furnace on the back that emits steam. She had red markings under her blue-green eyes and was eyebrowless. Her armor extended all the way to the bottom half of her face, covering it up. Underneath the armor covering the bottom half of her face, she wore a white cloth which also covered both sides of her face and the top of her head. Aside from her red armor, she also wore a red casa hat over the white cloth, and it seems to be composed of the same material of her armor and furnace. The casa hat had 4 holes in it to allow her 4 hours to poke through. She wore a black GI, with the sleeves seemingly torn off, and black gloves. She also wore what seems to be a bronze-colored ring around her neck which she wore over her red armor. Also, the armor covering her arms, legs and torso was plated. And at the back of her waist, she had a single tail swaying as she ran at quick speeds. Wham grabbed her face with both hands, intent on absorbing her flesh, but was shocked to see that her face faded as he took chakra into himself, revealing a blank face as wisps of the chakra floated, attempting to reform back into the face it had take shape of. What is this thing? Wham thought in surprise before Kaguya punched him with her boil-released enhanced strength. It's not a yokai, but it feels like a yokai, and it has chakra. Seiken. Kaguya called out. Wham and Kars turned to see a sixth yokai. Seiken was a tall, thin young man with pale golden eyes and brown hair that reaches to his shoulders. He had narrow hazel eyes. His side parting let a large portion of his bangs cover the left side of his face. He wore a long, light blue kimono adorned with a small emblem of 3 bubbles on the back, and a pair of gray pants underneath, with an orange sash. The kimono hung loose, exposing his chest. In it, he carried a bamboo jug filled with a soap solution, and a pipe. He had a single slimy tail swaying behind him, and his skin was shiny from moisturized slime. Water style, Seiken said as he dipped the bubble blower in the soap before he blew several bubbles, sending them flying toward Wham and Kars. Bubble jutsu. Kars jumped upward to avoid the bubbles as Wham moved the wind around him to use his unique headgear, which had long wires with pointed ends. Calmly, Wham walked forward, popping all the bubbles that came near him as he started to hold his arms up, spinning them. Not so fast, you bastard. Komei shouted as he took off from his place in the trees, slamming into Kars. Komei took the form of a petite, androgynous, tan-skinned female, who wore an orange clip in his short, layered mint green hair that matched his eye color, which was also orange. On his forehead was a small horn protrusion that forked like a rhino beetle. His outfit consisted of a short sleeveless white midriff shirt with fishnet armor underneath, long white armlets, and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt over it. Komei had a cylindrical backpack-like object in red wrapping on his back. Around this backpack were 2 insectoid wings, and at the base of his spine was a single light green tail. The horn on his forehead burrowed into Kars' body, making the leader of the pillar men grunt in pain as blood spewed from his side and mouth. You bitch. Kars shouted as he went to slice Komei, who disengaged and did the tiger hand sign before clapping his hand. Hiding in scale powder jutsu. Komei stated as he exhaled a fine powder-like substance and spread it over Kars and Wham. What is this? Kars shouted as he felt his eyes get irritated, soon his sigh vanishing. Master Kars. Wham shouted, ignoring Seiken as he used the wind to push the powder particles Komei made away from him. Lightning style, lariat. Jayaki shouted, his forearm slamming into Wham's throat. Jayaki had dark skin and a muscular build, as well as white hair and a goatee. On his right shoulder, he has a tattoo of the kanji for iron, and on his left cheek he had a tattoo of a bull's horn, and above his ears were 2 bull-like horns, though the left one was cut, leaving it blunt. His top lip also has a slightly darker hue than his bottom one. He had a white headband around his head, covering his forehead and resting between his horns and ears. He wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector. He also wore a one-strap over one-shoulder flak jacket, and a long, red rope belt tied around his waist, the white and red hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scar around his neck. On his back he had a small gray, rectangle sheath that carried 2 short swords that had red handles and gold pommels. He had one tentacle-like tail swaying behind him. Wham could swear he saw stars as his throat collapsed and his chest was torn open from the force of Jayaki's lariat. Master Kars. Wham thought as he hit the ground, creating a deep groove as he slid across the dirt floor. Wham! Kars shouted as he felt his vision returning. Not quite, Bone Boy. Kars turned, his vision mostly back to see Kurama. Kurama had long, bright red hair and large, red eyes with slit pupils with black rings around his eyes. He wore an elaborate, high-collared kimono with the Uzumaki spiral symbol on the back of the obi which was tied around his waist. His hair was arranged in buns with hairpins in them and 3 clips in the front. He also wore a dark shade of red lipstick and had a rhombus marking in his forehead. He also wore tags with kanji written on them in his hair decals. He had a single red tail swaying behind him as his whisker marks rested on his cheeks. On his head were 2 large fennec fox-like ears, his canines were sharp and his nails were claws. Kars grunted in anger as he made his 2 bone blades. Light slip blades. Kars shouted as he attacked Kurama with an intense ferocity. Kurama easily evaded Kars's attacks, noticing that even in the declining light, Kars's blades were shining. Oh, I see. Kurama thought as he ducked under Kars's arm. He could see, with clarity, small microblades rotating alongside the blade. Increases cutting edge and reflects light, giving it that glow. Kurama thought as he stood back up normally before getting in close to Kars, opening his mouth as red and blue orbs of chakra merging together. Tailed Beast Bomb. Kurama thought as he released his attack point blank in Kars's face. I am possible. Kars shouted as his head disintegrated before his flesh, muscles, bones, and organs followed suit, becoming atoms. Damn, Kurama thought as steam emitted from his mouth. Even at one tail's worth of strength, I was able to do that much damage. Wham, mostly healed, forced himself to get up, intense pain ravaging his body. Master Kars. Master Isidisi. He thought as he had now lost both of his masters. He collapsed again as the damage done to him unable to be fixed completely from the lightning chakra in his body. Wham closed his eyes as he gasped for air, hearing footsteps near him. Opening his eyes, Wham saw Naruto, Shukaku, Madatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Seiken, Komei, Jayaki, and Kurama surrounding him. Wham's despair became acceptance as he smiled. I was raised to be a warrior since childhood. Wham stated to no one in particular. I lived for battle, fighting honorable battles. So, it is very fitting that I find my end in battle. Wham. Naruto spoke sadly. Why? Wham kept smiling as his chest injury started to fester, his torso starting to decompose at an accelerated speed. I would prefer to die by your hands, Naruto. Wham continued, ignoring Naruto's question. Please, give me a death worthy of a warrior. Naruto was silent for a short time, Wham's body continuing to break down, before he entered Six Paths Sage mode. I see. Wham muttered. So, you were holding back. As expected from one of great power. Because with no control, just reckless indulgence, you would probably break this world. Wham, for the crime of plotting to destroy the yokai population, I, Naruto Uzumaki, sentence you to death. Naruto stated with tears welling in his eyes as he had two Truth Seeker orbs become sleek spikes. Wham winced in pain as the spikes impaled his shoulders, lifting him up to stand. I shall honor your last request, old friend. Naruto continued as he raised his hand. Wham smiled before he scowled. Final mode. He stated as he morphed what remained of his body to become 4 tubes, intaking massive amounts of air, compressing it in what remained of his lungs. Atmospheric rift. The biju scattered as Naruto ducked under a beam of compressed air, fired out of the tip of Wham's horn, making it act like a razor-thin blade, cutting through the surrounding trees. What is he doing? Naruto thought as he saw the heat of his body starting to increase as what remained of his body started to break faster than ever, his legs completely separated and on the ground. The Truth Seeker orbs keeping Wham up. Come on, Naruto. Wham shouted aggressively. Give me my warrior death. Earn your right to kill me. Naruto grunted in irritation as he activated his Byakugan, taking notice of the air being concentrated into his lungs. Wham smiled proudly as he witnessed Naruto avoid his attack, no matter how fast he turned his head to slice Naruto. Hi-ya-ya-ya-ya. Naruto shouted as he struck Wham's lungs. The atmospheric rift ended as Wham's body crumbled, his head hitting the ground. Wham chuckled, even as he was nothing more than a head. Thank you, Naruto. Wham said as his neck stump started to crumble, slowly going upward as Naruto deactivated his Byakugan as he knelt. Why, Wham? Naruto asked his friend. I knew I would die one day, and I had hoped it would be an honorable battle. Wham coughed weakly. And I have earned this death. Wham coughed as his horn started to break down. Naruto. Wham said in a whisper. I have a brother in a continent across the ocean. Master Kars and Master Isidisi left him when he could not keep up. Wham's skin started to become like dust. Please, find Santana, and put him to rest, you have no one left. Naruto nodded. I will. Naruto replied. Wham smiled one last time. Thank you, my friend. Wham said before his head crumbled into dust. Upon his death, a strong wind blew through the forest, picking up and carrying his dust remains in a warm embrace. Naruto watched this, closing his Rain Sharingan as he turned to face the biju. You okay, Naruto? Kurama asked in concern, not caring if he was going to be made fun of. Surprisingly, none of them did, knowing how serious the moment was. Yeah, I am going to be fine. Naruto said as he wiped his eyes as he powered down to his base form. If you need any support, you have us along with Yasaka, Akasha, Hilda, and Loco. Seiken said as he put his hand on Naruto's shoulder, getting nods from his siblings. "Thank you, all of you," Naruto replied, feeling a bit better now. "It is no problem, Naruto," the Biju replied in unison, making Naruto feel a strange chill go down his spine. "Still find it funny you chose to look like Mito Uzumaki, Fu, and Han," Naruto stated to Kurama, Kome, and Kokuo with a weirded out tone as he pulled out a scroll. Kome, Kurama, and Kokuo looked at each other and then themselves. It was true, all of them had taken the form of their previous Jinchuriki, with additions to show parts of their true forms. "For your information, Naruto, we are actually genderless," Kurama informed with his voice remaining masculine. "Yeah, Naruto, how could you be insensitive?" Kokuo asked in a false hurt tone, her tone sounding female coming from Han's mouth. "Jackass. Don't assume anything," Kome scolded as he scowled at Naruto, glaring at him with Fu's face was adorable. "And I chose this form because she was my first Jinchuriki, and you didn't give us enough time to make ideal forms, so we chose our past Jinchuriki," Kurama huffed, crossing his arms under his body's breasts. Naruto blew a raspberry as the remaining beasts agreed with Kurama as he opened the scroll, unraveling 9 feet work of parchment, revealing 10 different containment seals. The 10th seal held his sword, since he didn't want it ever being stolen from him. The first seal through the 9th seal were blank, since the puppet bodies were in use by the tailed beasts at the moment. With 2 chakra hands holding the unraveled scroll above his head, he had the tailed beasts touch the respectful seal. Naruto ran his chakra through the scroll, the tailed beasts undoing their possession of the puppets, their consciousnesses, and chakra returning to his body as the puppet bodies reverted to their true form. All 9 bodies were like a wooden mannequin that artists used for human posing. The puppet bodies were sealed into their containment seals, the empty circles being filled with kanji. The first seal had the kanji for tanuki. The second seal had the kanji for cat. The third seal had the kanji for turtle. The fourth seal had the kanji for monkey. The fifth seal had the kanji for horse. The sixth seal had the kanji for slug. The seventh seal had the kanji for beetle. The eighth seal had the kanji for ox. The ninth seal had the kanji for fox. "It feels strange, but it is good to have a body that doesn't look like you, Naruto," Saiken said as his mind re-entered the tailed beast psyche with his siblings agreeing with him. "And they need to be made stronger so they can hold more than just a single tail's worth of chakra," Sun complained, wanting to have rampaged more. "Yeah, especially for me as my tails are wings," Kome complained. "So, I had to split my 1 tail worth of chakra into 2 wings and a tail. Do you know how uncomfortable that is?" He was also met with agreement from his siblings. "Okay, I'll get to it at a different time," Naruto said as he powered down, rolling up the scroll. "But I say that this was a success, especially for the test run. Naruto," Loco called out as she and Kenpeki, who was still carrying Hiramekarei and Samehada. "Sup?" Naruto said before he yawned as he put the scroll away. "Come on, we need to get Domamaru." He took 2 steps before he nearly collapsed, caught by Loco. Physically, he was being okay, but the mental strain and now surfacing grief was getting to him as he started to cry silently, his fortitude breaking down as he remembered his friend's death. 2 days later, Toshimi cried the loudest as her husband's remains were burned on a funeral pyre. Naruto, Yasaka, Loco, the 7 swordsmen of Kyoto, Harem, Toshimi, and a few friends of Domamaru were present at his cremation. Naruto watched Domamaru's body become ash, remembering Wham. He felt a pull at his kimono, turning to look down, seeing Harem with red puffy eyes and tears. What will happen to me?" she hiccuped. "Master is dead." Naruto knelt down, putting his hands on her shoulders in comfort. "You were his apprentice, right?" he asked softly. Harem nodded. "Then that means you are now a member of the 7 swordsmen," Naruto said as he looked at Yasaka with a side glance. Yasaka nodded as she knelt to Harem's level. "He wanted you as his successor, so you will be taking his place," Yasaka said with a brave smile, though her eyes were watery as she did her best to keep her emotions in check. Harem started to bawl, hugging Yasaka tightly, face in Yasaka's breasts. Naruto stood up and looked back at the pyre, the flames gone as Toshimi collected Domamaru's ashes in a small box. Loco stepped up to Naruto, taking his hand in hers, squeezing it in support. "Loco," Naruto whispered. "I need your help." Loco nodded. "Is he asking for sex?" She perversely thought, but shook these thoughts from her head. What do you need, Naruto? Continent, what would become Mexico? Naruto and Loco located an ancient Aztec tomb, one that was seemingly abandoned. Naruto was laser-focused on his mission as he and Loco traversed the tomb. Loco, have you ever heard of beings that are like vampires, but with stranger powers, like body morphing? Naruto asked as he held up a hand of blue fire, courtesy of Madatabi. I heard rumors from Tezcatlipoca, but I never met any of them. Loco replied as she and Naruto walked across a narrow bridge. They had tremendous power, but low birth rates. It was bad, but they had long lives so it mattered little. She stopped Naruto before he moved too far, preventing him from setting off a trap. They were worshipped as gods by humans at the time, but for some reason, there was a massacre. Loco admitted sadly. We could never figure out what happened, but with what you told me about Wham, they and the one named Santana might have been the last of their tribe. Naruto absorbed this information. So, when Wham asked me to kill Santana and said, no one left, he meant, literally, no one else. Naruto thought before he and Loco entered a large room, encasing a large pillar. Naruto increased the flames, thus increasing the light. The floor had what appeared to be small canals for water aimed towards the pillar as it was inclined for liquid to go down it. There were carvings of a prophecy, which Loco took notice of. Seems they were supposed to be hibernating, but due to something happening, the three you fought were awakened, Loco said as she cracked open her eyes as she looked at Naruto, who looked at her. This one stayed asleep. Naruto and Loco looked toward the pillar. Sleeping in stone, surrounded by strange faces, was Santana. So, you going to kill him? Loco asked in a concerned tone, not for Santana, but for Naruto. Naruto walked up to the pillar, touching it. I can see his magic. Naruto thought as he activated his Byakugan. He could see the dormant magic within Santana. It was Wham's last request. He didn't want his brother to be lonely. Naruto muttered as he entered Six Paths Sage mode, using all 9 Truth Seeker orbs to impale the pillar at its weakest points, knowing due to his Byakugan, cracking it open. The stone body of Santana broke into pieces, falling to the floor, all caught by the Truth Seeker orbs merging into one massive sheet before enclosing all the fragments before compressing into the size of a pea. There, we are done here. Naruto mumbled as he powered down before turning to walk away, only to face plant into Loco's breasts. Loco wrapped her arms around him, giving him as much loving comfort as a friend could give. Naruto didn't resist, accepting Loco's embrace as he hugged her back. Hey, Loco. Naruto mumbled as he looked up, freeing his mouth. Yes. Loco asked. When do you want to go on that date? He asked. Kyoto. Loco was giggling as she got dressed. This is going to be fun. Loco thought as she finished tying the obi. She was wearing a lime green kimono with blue flora around it. The obi was dark blue with orange spirals on it. Her hair was pulled up tightly, held by 2 long pins, with her face framed by her bangs, the center part pulled back. I think this is perfect. She thought before she applied a light amount of rogue, giving her lips a bright crimson shade. She walked out and headed towards Naruto's room, knocking on the door. Said door opened, revealing Naruto wearing a black and silver shiakusho with an orange haori that had the Uzumaki spiral on the back. He didn't attempt to smooth over his hair, knowing it would just shoot back up into its natural spikiness. You look quite handsome. Loco giggled as she covered her mouth with her hand to hide her blush. You look beautiful, Loco. Naruto replied with a blush as he offered her his hand. Shall we go? Loco smiled as she wrapped her arms around his upper arm, leaning into him. Of course. She said in a sing-song voice from happiness. The two departed, unaware Yasaka watched the two leave from one of the higher levels of the compound. She wore a happy smile on her face as she watched her father and Loco leave. Seems he is starting to take steps forward, Mama. Yasaka thought as she remembered her mother. Lady Yasaka. Said Kitsune turned and saw Zuko, holding a large amount of paperwork. Seems like there is no rest for the wicked. Yasaka chuckled as she helped carry some of the paperwork to her office. Nikoya. Still can't believe this is open only on the days of Saturn. Loco said as Kuro the dragon took their orders. Yeah, I would like to bring Yasaka, Akasha, and Hilda here more often. Naruto said sadly as he drank some water, not planning on drinking this evening. But with Akasha about to be the leader of Wallachia, Yasaka leading Kyoto, and Hilda. He heard the door open, turning his head expecting to see Hilda, but it was a different regular. You mentioned Hilda. Loco mentioned. Yeah, Hilda is like an older sister to me. Naruto explained. She is pretty busy helping Vlad and soon will be busy helping Akasha when she takes over. I feel like you are keeping something from me. Loco pushed lightly, wanting Naruto to be honest, but not by force. Meanwhile, you want to become a teacher? Yasaka asked Hilda as she signed paperwork. Hilda nodded. Vlad said he would be guiding Akasha when she becomes leader, so I will have very little to do. So, with Naruto opening this school, I would like to either be a teacher or the principal. Yasaka hummed as she placed the finished paperwork aside and grabbed a new pile. I think this would be okay. But if you are the principal, and there is an attack or an emergency, you are held responsible with the lives of the students, auntie. Are you willing to bear that burden? Yasaka asked in concern. Yasaka, I changed your diaper and helped raise you. Hilda stated in a deadpan tone before lifting the hair covering her left eye, keeping said eye covered with her hand. Besides, I am not a weak woman. I may prefer not to fight, but I can slaughter legion. Yasaka shuddered as she remembered all the punishments she suffered under Hilda as a child, teen, and as an adult. Okay, auntie. Yasaka stated as she reached into a drawer and pulled out a small file. These will be the teachers you will be leading, so take some time to get to know them. They will be at the school right now, working out what will be taught. Hilda thanked Yasaka as she took the file and left. I guess I'll meet them now. She thought as she headed toward the school. Nikoya. As Loco ate her meal, Naruto and her made small chat. So, what was it like creating a world? Naruto asked before shoveling croquette curry into his mouth. Oh, it was nothing special. Loco replied as she swallowed her food. After Tezcatlipoca got pissed and flooded the world with jaguars, I stepped up and became the second Sunday. Oh yeah, he did do that. What an asshole. Naruto joked, making Loco giggle. True, but it wasn't easy for me either. Loco continued, cutting her hamburger steak. We had to start from scratch, remade humans, albeit smaller than in the world of the first son. However, they started out grateful, but they slowly started taking blessings for granted. After a while, my brother attacked them again. This time he turned them into monkeys instead of raining down jaguars. Again, he is an asshole? Naruto reiterated. Yes, but I didn't handle it with grace either. I ended up blowing all of them with a strong wind, killing them all. Loco admitted sadly. I then went to my home and sulked as my brother, Tlaloc, became the third son before I recreated humans again. However, Tezcatlipoca taunted him, and when he bedded Tlaloc's wife, Tlaloc was so upset he refused to let it rain. And after getting irritated and set them ablaze with fire raining on them. Geez, and I thought my childhood was fucked up. Naruto muttered, making Loco blow a raspberry. Anyway, Tlaloc retired after we again remade the Aztec people before my sister, Chalchiatlicua, became the fourth Sunday. Loco continued as they ate. She adored the humans and doted on them, but... let me guess, Tezcatlipoca fucks it up. Naruto guessed. He asks if she is only pretending to be nice to them to receive worship. Loco admitted in a deadpan tone. She got so upset as she tried to defend herself that, get this, she cried blood for 52 years straight, drowning the humans and killing them again. My god, you guys go through humans like... Naruto started to say, but couldn't think of anything, so he went silent, making Loco giggle at his antics and embarrassment. After the fourth time, I got fed up on recreating humans, so I decided to go down to Meitlin, our variation of hell, and brought the bones of the previous generations of humans with me. Loco stated before she became incredibly sad. But I somehow tripped as a serpent and crushed the bones, so when we revived them in this world of the fifth son, Huitzilopochtli, they were all different heights. But that wasn't a bad thing, right? Naruto asked curiously. No, nothing bad, and so far, Huitzilopochtli is doing a fine job as the fifth Sunday. Loco finished proudly. He has done better than I ever could. Was classes as a goddess of life, light, and wisdom, lord of the day and the winds, as well as ruler of the west and the sixth dragon king. Some attributed me to earthquakes, arts, and crafts, which I took up easily and is a lot of fun, or was the pet of the sun god, helped merchant trade, and a lot of other things. But even with all that under name, I still fucked up badly enough to lose my position. Loco touched her left eye, which was no longer swollen. Maybe this is karma for all my shortcomings, she muttered. You know, my grandpa and Tamamo had to talk to me about something similar to this, Naruto replied softly as he remembered his childhood in the capital with Maiko. It was a long time ago, but... Flashback. Naruto. Tamamo begged as she nudged Naruto, who was covered in bandages. Naruto, please talk to me. Naruto's visible eye were dead, no light in it as he avoided Tamamo's gaze. Naruto. Tama, was it okay for me to be born? Naruto whispered, knowing she would hear him. Iroh, who was at the door, and Tamamo's eyes went wide at these words. Of course, it was okay. Tamamo shouted as she took Naruto's hands in hers. Grandpa would be sad, and I would be lonely if you weren't here right now. Naruto looked away. But, those boys, they said I was useless, and that Gramps only wanted me for my power, Naruto said in defeat. Tamamo hugged Naruto, ignoring his pain as she did. I want you in my life, Tamamo admitted, blushing and tightening her grip and her tail wrapping around Naruto. I won't let go until you are okay. Iroh walked in, making Tamamo see him. Naruto. Iroh called out as he sat down, calling the boys' attention. Those boys were nothing but liars. I took you in because I needed you. Naruto didn't believe Iroh, which the latter could see. Naruto, the day I found you, my son Luten had been killed in battle. Iroh told him, believing now was the time. Naruto and Tamamo blinked. What? Naruto drying asked, his throat feeling parched. Iroh took a deep breath. Luten was a general, like me, however I had to send him into the front lines. On October 10th, 8 years ago, I was told he died protecting his comrades. Iroh continued. I gave up my position as leader and gave that to Maiko, and I left the Capita, and once at my tree, I found you and your dying mother. What I saw that day wasn't a thing I could take power from. I saw a baby that needed someone after losing someone dear to him. I saw myself in you. Iroh looked Naruto in the eye, tears in his eyes. I had a hole in my heart after losing my son, and you filled that hole, Naruto. I love you, and please don't ever doubt that fact. Iroh finished. Naruto grit his teeth as he tried not to cry. Love you too, Gramps, Tama. He choked as he broke down. Flashback end. Loco had her eyes open, showing Naruto her navy blue on the outside and yellow on the inside, with a green, slit pupil left eye and her green on the outside with designs and black on the inside with a yellow, slit pupil right eye. So, you were bullied as a child? I could imagine that was harsh, especially being a human amongst yokai. Loco replied. It was, but what hurt most was being able to see these and not understand why they were against me. Naruto replied as he looked at his palms, at the sun and moon markings. I was born into this world with so much power, not being able to understand why I had them. I saw it as a curse for a while, because if I didn't have the ability to use senjutsu, Grandpa would have never been banished by Maiko. He and I would have never been forced to leave Tamamo with Maiko. But there were good things that came out of it, right? Loco questioned. Naruto smiled. Yes, Domamoru and I became better friends. I met Adrian and through him I met Hilda. He said with a smile, remembering Iroh, Adrian, and Domamoru. I wish I could go back and spend more time with my precious people, but now I am helping the next generation with the school I am building and when I travel the world. Loco smiled as she took Naruto's right hand into her hand. You are so young, yet more wise than many gods of wisdom, despite being so stupid. Loco stated with her smile staying as Naruto deadpanned. Is that supposed to be an insult or a compliment? Naruto asked. Loco winked at him, tongue poking out a bit. Naruto sighed before he looked at the clock, eyes becoming comically wide when he noticed the time. Okay, Loco, we will need to take the rest to go, because tomorrow is Akasha's coronation. Naruto explained as he waved down a letter for to-go boxes. Okay, that is fine. Loco agreed, since she wanted a good night's sleep before another important event. The two boxed their food and paid the master before leaving. Naruto and Loco walked in the quiet sunset in the land of the rising Sunday. So, that is your brother, Huitzilopochtli? Naruto asked as he pointed at the setting sun. Actually, Huitzilopochtli is there with Ra on his sun boat, Amaterasu, Apollo, Freyr, Garuda, Helios, Arena, Hepa, Varkshita, Inta, Liza, Lug, Mitraz, Shemish, Orshepsh, Solsuna, Sol Invictus, Surya, Tonatia, and U2 aka Shamash. Loko listed off, counting on her fingers to make sure she didn't miss any of the 20 gods she listed. What was it like looking at the earth and seeing all the different cultures with their gods from the skies? Naruto asked curiously as they walked through the meadow that led to a small forest to the north of Kyoto, where they were headed. To be honest, when I became the second son, it was quite jarring at first. Loko stated cutely with a blush, her eyes closed. But, after a while, it was amazing. Getting to see them up close and know I wasn't alone in my burden was a relief. Sounds tough. Especially with Apollo, the playboy from the Greeks. Naruto said in annoyance, having met Apollo a few times and having a small opinion on him due to his list of dead lovers due to either them killing themselves to get away from him, them dying because he had given them a blessing, aka, putting a target on their back. He was kept in check by Helios. Loko laughed at Naruto's words. But I have to say, the view of Earth is more beautiful when you stand on it. She leaned into Naruto, taking his free hand in hers, giving it a firm squeeze. Naruto subconsciously leaned onto her, being careful of her horn to not hurt himself. I had a lot of fun. Naruto said with a genuine smile, making Loko open her eyes to look up at him. I had fun too, Naruto. Loko replied as the sun had set and the waning crescent moon bathed the earth in her glow, its pale light making Loko's eyes seemingly light up. Loko, you have gorgeous eyes. Naruto said as he was taken back from the beauty of her eyes, making Loko blush. They look like gemstones. An emerald and an amethyst. Loko could not figure out a response as she became red, a tingling sensation running through her body as she fought against her urges. He likes my eyes. She thought as she could not think of anyone who had told her that. Loko's siblings all had heterochromatic eyes like her, so it was something they didn't compliment each other on. Thank you. She whispered before she turned, unable to hide her red face, and took his hand, pulling him towards Kyoto to calm down. She must be getting cold. Naruto thought as he felt her hand, which was indeed cold. The tailed beasts groaned at Naruto's stupidity as the two neared Kyoto. Just as they neared the edge of the forest, Loko stopped, Naruto taking 2 steps before he felt her pull against him, making Naruto stop. Loko. You know, I have been holding back, but with your pretty words. Loko admitted as she shifted uncomfortably, rubbing her legs together. I feel like I won't be able to. What do you? Naruto started to say before he saw a familiar look in Loko's eyes. Barely restrained lust. Oh, fuck. Naruto thought in a panic, pondering on what to do. Naruto. Loko gasped as she increased her grip on his hand, not waiting for a response before she pulled Naruto in and assaulted his mouth with hers, her hands snaking around his waist and head, grabbing his hip and a handful of his hair. Naruto reciprocated her affection, but worry settled into his heart as ran his hand up and down Loko's back, going further to grab her butt. If I do move on with a romantic relationship, will I forget to Mamo? Naruto thought in fear, pulling away from Loko's mouth, a glob of saliva dropping onto her kimono-clad breasts. Wait. Loko. Loko heard the uncertainty in his voice, and with all her willpower, forced herself to stop. Did I overstep my boundaries? She asked in a panting tone, mentally fighting her lust. No, but... Naruto replied in a weak tone. I am worried. About what? Loko asked softly, seeing his eyes, which were holding back tears. I am scared. Not of our relationship, but if I forget to Mamo, she is still important to me, she was my wife. If I forget her then. He admitted to Loko, not seeing a reason to hide his fears from her. Oh, Naruto. Loko whispered, caressing his cheek with her hand. Why are you afraid of forgetting her? I. Naruto stammered, trying to figure out why. Why am I afraid? I know she would prefer me to be happy, but fearing to forget her. Naruto's eyes widened, allowing tears to stream down his face. Because I forgot my home. He stated. My home. I had forgotten it for over 20 years. Loko did not know what he was talking about. Naruto, you returned from the dead 4 months. Not my home here. Naruto interrupted. The place I was born before being born into this world. My place of origin. He gripped his chest above his heart. Tamamo would want me happy, Yasaka does too, I guess. But I am scared to forget her because I had forgotten my friends and my family in my original universe. Naruto continued. I just don't want to do that again. Loco hugged Naruto, rubbing his back. Come on, let it all out. She whispered soothingly. You shoulder our burdens, so now it is time to let someone help you with yours. Naruto took several minutes to calm down, Loco there for him every second during his time of need. Thank you, Loco. Naruto thanked in gratitude as he wiped his nose. I feel much better. Loco didn't bat an eye as she pushed him against a tree, tearing open his Shiakusho's torso portion. This is the second time I have helped you, and while I am willing, I feel like I deserve compensation. Loco stated as her tongue extended out of her mouth and lapped at Naruto's chest, tasting his skin and sweat. So, I will force this payment out of you, Naruto, fine, but if you are trying to dominate me, Naruto said as he entered Sage mode and pushed her back, forcing her kimono open, her breasts spilling out, allowing him to grab one and squeeze, making Loco gasp. You are going to need to do better. I was just going to tease you, but since you offered a challenge, I accept. Loco chuckled as her tongue returned to her mouth before they kissed each other again, moaning into his mouth as Naruto palmed her breast. God, her body is so soft. Naruto thought as he mentally compared her body to Damamo's. She is definitely going to be different when it comes to what turns her on. So, I should focus on finding that. Naruto pulled back from Loco's lips, enjoying her yearning desire for more. Loco. Naruto gasped as he put his forehead to hers. I want to wait a bit. Why? Loco pouted as she was so horny that she could probably fuck an entire legion of humans to get a small squirt. Because it's our first date, we should wait just a bit longer. Naruto explained, though his erect dick that was pressed into Loco's body said otherwise. Ugh, fine. Loco replied with a disappointed sigh. However, if you do this again, get me horny and then refuse to give me relief, I will tear what makes you a man clean off as painfully as possible. This is the second time you cooked me, so I refuse to get cooked a third time. Naruto started to sweat as he nodded. Okay, then after tomorrow's event, will you accompany me in the bath? It will be the nicest place to relax and relieve stress. Naruto offered, feeling guilt that he was essentially blue-balling Loco. Said Dragon quirked an eyebrow. Kinky, but how do I know you will keep this promise of sex in the bath? Loco asked, not wanting to get her pent-up hopes up more than it has been. Naruto had no idea what to do, but came to one conclusion. He knelt down and with quick hands, exposed Loco's very wet crotch to his face, and revealing the fact that her full bush matched her hair. Loco's shivered from the cold air nipping her skin and excitement from what would probably happen. She then giggled when Naruto kissed her stomach before she felt his tongue slide against and then into her belly button. Naruto. Loco said as she pushed him off her stomach, yearning to feel his tongue on her crotch. Naruto looked up at her, eyes meeting between her breasts before he dived into her snatch. Naru, she screamed when she felt Naruto's tongue assault her clit. She grabbed his shoulders, her fingers nearly digging into his skin as he ate her out. Naruto felt his arousal spike as he inhaled her scent, enjoying the taste of her fluids. He reached up with his hand, rubbing her labia, making Loco shudder, her head lolling back against the tree, gasping for air at each movement of his tongue. Yes, right there. Loco lulled as she was drowning in pleasure. Naruto inserted two of his fingers, making Loco squeal, and he felt her tighten her inner walls around his fingers as he slowly pushed and pulled them in and out of her pussy. Naruto pulled his face back a bit, making Loco moan before her eyes snapped open wide into the night when Naruto latched into her clit and sucked on it. Loco screamed as she climaxed onto his face, her fluids gushing into his mouth as he pushed her further by licking her pussy from top to bottom, getting as much her cum as possible. Amazing. Loco gasped with her body coated in sweat as her knees were wobbly. Is that enough to show I will keep my promise? Naruto asked as he forced his lust down. Fuck, yes. Loco replied as she collapsed into his arms. Carry me. Naruto rolled his eyes as he stood up with her in his arms bridal style. He made his way home quickly, entering the compound silently and put Loco to rest, since she had fallen asleep with a goofy smile on her face as he stripped her naked and put her to sleep. So, did you enjoy your activities? Naruto flinched and jumped, gripping his chest as Yasaka had snuck up on him, smirking at his reaction. For you smell like sex, Papa. Yasaka cut him off, tapping her nose. Don't think I'm stupid. Oh, so how many partners have you had since I died? Naruto questioned. Yasaka blushed, ears drooping as her tail swayed nervously. Not important, we are talking about you. She replied, avoiding his question, which Naruto allowed to drop as he laughed. I'll go bathe. Naruto informed, waving her good night since he didn't want to touch his daughter with his sex-coated hands. Yasaka smiled as she watched his back. I am happy, Papa. Mama would be happy too. She thought as she went to her room to sleep, giddy for the next day. Evening, Wallachia. Akasha stood before a sea of creatures of her homeland's legends and fairy tales. She wore an elegant dress of white, black, and red, her pink hair up in a ponytail with a black ribbon. Vlad stood before her, with Hilda behind Akasha, both smiling proudly as they stood before their people. Today marks a wonderful occasion. Vlad announced as he held his arms outward. For I, Vlad Dracula Teeps, step down as leader of Wallachia to allow my granddaughter, Akasha Lisa Teeps, to take up the mantle of leader. He stepped aside to allow Akasha to step forward, her heart racing at all the people and creatures present, cheering for her as they accepted their new leader. Well, don't you have anything to say? Vlad asked her, smiling at her nervousness. I would like to thank you, Grandpa. She said respectfully, as her mint green eyes looked outward. I promise to make a bright future, for all of us who live in Wallachia. We will pave a future where we no longer need to hide in the night, we shall not need to fear the Belmonts or anyone who calls them a hunter. We shall coexist. Blushing from her improvised speech, Akasha was astounded from the reaction. If she thought the cheers from before were loud, these ones broke the windows of Castle Dracula. Metaphorically speaking. Akasha blushed as she re-entered the castle, which had a gala party with important vampires and officials, including members of their alliances. Zeus and Hera. Odin and Freya. Naruto, Yasaka, and Luko. Tezcatlipoca and his 4 wives, Kocha Quetzal, Zillanin, Atlatonin, and Huistihuatl. Congratulations, leader of Wallachia. Odin stated as he bowed to Akasha. I look forward to working alongside you, Yasaka, and Zeus. Hera, meanwhile, was pinching Zeus's side hard enough to break anyone's body in half. Hera. Zeus whined in pain. Her eyes narrowed. I promise, I won't do anything. Zeus stated as she twisted. She released him, grabbing a drink from a nearby waiter before she walked to ignore the festivities. So, you alone too? Hera turned her head to see Hilda walking up to her. No, just irritated. Hera replied as she drank. My husband may be the head god of our pantheon, but that doesn't mean he has the right to have as many bastards. Hilda winced at the calm fury Hera held on her sleeve as Zeus greeted Akasha as a comrade leader, being professional. But what about you, Hilda? Hera asked as she glanced at the vampire. Aren't you going to try to get another husband? I tried, but none of the men I dated were subtle with what they wanted. Hilda complained slightly as she grabbed another drink. They were only with me for my physical looks, my status, or they wanted to get to the throne. That must be harsh. Hera admitted as they sat down. But what about Naruto? Isn't he still single? Hilda went red from drunkenness and the memories Naruto and she made on their one night of passion. Well, Hilda said sadly as she looked over at Naruto, seeing him with Akasha, Yasaka, and Luko. I did think about it. But, after so long, I feel like if we were to get together, we would not be able to see each other romantically. Such a tragedy, and I am Greek, so I know what that means. Hera replied as she could see how Hilda was content. But if you change your mind, just know that talking about it with him might do some good. Hilda smiled sadly as she nodded. Hera wasn't one to give up, so with much patience and the precision of a pro, she pushed Hilda into Naruto when he was alone as the music started to pick up as Akasha started to dance with Vlad. Naruto. Hilda. Naruto replied as he held up his hand without hesitation. May I have this dance? Hilda blinked, red in the face from her drunkenness, before taking his hand. I'd love to. She replied as Naruto guided her to the dance floor. As they danced, Luko watched them with a smile on her face. So, Yasaka told me you wanted to become the principal of my school. Naruto asked Hilda as he spun her in sync with the music. Yes, since I have been cooped up in the castle for a while, I feel like I should help you out. Hilda said as she spun back into his embrace, smiling as she could feel eyes of the other guests on them. Besides, this can help our alliance. A vampire teaching the yokai basics on culture and guiding them with other things. It sounds perfect to me. I thank you, Hilda. Naruto thanked as he dipped Hilda, carefully pulling her back before the song ended. It is no problem, Naruto. Hilda said with a bright smile as she hugged him. May I have this dance? Loco asked as she approached them. Of course, oh. Hilda gasped when Loco took Hilda's hands instead of Naruto's. Uncle, may I have a dance? Naruto turned to see Akasha, holding her hand out towards him. Of course, Akasha. Naruto said as he took her hand. Yasaka danced with Vlad, happy to be bonding with him as she enjoyed his advice. You should keep an eye on the Quetzalcoatl. He whispered with a joking smirk. She might steal your father away. Oh, if she attempts, she would have to deal with me and Akasha. Yasaka joked back as they danced. Vlad chuckled as he spun Yasaka before bowing to allow a partner switch. May I, Yasaka? Yasaka blinked when she was approached by a tall woman with black hair and silver eyes, wearing a familiar goth Lolita outfit. Off. Yasaka started to say before Off-Eyes pushed her fingers into Yasaka's lips. Off-Eyes winked as she pressed her other finger into her own lips, making the shush motion. Yasaka nodded and she took her grandmother's hands. Surprisingly, Off-Eyes was a great dancer. The party continued smoothly, until Odin got drunk and attacked Zeus for hitting on Freya. With the drunk gods were smacked by their respectful wives, and then dragged to private rooms, where only pain-filled wails of the males came from. As many laughed at the suffering of the gods, many guests decided it was time to leave. Naruto was one of them. I do have a promise to keep. Naruto thought as he went to held Loco's hand as Off-Eyes stood behind him and Yasaka was on his left. But I feel crowded. Akasha, we are leaving. Naruto informed his niece. Okay, uncle. Akasha said as she hugged him, pulling back with a big smirk. Stay safe, and no babies for a while. Naruto deadpanned with a red face, making Akasha, Hilda, and Vlad laugh. Har. Naruto laughed as he opened a portal home. Stay safe, squirt. Akasha blew a raspberry before they left, the portal closing behind them. He is moving forward, but what about you, Hilda? Vlad asked his daughter-in-law. I am taking my time, Vlad. Hilda replied with a roll of her eyes. Now, I need another drink. 1 hour later, Kyoto. Naruto eased himself into the hot springs, having finished cleaning his body as he relaxed under the hot water. In the room, Loco poured water over her head and body, cleansing it of any soap and sweat she had on her before she stood up and entered the hot spring area. Oh, Naruto, Loco sung as she closed the door with her foot, adding a sway to her hip as she walked toward him. Her hair was tied up behind her head and she had a single towel covering her body. She entered the hot spring, sitting next to Naruto on her knees. He put his arm around her, pulling her closer. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Naruto spoke before he took the initiative and kissed Loco passionately. Compound hot springs. Oh, Naruto, Loco sung as she closed the door with her foot, adding a sway to her hip as she walked toward him. Her hair was tied up behind her head and she had a single towel covering her body. She entered the hot spring, sitting next to Naruto on her knees. He put his arm around her, pulling her closer. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Naruto spoke before he took the initiative and kissed Loco passionately. Loco hummed into the kiss, putting her right hand on Naruto's shoulder as she undid her towel around her with her left. Naruto pulled back, drinking in Loco's nude form. Her breasts were massive when compared to anyone he had ever met, in this life or his first. She is even bigger than Granny Tsunade. He thought as he remembered the fifth Hokage fondly as he stared at Loco's hips. Loco smiled as she felt his eyes roam across her body. She shifted and sat on his lap, her breasts pushed against his chest as they kissed again, this time Naruto grabbing her ass, squeezing hard. Oh, you are so rough, Naruto. Loco joked with a giggle before she leaned into his ear. I like that her serpentine tongue licked his ear before she gently nipped his earlobe. Ha! Naruto gasped, his dick becoming aroused as she teased him. He reached up and grabbed her left breast tightly, making Loco arch her back as she gasped, before moaning when he latched onto her right nipple, pressing into the large globe of flesh. Oh! Loco gasped as she gyrated her hips against his dick, her loins quivering as she grazed her clit. I think you are ready, Loco. Naruto stated in a restrained lustful voice. Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Loco giggled before she stood up, pulling Naruto to his feet before she squatted down to be face to face with his erect penis. But I think I should return the favor from last night. She pressed her index finger against Naruto's tip, giggling at how it bobbed up and down from her touching it. Loco. Naruto whimpered. Oh, don't be in such a hurry. Loco spoke as she reached up with her other hand and touched the base. It's my first time with a man, so I want to make you feel good. Naruto went red a bit. It was not his first time, but it meant he could not go all out like he could with Tamamo. Wait, she is a dragon who was a goddess, she would probably be able to handle it. Naruto thought before feeling his legs go weak as he groaned as Loco licked his balls. Loco smiled, opening her eyes as she pulled back and opened her mouth wide before engulfing his penis inside it. Oh. Naruto groaned as his eyes started to lull into the back of his skull. Her mouth was warm and moist. Loco slowly bobbed up and down, spreading her saliva on his dick. She sucked his dick slowly, then quickly, never breaking eye contact with Naruto, making squelching sounds with each powerful down thrust. Now, for a unique twist. Loco thought with seductive glee as her tongue slithered out of her mouth as she pulled off of him and wrapped her tongue around his dick. Naruto nearly fell as he moaned at the feeling of her tongue jerking him off, the texture of her warm tongue sending intense cold shivers of pleasure down his spine. His eyes nearly burst out of his head when he felt the tip of her tongue tease his piss slit. El Loco. Naruto gasped as he felt pleasurable sparks start to move down his spine. Loco unwrapped her tongue, and engulfed him in her mouth, but used her tongue to lap at his balls. The combined sensations sent Naruto overboard as he grabbed her left horn and slammed his dick into the back of her throat, surprising Loco, her eyes wide open, and came into her throat. HMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMM orgasm in the hot spring water from how forceful Naruto did this. Naruto gasped several times before releasing Loco. She pulled off and gasped for air as he shot 2 spurts of sperm onto her face. "You are an ass," she stated as she scooped up the sperm into her hands before slurping it up, enjoying the taste as she bounced it on her tongue. But that was hot. She stood up, the warm water falling from her body as she did, and pushed Naruto out of the spring. Naruto sat on the ground, Loco standing above him, her aroused vagina dripping small amounts of fluid. Loco didn't hesitate as she positioned herself above Naruto and leaned over him, her breasts pressing against his chest. Naruto wrapped his arms around her back and kissed her, positioning his dick at her entrance, feeling how wet she was. Without words, Naruto pushed up and Loco pushed down, their hips connecting. "Squelcho. Oh." Loco gasped from the stretching and pleasure her pussy felt, a single strand of blood leaking with her vaginal fluid. "I have masturbated. But I didn't know this would feel so much better, it usually is," Naruto told her as she sat up, her breasts following gravity. He reached up and fondled her breasts as she acclimated. "But I'll take good care of you, greedy dragon." Loco mewed at this pet name before she felt no more pain. "So, how does this work?" she screamed when Naruto moved his hips, making her gyrate in rotational response, causing an intense strike of pleasure to hit her body, hitting all pleasure spots. "Like that," Naruto said as he enjoyed the feeling of her pussy. It was tight, unyielding, and warm. Loco's eyes widened and her lips puckered when she felt the sensation of his dick suddenly change for the best. She looked down and saw that Naruto had entered sage mode. Naruto continued to slowly pump his hips, holding Loco's as she held his shoulders. "Oh, ah, ack." Loco moaned loudly as she got into the rhythm Naruto set. "Harder." Naruto smirked at the request and followed suit. Loco followed his lead, and was bouncing up and down, her breasts going up and down erratically at his powerful thrusts. Naruto moved his hands to her back, and flipped them over into missionary, shocking Loco as his thrusts were stronger in this position. Instinctively wrapping her legs around his waist, Loco gasped with each thrust. "Ack, ack, 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 ha, 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 hya, hiya." Loco gasped before she felt her pleasure spike. "Hiya." Loco screamed as she clenched at her orgasm, Naruto feeling her grasping his dick. "Loco." Naruto replied as he slammed his dick into her, coming into her pussy. Covered in sweat, the two panted for air as they looked at each other lovingly. Loco's eyes were lidded and she was red in the cheeks, making her look adorably sexy to Naruto, who got erect while still inside of her. You ready to go for a second round? Naruto gasped out as he wiped the sweat off of his forehead. Or is this all the sixth Dragon King has to offer? Insulted, Loco glared at him, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him into her breasts. I am not ever far from over, Naruto. She pouted before kissing Naruto. Naruto returned her kiss before breaking it to pull himself out of her. Loco pouted, thinking he was finished, but was repositioned into doggy style. Oh, I see. She teased as she wiggled her butt, making its flesh jiggle. Come on, fuck me like an animal. And use those clones. Okay, you asked for it. Naruto said as he summoned a shadow clone. Loco smirked before opening her mouth, tongue out as she leaned forward, offering her pussy up to whoever wanted to fuck it. The clone took her pussy as Naruto slipped into her mouth, moaning as the clone's thrusting dictated Loco's sucking speed. Oh, shit, boss. The clone groaned as he started to fuck Loco. Oh, shit is right, Naruto said as Loco bobbed up and down on his dick. Slurping sounds were loud as she sloppily sucked it off. Loco pushed further, wanting to feel him hit her throat. Slap hhhhhmmmmmmmph. Loco screamed in pleasure as the clone spanked her with a senjutsu-enhanced slap to the ass. Loco continued to clumsily slurp Naruto in and out of her mouth, accidentally grazing him with her teeth, but she was still inexperienced, so Naruto didn't mind as his clone fucked her with reckless abandon. The clone leaned over her back and grabbed her breasts, tightly gripping them in its hands, making her wetter and tighten significantly. Naruto started thrusting into her mouth, and eventually made Loco gag when he hit her throat. Not that she minded. Loco's eyes were heavy-lidded as she was partially numb. Her sweaty body only feeling the sensations of the dicks in her moving and the pleasure surging through her. She increased her suction on Naruto when the clone started to get close. Come on. Loco thought as she started getting impatient. Come on, come already. She grabbed Naruto's hip with her left hand and cupped his balls with her right. The clone, at that moment, spanked Loco as hard as he could, and when he made contact with her ass, Loco screamed around Naruto's dick as she squeezed his balls a grip way too tight. The clone came, filling Loco's pussy with more sperm as she orgasmed before popping out of existence while Naruto blew a large load directly into Loco's stomach, making Loco's eyes widen when she couldn't swallow all of it and pulled off of Naruto, who came all over her face as she threw up what she couldn't ingest onto the floor. Naruto, sweaty and exhausted, was hornier than ever, seeing Loco covered in his jizz as she finished puking. Oh, fuck that, shit, I can't feel my legs. Loco said shakily with a goofy smile on her red face as she leaned against the wall, feeling sad she could not swallow his entire load and that the amount on the floor went to waste. Naruto looked and loomed over her like a predator, ready for more. Which position? Loco asked as she propped herself up and scooped the sperm off of her face and ate it. He tastes so good. She made this a show as she chewed the sperm and then swallowed it with a very pleased look on her face. Naruto pressed her back against the wall, stuffing her sensitive pussy with his dick again and fucked her against the wall as he sucked on her nipples. Loco gasped and moaned loudly, her tongue sticking out of her mouth as she was drowning in pleasure. However, this increased dramatically when she felt something feathery touch and tickle her butthole. She looked down and saw that a hand of chakra had been positioned to do this. Naruto! Loco screamed, covering her mouth as she screamed as her AJO face was showing, coming for the third time that night in the last several minutes. Naruto came inside her again, her stomach now noticeably bloated, not by much, but definitely bigger than it should be. We have to do this again. Loco said as she slid down the wall, eyes lidded as she felt incredibly tired. Oh, is that all you can take? Naruto asked sarcastically. And here I thought the woman who fought me on even terms had more stamina than that. Loco's eyes narrowed at this accusation. Well, if you think that, then come and see if you can tame me, Naruto. Loco said as she shakily stood up. Loco then locked lips with Naruto, getting Naruto aroused again before he immediately began kissing back and wrapped his arms around Loco's waist. She was surprised by this, but she didn't have much time to dwell on it as Naruto came up behind her, kissing her neck and caressing her body. She was loving the feeling, his hands caressing her nude body, groping her breasts, and running over her thighs. His lips on her neck felt right, like they belonged there and made her feel complete. Loco's moans got louder as she now felt Naruto's rough calloused hands going over her skin in such a gentle manner. It sent shivers up her spine to her brain and down her spine to her currently moist pussy and aching womb. Suddenly, Loko's eyes snapped open as her head snapped up with a loud and primal moan as she felt two of Naruto's fingers enter her now soaking pussy. Naruto began to quickly finger Loko, causing her to thrash around in his arms as she screamed out in pleasure. Seems she is a bit sensitive after all that. Naruto thought as he continued to finger Loko for a couple more seconds before he felt the walls of her pussy beginning to tighten, and at that moment, Naruto curled his fingers. Loko suddenly stopped moving for a brief second, before her head snapped back as her back arched, causing Naruto to fear she was going to hurt herself, as she bucked her hips as her pussy began squirting and she shouted, "I'm Q-a-a-m-I-e-e-ig." Naruto was shocked to see Loko squirting. "Oh, fuck." Loko gasped as she nearly fell, and would have if Naruto wasn't holding her. "I squirted, didn't know I had the muscle control. It's fucking hot." Naruto replied as he placed Loko against nearby waiting bath ledge to prevent herself from falling to the floor. Naruto saw how she was quivering, twitching, and spasming as she came down from her orgasm-induced high as she offered her body to him again. Naruto looked at her pussy to see that she was leaking like a faucet with how much juice she was spilling. Naruto watched as it would seep out of her pussy lips before traveling over her clit, causing Loko to shudder, before the juices began sliding down her thighs. Seeing such an erotic and sexy image before him, Naruto felt his dick getting even harder than it was previously. Not even waiting for Loko to finish recovering, Naruto moved behind her, lined up his dick with her dripping wet pussy, before he fully sheathed himself in her and began thrusting. Loko's head snapped up at the sudden action and began to moan and scream in pleasure as she looked over her shoulder at Naruto and exclaimed, "WW wait, ah. En Naruto. IMSS still sensitive. Oh. Sorry, Loko. But with how incredibly sexy and erotic you looked just now, being bent over and everything, I couldn't help myself." Naruto grunted out before he reached around and began to grope her breasts as he pinched her nipples, causing Loko squeal as she began bucking her hips into him. It's okay, Naruto. I was JJ just surprised is all." Loko responded as she continued bucking her hips into Naruto in an effort to increase her already high amount of pleasure, as well as Naruto's. Loko then reached back with her arms to wrap around Naruto's head, lifting herself into a more standing position, increasing her pleasure and causing a slight bulge to be seen when Naruto thrusts into her. Loko then turns to look at Naruto with pink hearts in her eyes as she says, "Kiss me." Naruto turned his head as he lightly gripped her by her throat to hold her up and locked lips with Loko while pushing his tongue into her mouth. Loko squealed into the kiss as she was greatly enjoying the amount of pleasure Naruto was giving her, and her eyes were beginning to roll into the back of her head. Naruto, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow as he had noticed something when he put his hand around Loko's throat. I wonder if... Naruto thought before breaking the kiss with Loko's tongue following his in an attempt to reconnect with it, before he placed her back against the bathtub. "Why did you smack it?" Loko screamed as she went wide-eyed when Naruto slapped her ass at the same time that he had thrust into her, releasing all the withheld moans he was causing her. Her eyes were rolled all the way back as her long tongue hung out of her mouth as she continued screaming out in pleasure while being spanked. "Yes. Spank me. Spank this naughty dragon, Naruto." Loko screamed while feeling even hornier as he dominated her. Naruto began to go even faster. Loko, at this point, completely stopped moving as she blacked out and her body began to fall. Seeing this, Naruto quickly caught her, wrapping his arms under her knees, before he gave her a hard thrust, causing her to suddenly wake up with a scream of pleasure. She frantically looked around for a second before her eyes landed on Naruto. "Naruto, what are you doing?" "Ah!" Loko shouted while still moaning. "Trying out a new position." Naruto grunted as he lifted her up, and held her with his arms as he continued to fuck her. The two continued like this for a few more minutes before they shifted positions so Loko was facing Naruto. Her legs were on his shoulders, while she wrapped her arms around his neck and held him close to her as she began kissing and licking his NEC in an attempt to spur him on even more. Luckily for her, Naruto did indeed feel spurred on as he picked up the speed of his thrusts while groping and massaging Loko's ass. Loko suddenly began to feel Naruto twitching inside of her and she knew he was close to coming. Not wanting him to release anywhere else but inside, she moved her legs and wrapped them around his waist, shocking Naruto as he exclaimed, "Loko. Come, Naruto. Come inside me. I won't let you come anywhere else but inside me. Let me feel you fill me up." Loko shouted, shocking Naruto at her request before he began to thrust even faster, subconsciously channeling more nature chakra to his dick and his legs and hips to increase his speed even further. Naruto felt Loko's pussy tightening, showing she was close to coming, and he decided to push Loko over the edge. Channeling chakra to his teeth, Naruto suddenly bit Loko on her neck, causing her head to shoot up with wide eyes as she shouted, "Coming." Feeling Loko tighten up so much pushed Naruto over the edge, as well as he released inside of Loko, getting her to moan and extending her orgasm as he continued giving several mini thrusts. Naruto then took his mouth off of Loko's neck, seeing he had accidentally bit a little too hard as some blood was seeping through. He licked her neck, getting Loko to softly moan at his loving and caring side while she ran her hands through his hair with a smile. Pulling his head back, Naruto and Loko look at each other in the eyes, before they locked lips and entwined their tongues together. Mutually breaking the kiss, Naruto and Loko rested their foreheads together as they smiled at each other. Naruto summoned some clones to clean up the spring as he himself picked up Loko and headed to his room. With quick steps to avoid anyone, Naruto entered his room and placed Loko on the futon. She had passes out on the way to the room, and snuggled into the blanket. Naruto smiled as he got in and put his arm around her, enjoying her warmth. Outside. Dark cried in anger as he bit his handkerchief. That bastard is happy. I am going to make his life a living hell. Nature stood behind her, Dark half menacingly. Dark stiffened as he turned. You are so loud. Nature said sweetly as she gripped her right wrist in her left hand and pulled. The wrist and hand became a handle as the rest of the arm formed a massive rectangular blade with black edges and white interior. Wait, Nature, I didn't. Dark begged to get out of punishment. Don't worry. Nature said sweetly, eyes closed with a terrifyingly sugary sweet smile. I'll use the flat of the blade. Dark screamed in terror as Nature wailed on him with her weapon. As this beating happened, Off-Eyes watched her son and Loko sleep in peace. I am so happy, Ashira. She thought as she undid the silencing barrier, which is what helped keep the screams of pleasure Loko gave go unnoticed by Yasaka and the 7 swordsmen. I must be off, unless I want that asshole of a lizard to stay in M home. Off-Eyes returned to the dimensional gap. Next day, Naruto woke up to a soft and slippery feeling around his dick. His eyes cracked open and didn't see Loko next to him, but took notice of a large area under the blanket near his dick. He lifted the blanket up and was greeted with Loko between his legs, rubbing his dick with her breasts as she licked and teased the tip with her tongue. Morning, she said with a slur from speaking with her tongue out. Naruto didn't respond verbally but patted her head, making her happy as she engulfed his tip and sucked. Naruto climaxed into her mouth, moaning as she felt him fill her moist hole. She opened her mouth and pulled back. Naruto shot the last 2 squirts of his cum onto her neck and breasts. So warm, Loko hummed as she scooped up his sperm and dripped it into her mouth sexually. She leaned back, sitting on her knees as she chewed his cum in her mouth. Loko glanced over and saw Naruto looking at her, and with a seductive smirk, she opened her mouth, using her fingers to pull the edges to show him more, and made a display of her eating his jizz before swallowing it with a loud gulp. You still rearing to go? Naruto asked, not upset with how his morning started. Yes, but I would prefer to be able to walk again sometime this millennium. Loko joked as she smiled, her eyes closed now. I had a lot of fun last night, we will do this again. Of course, Loko. Naruto said as he sat next to her and leaned into her body. Loko pressed her finger against his mouth, silencing him, making him give her a questioning look. Naruto, I am happy that you feel comfortable saying those words to me, but right now, let's keep our relationship on the physical side before romance. Loko told him. I would be so happy to hear them, but with you planning on traveling the world and me staying here to advise Yasaka, I don't want any unnecessary strain on our relationship. Naruto faltered. You make a good point. He said as he thought about it. But I am totally okay with you picking up more women. Loko stated with a bright smile. Naruto deadpanned. What? He asked. In your travels, you might meet women who will catch your eye. Loko explained in simple terms. You can have sex with any of them, but if you find a woman who you want to be with romantically, I am willing to share you. Like a harem. Exactly. Loko said, so proud Naruto for him understanding. I want you to be happy, even if I am not with you. Even though I say I am fine with this, you will put a ring on my finger someday. Naruto felt flattered and pressed his head against Loko's forehead. Okay, my greedy dragon. He stated softly. I love you so much. Loko's heart skipped several beats. He said it even though I told him he didn't have to. She thought as her excitement began to build until it reached maximum containment, but couldn't stop building pressure. I love you too. She shouted happily, rubbing her cheek against his. My Naru baby. Next day. You look like shit, Papa. Yasaka said as she and Naruto walked through a thicket of trees. Naruto had heavy and dark bags under his eyes with disheveled hair. It's just how it is, sweetie. Naruto mumbled as he walked towards the large cliff. Okay, this is good enough. What is holy shit? Yasaka shouted, her voice echoing as they stood above a large raging waterfall. I talked to Loko about the next step in your training and she recommended I bring you here. Naruto said as he turned to Yasaka. Because you will be taking the lesson you learned to cut that leaf in half to cut this entire waterfall. Yasaka blinked. What? Her voice echoed across the area which would someday be dubbed Niagara Falls. You want me to cut the waterfall in half? Yasaka yelled in disbelief as she pointed at the large falls, the roar of the water hitting the bottom nearly drowning out her voice. Yes. Naruto stated as if it was not a big deal. How? Naruto went to answer but stopped. How will she cut it in half without proper footing? Naruto thought, realizing he hadn't thought that far ahead. I know some Earth-style Naruto, I got this. Sun stated as he cracked his neck within the tailed beast psyche. Yasaka watched as Naruto's eyes became a solid lime green and the feel of his chakra altered, becoming more hot than usual. Okay, Yasaka, Sun spoke as he knelt to the ground and created the tiger hand sign. Earth-style, Grand Earth Wall Jutsu. Sun placed his hands on the ground, his chakra flowing into it. Before the eyes of the two adults, chunks of earth forced itself outward from the cliff and from under the water, stretching all the way to the adjacent side, arching before the waterfall. Wow, that's amazing. Yasaka said to Sun, who smirked and patted himself on the back, metaphorically speaking. No problem. And don't worry, this bridge is full of my chakra so it won't break unless I purposely undo it. Sun stated before switching back with Naruto. But Papa, you said I need to cut the waterfall, how do I do that? Yasaka asked as she noticed Naruto was back. Put your hands to it and cut the flow by slamming it with wind chakra. Naruto explained, remembering when Kakashi and Yamato did this with him, a fond smile creeping onto his face. Cut the flow? Yasaka asked dumbly as she looked at the rapid torrents of the water. But those falls are thick, how can I? Oh, shadow clones. Yes, it will require lots of change in chakra nature, which you have mastered by cutting the leaf. This will teach you how to strengthen or weaken the amount of wind chakra you use. Naruto continued, sounding like Kakashi. If you master this, you see always use this in battle. Yasaka nodded as she went to walk onto the bridge. Hold up, young lady. Naruto said as he put his hand on her shoulder. Do you want to ruin your clothing? Oh, right. Yasaka said dumbly before she stripped, leaving herself in a fundashi and had bandages wrapped around her breasts, keeping them firmly pressed into her body. She really is your daughter when it comes to training, Naruto. Kurama chuckled as Yasaka walked out to the center of the falls, summoning 200 clones. In sync, Yasaka and her clones put their hands against the water, nearly falling off from the force and speed the water fell at. I can do this. Yasaka thought as she remembered a piece of advice Naruto told her. Imagine my chakra splitting in two, and then grinding against each other, as if I was sharpening a blade with my chakra. 3, 2, 1. Hi-ya-ya-yak. Yasaka and her clones shouted as they blasted the water with their wind chakra. The waterfall under their hands ruptured before falling into the land below. Damn, didn't work. Again. 3, 2, 1. Hi-ya-ya-ya-ya-ya-ya-ya-yak. Yeah, she is. Naruto thought as he sat down, holding Yasaka's clothing as he watched Yasaka attempt to cut the waterfall. My school will be opening up soon. Indeed, Ashira. Are you excited? Afaiz asked as she appeared in Naruto's lap. Naruto jumped from the sudden arrival, but didn't verbally express his shock. I am, just worried. He mumbled. About what? Afaiz asked as she looked at her son. You are modeling it after the Ninja Academy, right? Yes, but the closer to completion it gets the more concerned I get. Naruto stated, putting his trust in Afaiz. Because these children are being trained to fight, as well as having an education. But why are we training them in ninja arts? To have an arm? No, that would be wrong. Then why build the school with that subject in mind? Afaiz asked as Yasaka once again failed to cut the waterfall. Naruto took a second to think. I think I want the next generation to be able to defend themselves, their families, friends and their home. Naruto stated. This world is much different from my original home. It was normal for the hidden villages to train young teens, but here it feels different. I don't want to scar and ruin the childhoods of these children, but will face persecution, just like how I did. Afaiz stayed silent, listening to Naruto as he took a brief moment to think again. You don't want them to be helpless. Afaiz summarized. Naruto nodded. That is quite honorable of you, Ashira. Afaiz said as she leaned in and hugged him. I feel they will be happy to learn, but what about those who excel? Those who struggle? I have that already planned out, Hilda and I talked about it. Naruto replied confidently. Skip, August, 1481. It is a great honor to announce that the first school of education and shinobi arts is now open. Yasaka announced as the crowd of young students and teachers cheered. Now a few words from the principal, Hilda Teeps. Murmurs among the students echoed as the vampire stepped forward. She wore a gray dress with Aegean blue and silver. I would like to thank Yasaka Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki for making this school program possible. Hilda stated, prompting the attendants into giving them a round of applause. I promise to guide the students properly. With the help of the staff, I believe we will help brighten the future for all who call Kyoto their home. Hilda got loud applause and she smiled. This is going to be hard, but I know this is going to help everyone. Hilda thought as she glanced at Naruto, seeing him and Loco sitting next to each other. That night. Cheers. Naruto, Hilda, Loco, Akasha, Yasaka, and Vlad stated as they clinked their beer mugs, except Loco who was drinking water, together in Nicoya. I can't believe it. The school is finally open. Naruto stated after he drank over half of the mug in one go. I still can't believe you opened a school. I have never seen you as the teaching type. Hilda laughed as she got a refill. I am sad you are working away from home, Mom. Akasha cried a bit, clinging to her mother. Ah, there. Hilda cooed as she rubbed Akasha's head, making the daughter smile happily. You two are so cute. Vlad said to his daughter-in-law and granddaughter, hugging them in his arms. Loco smiled as she drank water, since she wasn't a drinker anymore. I can't remember if there were any memories of my family being like that. Loco thought sadly, remembering her childhood with her siblings. Lucoa. Naruto hummed as he put his arm around his partner, startling her. Yes. Sayak, Naruto said as he held up a piece of katsudon, soaked in sauce and egg. Loco blushed and opened her mouth. She laughed as Naruto fed her. Hey, feed me too. Akasha stated, breaking from her grandfather's hold. Me too, Yasaka slurred as she and Akasha pushed the other out of the way. They are so goofy. Loco chuckled as she opened her eyes. In the corner of her eyes, Loco saw Hilda glaring at her. Her visible green eye cold as steel and as sharp as a razor blade. Oh ho. Loco thought cheekily as she kept her own green eye open. Next morning. Oh, God, my head. Hilda thought as she walked through the compound, heading to the dining area for breakfast. She felt something bump into her. Oh, sorry. Loco stated as she wore a sleeping kimono that was loosely hanging onto her body, the center part of her cleavage exposed and her left leg revealed. Hilda's eye shot wide open at Loco's state of dress as she limped to the dining area with Hilda. Morning, Loco, Hilda. Naruto said as he helped put breakfast on the table as the seven swordsmen, Harem, Zuko, Kenpei, and Yoriyuki, entered and sat down to eat. Yasaka and Akasha groaned as they entered the room, hungover, slumping onto the table as they sat down. Hilda flicked Akasha and Yasaka in the foreheads. Ow, the two shouted as they gripped their foreheads in pain. It's not proper etiquette to slouch onto the table we eat on. Hilda stated as she sat down. Okay, Mom/Auntie. They replied as they sat up and drank lots of water. Who are you? Harem asked curiously as she took notice of Hilda. Harem, this is Hilda Teeps, she is the principal at the school Papa opened. Yasaka informed as she picked up her chopsticks. Oh. Harem stated as she looked at Hilda. Behind the small shark yokai was Same Hada, who gargled and growled. Harem petted the sword, making it huff in satisfaction as it fed off of a small amount of her chakra. Hilda took notice of this and looked at Naruto as he sat down, Loco leaning into his shoulder. "Where is Vlad?" Naruto asked Hilda as he handed Loco some water. "He went home last night, saying he didn't want people to see his drunk side." Hilda joked, making the large group chuckle, except Harem. "I see." Naruto chuckled as he turned to Yasaka. "It's your day off, so your training shall continue." "Okay, Papa." Yasaka replied. "Can I come?" Loco asked tiredly. "I want to see." Hour later. "So, this is what you have been doing on your off days for the last month." Loco chuckled as she and Naruto watched Yasaka, stripped to her fundashi and chest bindings, trying to cut the waterfall with her clones. "Yes, now be quiet please," Yasaka said as they had failed to cut the waterfall again. Loco giggled as she turned to Naruto, who was working on one of the puppet bodies for the tailed beasts. Specifically, Kurama's puppet. "She is quite stubborn," Loco teased. "Yep, just like me," Naruto said as he changed out the chakra wood. "Hopefully this more potent chakra wood will be able to sustain more than a single tail's worth of chakra. But we will test this out later." As he reverse summoned the puppet, Loco lay across his lap, snuggling into his warmth as Yasaka continued to attempt to cut the waterfall. Meanwhile, Underworld, Gremory Mansion. "Wait, what?" Surtsk said as he looked at the messenger. "Yes, Lord Lucifer," the being said in a worried tone. "Our people in the western continent have stated they have seen a man matching the description of the one you called Naruto Uzumaki." Surtsk cupped his chin as he allowed the messenger to leave. "Naruto is alive," he pondered, looking out his window. "If it is at all possible for a human like him to have chakra," Grafia stated as she entered her husband's office, carrying a tray with tea and snacks, "then it is possible he found a way to live much longer than any normal human." That is true. Gilgamesh and all those other humans who tried to find immortality failed, so he could be a 1 in a million diamond in the rough who found out the trick to immortality. Surtsk said as he tried to think of potential ways. "You should not think too much on this, dear," Grafia said calmly with a warm undertone. "If he is back then it is a good for all of us." "True, but the question is Naruto Uzumaki our ally or our enemy?" Surtsk questioned, making Grafia quirk an eyebrow. "He may have stopped the faction war, but did he do it out of selflessness or because he had a much bigger plan for us? Mayesi and the other 3 Satans, as well as the angels and the fallen, owe him a great debt, but can we count on him to not attack us?" Grafia had no answer as she poured his tea and placed it on his desk. "If he does," Grafia spoke as she walked to stand beside her husband, leaning down, "then we shall do what it takes to defend ourselves." Surtsk smiled and kissed his wife. "Shall I inform Lady Leviathan, Lord Asmodeus, and Lord Beelzebub of this?" Grafia asked as she separated from Surtsk's lips. "I feel they should know, so yes, please inform them of Naruto's return and have them come here to discuss what we will do in case of an emergency with Naruto." Surtsk ordered as he picked up his tea and took a sip, feeling refreshed as he started finish his paperwork. "Citri Castle. Oh, he is back," Sirafal exclaimed in excitement. "Yes, Lady Leviathan," Grafia stated as she kept a false and yet strained smile on her face, due to Serafal's brightness from her excitement. "We received word from the western continent that he has been seen there with Lady Yasaka of the yokai faction." Serafal's giddiness increased 100-fold. "Well, then as the head of foreign affairs, I, Sirafal Leviathan, shall go ask for an alliance," Sirafal declared as she started to leave. "Actually, Lord Surtsk asked that the Satans gather for a meeting," Grafia informed the pink Satan. "Oh, boo." Sirafal pouted. Glacialabala's manner. "Huh? The human sage is back?" Falbium asked Grafia as he sat in his chair, wearing his pajamas, having been napping earlier. "Yes, and Lord Surtsk wants to have a meeting to discuss what we shall do in case of attack from the sage," Grafia explained. Falbium rolled his eyes and pinched his nose. "God damn it, why did he have to interrupt my nap for this?" Falbium mentally grumbled before sending Grafia away so he could get dressed. Astaroth Mansion. "Naruto is back?" Ajuka questioned as he looked away from his invention to stare at Grafia in surprise. "Well, of course I'll go. I want to figure out how he can use chakra." "Don't we all, Lord Beelzebub?" Grafia stated. "Tell Surtsk I'll be there shortly, need to clean up," Ajuka stated, addressing the fact he was wearing casual clothing coated in soot and grime. Of course. Grafia responded with a bow before she returned to her husband's side. They will be here shortly, Lord Surtsks. Thank you, Grafia. Surtsks thanked as he hugged his wife. Meanwhile, Grigory HQ. Oh, you for real? Azazel asked Barakil. Yes, Governor General. Barakil replied as he knelt before his leader. The sage has been sighted, alive, and well. Nice, now I can continue my research on him if I ever meet him. Azazel stated happily as he looked at the sacred gear before him, and the barely living human he had captured to study said sacred gear. Heaven. Michael smiled so brightly that his halo lit up the entirety of heaven. Dear brother, what has you in such a joyous mood? Raphael asked Michael. Oh, dear Raphael, wondrous news has reached my ears. Michael exclaimed, his smile not faltering. The man who saved us from death in the faction war has been stated to be alive. Raphael's eyes widened at this news. You can't mean the man with the 9 creatures and that purple Tengu construct, that man? Raphael asked in shock. The very same. Michael said as he made way to Gabriel, who was sitting at a table reading scriptures. Dearest sister. November, Kyoto. Fuck, it's cold. Yasaka exclaimed as she was stripped to her chest bindings and fundashi again, this time as the water was much colder and there was snow falling. Don't worry, I'll turn up the temperature. Naruto called out over the sound of the roars of the water, standing 24 feet away from the edge. Boil release, unrivaled strength. Kokuo boiled Naruto's chakra, the intense heat transferring into the water, warming it up and Yasaka and her clones sighing in relief. Thank you, Papa. Yasaka called out as she put her hands against the water, followed by her clones. Come on, you can do it. Naruto thought as he watched through the shared sight of a clone, both Naruto and the clone using the Rain Sharingan's shared vision. The clone was stationed at the normal cliff, holding Yasaka's clothing and a very warm blanket. 3, 2, 1. Yasaka and her clones shouted in unison, shooting their refined and sharpened wind chakra into the waterfall. With the collected knowledge and experience Yasaka gained, the clones and her were able to cut the 2,600 feet waterfall, stopping it as the rest fell to the basin as if the top portion was stopped in time for several seconds as they kept their channeled chakra active. I did it. Yasaka and the clones questioned as the water started to fall again. I did it. Naruto smiled as he walked to the edge of the river and jumped down to the bridge, deactivating his boil release as Yasaka's clones popped, overwhelming her with their experience. Oh, boy. Yasaka groaned from the swelling headache. Yasaka, watch out. Naruto shouted as landed on the bridge at the moment she stepped onto one of the wet patches of the earth bridge. Huh? Yasaka questioned before she slipped. Huh? Gravity ensnared Yasaka into its grasp as she started to fall. Naruto jumped off, breaking the bridge at how hard he did, and caught Yasaka in his arms. I gotcha. He shouted as he hit the cliff, clinging to it with his legs, straining his back to stay straight as he nearly lost grip from how slippery the rocks were. Whoa. Whoa. Getting his grip, Naruto walked up, the snow hitting him as he did with Yasaka shivering in his arms from her exposed state. Once at the top, Naruto's clone handed him the blanket and he wrapped her in it. Phew, that was close. Naruto said in exhaustion and relief. That water if fucking cold. Noda, boss. The clone stated as it threw Yasaka's clothes at Naruto before it popped. Naruto took a deep breath and looked down at Yasaka. Naruto cracked a smile as she had fallen asleep. You are one step closer to developing your own signature jutsu, Yasaka. Naruto said as he rubbed her head, caressing her ears, making Yasaka purr. Her 3 tails swaying as Naruto patted her head. Guess it is time to go home. It's starting to get cold. Naruto joked to himself as he opened a portal to Kyoto. That was fucking horrible. Kill yourself. Madatabi stated bluntly. Yeah, whatever. Naruto retorted as he picked Yasaka up, looking at the remains of the earth bridge across the falls. With a simple application of Sun's earth chakra and the tiger seal, Naruto undid the jutsu, the solid earth crumbling to dust and entering the water as if it was never there to begin with as Naruto returned home with Yasaka. Afternoon. I am ready, Papa. Yasaka stated as she stood before Naruto. I cut the leaf and the waterfall, so now I get to complete my raised non. Naruto chuckled at her enthusiasm. Okay, but know that this will be the hard part. Naruto explained as he finished his lunch. Oh, boo. Loco whimpered as she leaned into Naruto. I thought we could have had some alone time today. Sorry, but I did promise Yasaka to train her on her off days, so I will uphold that promise. Naruto stated with a laugh as he picked up his dishes. Yasaka smiled happily as Loco pouted. Naruto and Yasaka walked through Kyoto together, enjoying the sound of the city and her people going about their normal day. Look, it's Lord Naruto and Lady Yasaka. She is so beautiful that I can't help but be amazed. I heard Lord Naruto is a human. Meaning Lady Yasaka is a Hanyo. Really? I didn't know that. But I was told humans are evil. Naruto smiled at the young children running through the streets and smiling at the two. It can't be helped, Yasaka. Naruto said as he kept walking, not even looking at her to see she was annoyed. I know, Papa. But this is something I don't want to hear anymore. She grumbled. Yasaka had grown up her entire life hearing the whispers of her people. Many negative thoughts and words aimed at her father for being human. The cycle of hatred is not easily broken or swayed. Naruto spoke philosophically. I vowed once to break it to my sibling student, Nagato. I may have failed before, but here, I can still try. It has been slow, but I believe that one day, the world will be united in harmony. Yasaka looked at Naruto, and could barely withhold her laughter. You sounded like an old geezer, Papa. She laughed as she pointed at him. Naruto frowned as he kept walking, crossing his arms. Well, then I guess I shall go to the school, check on the students instead of furthering your own training. He stated, turning heel to go to the school. Wait, I'm sorry. Yasaka shouted, grabbing Naruto's shoulder. Please, Papa, please teach me. Naruto hummed as he thought about it, rolling his eyes and shrugging after several seconds. Okay, I'll help you. He stated. Sighing, Yasaka and Naruto made it to the training ground. Yasaka, as you know about chakra form and chakra nature, I won't re-explain it to you. Naruto stated as he held out his hand and created a Raise-Non. The Raise-Non is the most extreme variant of chakra form. Which is one reason why it is an incomplete jutsu. It is, so that is why it is so difficult to master. Yasaka stated as she created her own. Yes, but through the next step, Naruto continued as he added his wind chakra and changed the shape from a sphere to a shuriken. You can take the incomplete Raise-Non and form it into your own unique jutsu. The Raisen Shuriken. Yasaka said in awe as it spun dangerously before Naruto ended it as she ended her Raise-Non. You said before that you wanted me to create my own, but what if I want to make that one? True, you could just create the Raisen Shuriken, but I said before, do you want to be seen as a copycat? Naruto questioned her. Not really, but you cast a big shadow, Papa. Yasaka replied in deadpan. I believe you can create something that can equal or surpass my jutsu, Yasaka. Naruto stated as he thought about what she could do. However, the Raisen Shuriken is both change in chakra form and chakra nature. The Raise-Non is pure chakra, no ha signs or chakra nature. Its rotation, power, and condensing of chakra is why it is the ultimate form of change in chakra form. What I did to create the Raisen Shuriken is a combination of change in chakra form and change in chakra nature. But I know that. I also know that adding chakra nature to a chakra form jutsu simultaneously is considered a master level feat, Yasaka stated as she envisioned Naruto created the Raisen Shuriken. I'm glad you have your mother's smarts, Yasaka. Naruto said proudly. But you are right, chakra users who can do both are pretty rare. Well, supposedly. However, with your mastery over chakra form through the Raise-Non and now mastery of chakra nature with your wind chakra, we can now combine them into your own wind style Raise-Non. Yasaka was giddy. Awesome, so I can already do it. Yasaka exclaimed excitedly. If only it was that easy. Naruto interrupted as he thought about Kakashi and his father, Minato. Out of all the people I know who could use Raise-Non in my original lifetime, only I was able to add chakra nature to the Rasengan's chakra form. Even M-Father, who invented it, and his student, Kakashi Hatake who mastered over 1000 jutsu could not do it. Yasaka's excitement went down after this. But you are my daughter. Naruto said as he put his hand on her shoulder, giving her a thumbs up. So, I am sure you can do it. Thanks, Papa. You have been helpful. Yasaka replied in deadpan tone. Smart ass. Naruto stated playfully as he put Yasaka in a headlock. But I can't teach you anything from here. What? Yasaka asked as Naruto released her. The Raise Non, being an incomplete jutsu with just change in chakra form, is considered A rank in difficulty. Naruto explained. But the Raisen Shuriken, and your own jutsu, are S rank or even beyond. Kakashi-sensei told me that it isn't something he could teach me, but that I had to figure it out myself. So, Yasaka Maiko Uzumaki, will you continue from here? Naruto wasn't playing around. Yasaka could see this and became serious. Yes, Papa. I will attempt this. She declared calmly. Naruto smiled. Good, now create your clones and attempt to create your jutsu with the Raise Non. Naruto ordered. Yasaka created 200 clones. Now, create the Raise Non while adding your wind chakra nature to the jutsu, with any means necessary. Naruto hinted secretly. Yasaka gripped her right wrist to help her concentrate. All the clones in Yasaka had whirlpool spirals of chakra whipping around them as they attempted. She is making good progress, though she took longer with the waterfall cutting than I did. It just means she is going to create a powerful jutsu. Naruto thought as he watched the clones and Yasaka make the attempt. Grunts were heard all around as they focused, the shape of the Raise Non in their palms. Now I need to change my chakra nature to wind chakra. One thought. While doing the change in chakra form the Raise Non requires, but how? Another clone thought in anger. Several minutes became an hour, and none of them could do it. Damn. Yasaka shouted as one of the clones' jutsu detonated, sending out a shockwave of wind, destroying a portion of her clones. Think about where you started. Naruto stated at random. Remember what you had to do when you learned the Raise Non. Yasaka took a moment to catch her breath and rested. Where did I start? Yasaka thought as she remembered her training all those years ago as she dispelled the rest of her clones one by one. Flashback. So, how did it go? Naruto asked as he carefully put the tray on a tree stump and sat down before pouring some tea. You tell me. Yasaka asked as she sat up and grabbed a single remaining water balloon. She spun the chakra in a counterclockwise motion, keeping it up, making multiple bumps before a small hole shot through the rubber, making the water shoot out at great speed. Naruto whistled. You are so close, and only in a handful of hours. Naruto said, very impressed. Here, green tea. Yasaka took a cup and took a snack. Did you teach this to Mama? Yasaka asked curiously, since she had very few memories of Tamamo. No, Tamamo wasn't much of a fighter. Naruto said sadly as he remembered his beloved wife as he made a clone to create more water balloons. She knew how, but preferred diplomacy over fighting. Left it to you, I guess. Yasaka replied. Yeah. I see a lot of her in you. Naruto said proudly. After this training, I was thinking of teaching you how to enter Sage Mode. Yasaka's ears tingled at the words Sage Mode. You mean it? She asked, wide-eyed, and sparkles. Of course, why would I promise that and then not help? Naruto asked as he drank his tea. Now, go pop the balloon. Yasaka nodded and jumped up, a pep in her step as she grabbed another balloon. Naruto snacked on the rest of the items he brought, watching Yasaka inch closer and closer to popping the balloon correctly. Come on, more spinning. Yasaka thought as she was getting low on chakra. She put almost all of the remaining chakra she had into the water. Too much. She realized as she grabbed the balloon with her left hand and tried to keep it from blowing up, the chakra in her left hand pressing against her spinning chakra, making the balloon bumpier. What? Naruto smirked. The balloon popped perfectly in her hands. What? How? Yasaka stammered before Naruto clapped. Perfect, you passed the first step in 1 day. Took me 2 days before doing that. Naruto praised. But I did it with 2 hands. It doesn't count. Yasaka said before Naruto laughed in her face. When I used this jutsu when I was young, I needed 2 hands. Hell, I would use clones to help speed up my training. Naruto said, holding up a hand before Yasaka could ask. I will be teaching you shadow clones, but I won't until you master this. End flashback. Yasaka's eyes widened. It couldn't be that easy, could it? She thought as she created a single clone, who nodded as she held out her right hand and the clone held both of its arms out, hands above Yasaka's hands. Naruto smirked as Yasaka spun her chakra spun to life. However, the chakra that spun to life was gradually changed into wind. No. Don't you dare burst. Yasaka shouted as she was having difficulty changing the shape of the wind chakra, which started to turn a dull gray, the opposite of Naruto's bluish-white wind style, Raisin and Raisin Shuriken respectively. Now, change the shape. Yasaka grunted as she forced the shape to change. Whoa. Naruto stated in intrigue. A small chakra ring had formed around the dull gray Raisin. It was completely white in color, contrasting greatly to the gray-blue of the core. Naruto applauded. Yasaka relaxed, the jutsu fading away as her clone popped, making her take a knee. I did it. She said weakly, feeling exhaustion throughout her entire body. Yes, now all you need to do is keep training. Naruto said as he helped her up. Are you going to leave on your journey now? Yasaka asked, remembering her conversation with Naruto months prior. Yes, because I have kept my promises. Naruto replied. Yasaka had a sad smile as she sat down, accepting some water from Naruto. I know I can't stop you from going, but please, Papa. Stay safe and come back when you can. Yasaka repeated. Her sense of abandonment swelled and pulsed as she thought of Naruto vanishing again. I promise, and I always keep my promises. Naruto stated with a smile. Besides, you don't want an old geezer like me looming over you. Also, I think two people you know would feel uncomfortable to move forward if I am around. What? Oh, nothing. Naruto replied as he put Yasaka on his back. Let's go home, you have some paperwork to do. Yasaka groaned as she was reminded of her job. What did you imagine the shape to become, Yasaka? Naruto asked her. It definitely wasn't a shuriken. Yasaka leaned into Naruto's back as he carried her to the compound. I had a name go through my head, and I took it from there. She mumbled. Oh, what is the name you decided? Naruto questioned, looking forward to hearing it. Raisin Ring. Yasaka replied. That night, Naruto stood in his room, packing his bags. Thank God for seals. Naruto thought as he finished bagging the things he would immediately need into bags before sealing the rest into scrolls. Knock, knock, come in. Naruto replied, not turning around as the door opened and Loco stepped in. So, you are leaving now? Loco asked sadly as she saw his bags and the scrolls. Yep. But I will be back when I can. Naruto stated as he finished sealing away everything. I know, I trust you. Loco said as she walked behind him and hugged his back. Just a bit sad. You tell me you love me, then leave. Naruto rolled his eyes with a smirk as he could tell from her tone she was playing around. I do. Naruto said as he spun around and kissed Loco. But I am leaving tomorrow, so don't be sad, my greedy dragon. Who said I was going to be sad? Loco giggled as she grabbed his shoulders and led him to the futon. But I do think I'll be a bit lonely without you. Naruto touched his forehead to Loco's and they enjoyed their embrace before they went to bed for the night. Dawn. This is goodbye for now. Naruto said as he held his bags over his shoulder looking at his housemates. Yasaka, Loco and Hilda, Toshimi, Zuko, Harem, Kenpei, and Yuriyuki. All of them had come with him to the gate to see him off. Don't die out there, Naruto. Kenpei stated gruffly, tapping his swords, Shibuki, and his original sword which was a Notaki-sized katana with a unique guard and was wrapped in bandages. Because I am the one who will slice you down. You can try, Kenpei. Naruto said as they fist bumped. Lord Naruto, stay safe on your journey. Yuriyuki said as she hugged him. I will. Lord Naruto, thank you for everything. Zuko said as he bowed to Naruto. I will do my best to protect Yasaka and this land. Of course. Naruto said as he hugged Zuko, getting close to his ear. Hurt Yasaka in any way and I'll have a new fox skin pelt. Zuko felt his body go cold with fear as Naruto released him to kneel before Harem. Stay safe, Naruto. Harem stated childishly. I will, and promise me you will stay safe and protect Yasaka. Naruto asked. Harem blushed and nodded. Naruto hugged her goodbye and stood up to Toshimi, the widower of Domamaru. Here, Naruto. Toshimi said as she pushed a large wrapped bundle into his hands. It's a nigiri. There are 6 of them. Naruto fondly smiled as he hugged his friend's wife. Thank you, I can't wait to eat them. Naruto said as he turned to Hilda. Stay safe out there, knucklehead. Hilda stated as she patted Naruto on the head. Not funny, Hilda. Naruto said in a deadpan tone but hugged her. Keep the children safe, please. I will, that is my promise. Hilda replied. Naruto released Hilda, only to get jumped by Loco, kissing him passionately enough to dip Naruto as her tongue invaded every inch of his mouth, making everyone laugh at him and the role reversal. Loco pulled him up and released him, slurping her tongue out of his mouth and smiling seductively. I can't want to see you when you return, my beloved. Loco said as she handed him a feather, which shined the colors of the rainbow. That is one of my own plumage, it will act as a beacon for me to know where you are in case of emergencies. Naruto smirked. A life-threatening emergency or a booty call? Naruto mentally joked as he hugged Loco, putting the feather in his Hayori. Yasaka was the last to say goodbye. I know we talked about this twice, but I still would prefer if you stayed. Yasaka stated, taking her father's hands in her own. But I know you will come back. You promised. I did and I intend to keep that promise. Naruto replied as he hugged his daughter. I love you Yasaka. I love you too, Papa. Yasaka replied weepily, tears starting to form out of her eyes. Her grip lingered a bit long, making an awkward scene as Naruto wanted to go, but Yasaka didn't release him. Just a bit longer. Yasaka whined. But I have to go. Naruto urged. Yasaka shook her head, but felt two hands touch her, one on her shoulder and the second on her arm. Zuko and Harem were pulling on her gently. It is time to see him off. Zuko said softly. Harem nodded her head at what Zuko said. You will see him again, so it's okay. Harem stated. Yasaka nodded in agreement, and released Naruto. You did promise, little soldier boy. Yasaka said with tears streaming down her cheeks. Anapinsu, leaves from the vine. Naruto smirked as he pressed his forehead to hers briefly before turning away. Of course, I did. He declared as he walked away from the gate, the rising sun behind him, illuminating his path. I will always come back to my home, my little soldier girl. His friends and family waving goodbye, which Naruto returned by lazily waving back without looking behind him. That took too long. Off-Eyes stated as she appeared when Naruto was far enough away from the vision of his friends and family. They were emotional, I wasn't just going to leave in the middle of the night. Naruto replied as Off-Eyes lazily floated beside him. It would have been quicker, Ashira. She stated bluntly. Yeah, Off-Eyes. Naruto laughed as he walked on the road of life. February, 1483. Yasaka leaned into her chair, holding a cup of hot tea, the steam of it wisping out from it due to the temperature difference. It has been 2 years. Yasaka mumbled to herself as she looked out at her window, watching snow drop. Yes, it has been. Loco said as she drank her own tea. But he has come back. On your birthday, the days of Emperor Iroh and Empress Tamamo's passing, and his own birthday. Yasaka stayed silent as she drank her tea. Knock, come in. Yasaka called out, putting her tea down and picked up her ink brush as the door opened to reveal Zuko and Harem, both holding large stacks of paperwork. Lady Yasaka, we have the papers you requested. Zuko stated, Hiramekarei strapped onto his back. He hadn't changed much, though his goatee got a bit longer. Harem, due to her shark genetics, had grown greatly during the last 2 years. She no longer looked like a child, but a 13-year-old girl, with budding hips and breasts. She wore a white jacket with a high collar, which covers the lower part of her face downward, while bearing a good portion of the lower half of her growing breasts. The jacket has a zipper running along its entire length, which is opened from the bottom upwards. She wore white shiakusho pants and sandals on her feet. Strapped to her back was same hata, wrapped tightly in bandages, thinning the blade to make it look smaller. Thank you, Zuko, Harem. Yasaka thanked as she tapped her desk. Harem and Zuko put the paperwork down, however Zuko walked behind the desk and the two started to talk about the paperwork. Harem, meanwhile, kept a neutral face under her high collar as her inner thoughts were screaming. Her heart clenched up at the sight and longing ran in her bloodstream. Lucky bastard, he gets to be so close to her. Harem mentally screamed in agony as her heart felt like it was being ripped out. Loco cracked an eye open at Harem, seeing she was staring at Zuko and Yasaka before she left with Zuko. Maybe I should tell Yasaka. Loco briefly thought before shaking her head. No, it isn't my place to tell her, plus she is an adult, she can figure it out. Yasaka, I see you sneaking off. Yasaka stopped in her tracks, damn, she noticed me switching with a clone after all. Yasaka mentally grumbled as she returned to her desk, the shadow clone disappearing. Training grounds. Come on, is that all you have? Kenpei shouted as he swung Shivuki against Samehada, making the sentient sword whimpering from the intense heat of the explosion. Harem grunted and spun around, slamming Samehada against Kenpei, not even scratching the Oni's body, but knocking off his eye patch as she swung upward diagonally with one of the fins. Harem felt Kenpei's unrestrained power bellow out from him and hit her. You are getting better, but you are not taking advantage of Samehada. Kenpei stated as he jabbed Harem in the chest with a bone-breaking jab of Shivuki, not detonating it. Harem gasped, her chest feeling like it was about to collapse from how hard Kenpei struck her, dropping Samehada and clutching her chest, not being able to breathe. That's enough, Kenpei. Yuruki shouted as she approached Harem. It's okay, just breathe. Harem gasped, taking a breath of air, continuing to gasp as her body calmed down and recovered. Not my fault, she knocked off my eye patch. Kenpei grunted as he picked up his eye patch and put it back on, his power instantly withdrawing as he left Yuruki and Harem. He's a monster. Harem stated in pain, her olive skin started to bruise on the exposed underboob she showed. Yeah, he is. Yuruki stated as she helped Harem stand. I'm sorry, Yuruki. Harem apologized in self-anger. I am weak, I can't even take advantage of the powers Samehada provides me. Domomaru was able to master it, and did write it down, did he not? Yuruki asked. Yes, Master did. But it's not as simple as that. Harem stated as she gripped her left elbow. All the techniques he wrote down all require me and Samehada to be in sync. Yuruki sighed in sadness as she took notice of the sound made from the fabric against Harem's skin. Just take your time. Yuruki said in a caring tone, putting her hands on Harem's shoulders. You will get it. I know you can. Harem smiled under her high collar. Thank you, but I think I would like to train by myself for a while. Harem said calmly. Okay, just call me if you need my help. Yuruki said unsurely, but respected Harem's wish and left the teen alone. Harem lifted up her sleeve to see what she hid from everyone. Deep blue scales unnatural to her human skin. Samehada gargled as it moved toward her and tapped her hand with the handle. Harem took the handle in her hand and closed her eyes. Master once said that I should meditate with Samehada, bond with it. She reminded herself as she sat down. Samehada snacked on her chakra, giving her its own chakra. Harem relaxed as their chakras mixed and began to fuse together. Harem's concentration was broken when she grunted in pain as more shark scales painfully forced themselves out of her skin, taking more of her arm. Is this what Master talked about? Harem questioned as she released Samehada. Master told me he had to master Samehada with force, but that ate away at his body. How can I avoid this and become one with Samehada? Samehada gargled again, its grunting and growls sounding sad and apologetic. Harem smiled and petted the sword. I do believe Yuruki is correct, I just need to take my time. She said, getting a happy gargle from Samehada. Now, let me test out these jutsu Master left behind for me. Harem pulled out a scroll, full of multiple jutsu, one of them being the hidden mist jutsu. Mid-afternoon, school. Sensei, I don't understand what I am doing wrong, a student said in a panic and scared tone as he sat up from falling off of a tree, which had several parts of the bark blown off. Hilda, who was helping with the physical education program, stepped up and knelt next to the boy. What are you struggling with? Hilda asked in concern, wanting to help this child. I want to improve my chakra control for jutsu, but I don't understand what to do for tree walking. He said in embarrassment. A few of the older children laughed at him, but were silenced as Hilda, who is the principal, glared at them. May I see a demonstration? Hilda asked the boy, who weakly nodded. Hilda watched as he focused his chakra into his feet. She could feel he was putting too much into it. I see. She said as she put her hand on his shoulder. You are putting too much chakra into your feet, thus it is pushing you off. But how do I put less? He asked weakly. Hilda smiled as she helped him, explaining how to adjust the output. Now, let's try it again. Hilda said after several minutes of helping him. Oh okay. He replied shakily as he put his foot against the tree, and then put his other foot on it. Eyes wide in surprise, he walked up the entire tree, nearly falling off at some points, but he was able to safely walk down. Wow, thank you sensei. he thanked, a bright smile on his face as he hugged her. I am going to keep doing this. Okay dear, be safe while you train. The boy nodded before he returned to his tree climbing exercises. Hilda walked through the students, giving aid when she could, and ended the day in her office, signing paperwork for the school budget. On her desk was a small painting of herself, Adrian, Lisa, and Vlad when she was pregnant with Akasha. Beside it was a picture with herself, Akasha, and Vlad. Hilda smiled sadly as she looked at them. I do wish Adrian was here. She thought as she felt her heart ache at the thought of her husband. Knock, knock. Yes, come in. Hilda called out. Hello, Mom. Hilda looked up and saw Akasha. Akasha. Hilda said with a bright smile, standing up and hugging her daughter. How have you been? Ugh, the usual. People wanting me to sign this, people wanting me to sign that. Akasha joked as she handed Hilda her jacket. Now come on, let's go get some food. Okay, let me finish this and let's go. Hilda said as she finished her work and put her stuff away before taking her jacket and leaving with Akasha. Have you seen Uncle Naruto lately? Akasha asked as they walked through the streets as the sun shined burnt orange across the land as it started to set. I haven't seen him since last December, so 2 months ago-ish. Hilda replied. It was your and Yasaka's birthday. Oh, I see. Akasha replied sadly. You still have a crush on him. Akasha went red, her mint green eyes wide in surprise. What? No. I never. It is nothing to be embarrassed about, Akasha. Hilda interrupted, laughing at Akasha's embarrassment. Well, no. Akasha replied as she shook off her embarrassment, cheeks a faint pink. Uncle was a great example of what I would like in a man, but he himself, he just wasn't attainable. Hilda stayed silent. Then he died and came back, I was very happy, but after so long, the romance I felt was just childish. Akasha stated. But I guess it's just how growing up feels. You aren't wrong, but never give up on your romantic pursuits. Hilda advised. Akasha smirked, eyes narrowed. Like how you did when you and Uncle got caught when Yasaka and I were 15. She joked. Hilda went stiff at this jab. Shut up you brat. Hilda stated in a huff as she walked toward the restaurant they were headed towards, Akasha smiling softly at her mother. Meanwhile, Harem gasped as the water jutsu she did ended, soaking into the earth as she took a knee, smirking proudly. Just a few more days of practice and I think I'll be able to use this one in combat safely. Harem thought as she stood up, feeling hungry as her stomach growled. Guess I'll head home now. Picking up same hata, Harem returned home, her sword on her back. Once back at the compound, Harem entered the dining room, instantly ducking as a sake cup whizzed above her head, shattering against the wall on impact. Hey, don't waste booze. Zuko shouted at Kenpeki, kicking the Oni in the chin, only for Kenpeki grab his leg and slam him into the table. You think? Kenpeki started to say before Zuko punched the air, a torrent of flames shooting out of his fist and engulfing Kenpeki. Harem instinctively made 4 hand signs, tiger, ox, tiger, rat. Water style, water bullet jutsu. Harem thought as her throat expanded before her cheeks puffed out before she spat out a high-pressurized jet stream of water, dousing both Zuko and Kenpeki, making the 2 senior members of the 7 look at H soaking wet. Oh, so you got some bite now, Harem. Kenpeki chuckled as he dropped Zuko and drew his sword. Not Shivuki, but the sword he used from before he became a member of the 7. It was a long sword, wrapped in white cloth bandages around its handle and sheath. The blade itself was far from idealistic. It was battered with deep chips along the edge of the blade. All right, that's enough. Yasaka ordered as she stepped in with Yoriyuki and Luko, who smiled at the group. Lady Yasaka. Harem and Zuko said as they bowed to their leader. Kenpeki grunted as he sheathed his sword. I know we are all getting a little on edge, but fighting among ourselves won't solve anything. Yasaka stated in annoyance as she sat down. Zuko and Harem felt intense shame wash over them as Kenpeki sat down as the food was brought in. You know, I wonder what Lord Naruto is doing at this moment. Zuko wondered out loud as he ate a shrimp. We all do, but we must focus on what is in front of us now. Yasaka stated as she drank some of her miso soup. This big-ass feast. Kenpeki shouted as he drunkenly attacked the food on the table. As the yokai of Kyoto and Luko assaulted each other over food, Hilda and Akasha left the restaurant they were eating at. Oh, boy, I am stuffed. Akasha stated as she rubbed her stomach, feeling bloated from how much food she ate. Don't talk about food, I might puke. I wouldn't, since I also feel that way. Hilda said slightly woozy as she did her best to not blow chunks. Mom, can I stay with you tonight? I don't feel too good. Akasha asked as she wobbled to sit down at a bench. Hilda nodded and the duo made it back to the compound, which was eerily silent as they entered and went to sleep. Uninhabited island. Naruto sat before a large fire with Kurama's puppet body before him while at a beach, the sounds of the water giving him a sense of comfort. The chakra wood works, but it isn't taking much more chakra and it is still difficult to move in. Naruto repeated the two common complaints from the tailed beasts. Okay, but how am I supposed to adjust it to make absorbing their chakra and mobility easier? You think of using those black receivers? Hafaiz asked as she floated above Naruto. It is what that Nagato person did with his 6 paths. Naruto blinked as he remembered Nagato's 6 paths of pain. Their bodies were corpses, unlike the puppets, but they moved and were connected through their eyes and chakra because of the black receivers in their bodies. Naruto pinched his nose. I am so stupid. How did I forget about that? He verbally berated as he opened his Rhine Sharingan and held out his palm. A dull gray rod poked through his palm, forming above the sun mark on his right hand. Whoa! Naruto said in amusement as it separated from his hand, picking it up. That is amazing. But now to see if it will actually work. Thanks, Hafaiz. No problem, Ashira. Hafaiz said as she landed in his lap. Now be a good boy and pet my head as a reward. Naruto sighed, smiling a bit as he proceeded to pet Hafaiz as he broke a black receiver rod into multiple pieces. With a small amount of force, Naruto put a piece in the center of the forehead, one at the base of the chin, one in each forearm, arm, and hand. Naruto then placed pieces along its legs at the thighs, knees, shins and feet. Okay, let's give this a try. Naruto said as he stood up, putting the puppet down, running through the hand signs before pressing his hand against it. Summoning Jutsu. The summoning seal matrix appeared and wrapped around the puppet body, a puff of smoke enveloping Naruto, Hafaiz, and the puppet. Kurama appeared as a handsome, tall, and slender young man. He has fair skin with pointed ears, slanted red eyes with slit pupils, and knee-length red hair with short bangs. He had 3 whisker marks on each cheek, and a black stripe on each eyelid. His canines are fangs and his fingers are tipped with claws, with 9 red tails bellowing behind him. Kurama wore a kimono with battle armor that included a spiked pauldron that covered his left shoulder attached to the upper section of his cuirass and lotus petal folds. Both his armor and his long flowing sash had a Chinese influence, as opposed to the customary Japanese armor and obi. His kimono was mostly white with a red and white cherry blossom flower crest at the collar and sleeves. He wore sashinuki hakama which were gathered at the ankles, producing a ballooning effect. His footwear consisted of black ankle-high boots, also reminiscent of Chinese influence. 1. The black receivers really do make a difference, Naruto. Kurama said as he walked around a bit, flexing his fingers and squatting down. He jumped around a few times, punching and kicking the air before he turned to the ocean. Kurama opened his mouth as red and blue chakra orbs merged into a tailed beast bomb, which he promptly released. The bomb soared through the air, dozens of miles off the island before it detonated, causing a massive ripple, sending violent waves outward and toward the island. Did you really have to test that out, Kurama? Naruto asked in annoyance as he had to move further up the shore to avoid getting wet, his fire being doused in the process. No, but I wanted to. Kurama stated as he stretched, testing out his flexibility before he was pushed into the ground when Naruto tackled him. Hafaiz giggled at Naruto and Kurama's antics as they rolled across the sand, trying to get the upper hand. Boys will be boys. She thought as she pulled them apart. That's enough you two. He started it. Both Naruto and Kurama shouted in sync, pointing at the other. I don't care, stop it. Now. Hafaiz stated coldly as she threatened the two. Yes Hafaiz. Naruto and Kurama said in unison. Hafaiz smiled at their cooperation. Naruto, Kurama said as he looked at his friend. My siblings and I have been thinking, and we decided, we are going to train you in our own styles. You know how, but have no real mastery over them. Okay, fine. Naruto shrugged as he moved toward the grassy area. I am going to bed. Kurama popped out of existence, the puppet body returning to the scroll. Naruto lay on the grass, putting his hands behind his head as he looked up at the stars. Apis lay next to him, her head on his arm, following his gaze skyward as the sun set completely, leaving the stars as the only light. The sounds of the waves were lulling and soft, stimulating Naruto's drowsiness. "Night, Ashira," Apis said as she turned to face him, cupping his right cheek and kissing his left cheek before snuggling up to him, closing her eyes. "Night, Apis," Naruto mumbled as his eyes closed, thinking of Yasaka. Skip 1495, 12 miles off the shore of Italy. Red 4 Yang Formation Barrier. Naruto and 3 clones shouted as they created the barrier in union. As expected, the barrier was successfully created, making Naruto smile as he and the clones deactivated it, wiping the sweat off of his forehead. "Phew, that took forever to master, boss," one of the clones said as they sat on the water. "Yeah, it did," another clone said as it lay down, looking at the sky. "Hey, what is that?" Naruto and his clones looked up and saw over a dozen human-sized objects flying toward them. Reacting instantly, Naruto entered Sage mode to gauge their general power as the 15 angels appeared before him, weapons of light in hand. "Human, for the crime of terrorizing the citizens of the church, we will need you to come with us," the leader of the group stated sternly. Naruto dispelled his clones and looked the man up and down. "Terrorizing? What do you mean?" Naruto questioned as he looked at them. "All I have done is safely conduct some training out here, no humans in danger at all. The people have said they have seen a man with blonde hair walking on water, kidnapping females. Especially the monsters who desire to live peacefully amongst humans," the leader stated, holding a mace of light before him. "Now, come with us or shall force you." Naruto smirked. "I'd like to see you try, little man," Naruto stated calmly. The man gritted his teeth in anger, gripping his weapon as he flew across the water, arms pulled back to strike as Naruto entered the basic stance of the frog kata. Naruto pushed forward, ducked under the angel's swing and spun, thrusting his palm toward his chin. Too slow, the angel thought as he tilted upward fast enough so Naruto's attack missed, only for his chin to get struck and his teeth get shattered from the force. How, he missed. "Oh, I am sorry." Naruto apologized sincerely as he saw the bloody teeth hit and sink into the salt water. "I didn't mean to hit you so hard." He went to repair the damage, only to avoid the mace of light as the man flew backwards, pain riddling his face. "You are a sinner against God," he declared, glancing at his men. "Attack him." Naruto got ready to defend himself as the squad took up arms and started to fly toward him. "That is enough." The angels instantly deactivated their weapons, including the leader, and they bowed as Michael descended from heaven to the ocean. "Lord Michael," the leader said in the most polite tone he could muster in his pain and missing teeth messing his speech. "We were just about to dispose of the disturbance." Michael put his hand on his head, silencing him. "I thank you for your dedication, Zelig," Michael said calmly and understandingly. "But you attacked the man who stopped the faction war." Zelig gasped and turned to Naruto, who powered down from Sage mode. "Lord Uzumaki, I apologize sincerely for my..." Zelig started to say before Naruto's hand slapped over his mouth. "Let's just leave it in the past, and I am sorry for your teeth," Naruto said as he removed his hand, Zelig's teeth restored. "It's a miracle," one of the angels said as they saw Zelig's teeth. Naruto rolled his eyes and looked toward Michael, becoming a little tense. "So, I just heard that there have been kidnappings recently, especially women who are supernatural?" Naruto asked Michael. "Naruto?" Kurama mumbled as he could tell what Naruto was feeling. "Yes, we are looking into it. Sadly, there have been many female kidnappings the past couple of years, and nothing we did could locate the culprits," Michael stated sadly as he reflected on one of his many regrets. Even if the women who were taken were not human, any being taken against their will needed to be saved. "But I don't believe that is what you want to talk about, Michael," Naruto said as he approached the leader of the angels and the church. "I actually was going to see if I could contact you, so this works to my favor." Michael quirked an eyebrow. "What did you want to talk to me about?" Michael asked. "I wanted to see if the angels were interested in an alliance with the yokai faction in a way to repopulate your ranks," Naruto stated clearly. "What?" the angels and Zelig gasped in shock. "Did I stutter?" Naruto asked them with a joking smile and a roll of the eyes. "Let us talk about your offer in a better location." Michael said as he created a large magic seal under the feet of all present and they all teleported to heaven. Meanwhile, Kyoto. Loco walked through the city, smiling as several yokai children ran home after the long school day. I guess I can make the time to visit and talk about this today. Loco thought as she made her way to the school. The ex-goddess made her way to the school as the sun started to set. Afternoon, Lady Loco. Lady Loco. Hey, it's the Rainbow Lady. Loco waved and smiled at all who greeted her, from child to adult. Once at the school, she walked to the principal's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Loco entered and saw Hilda hard at work, literally swamped with paperwork. Hilda looked like a mess. Her shiakusho was disheveled and ruffled, her hair was down with several cowlicks, and she had massive bags under her eyes. Loco, I'm busy at the moment. Hilda stated, not even looking up as she pushed a large stack of paper to the side. I just wanted to ask a small question. Loco said as she sat down. Well, ask and then get out. Hilda replied tiredly, moving some hair out of her right eye. Did you and Naruto ever get romantically involved? Loco asked seriously. Hilda skipped a movement beat like a needle on what would become a record as she flinched at that question, hitting her ink tray, causing it to splash all over her desk and ruin her paperwork. No. She screamed in horror as she realized what just happened. Fuck, thanks a lot Loco, now I have to start all over. Loco giggled as she applied a small amount of magic to the ruined paper and the fresh ink was removed and returned to the ink tray. Well, never mind. Hilda said as she stood up, taking the finished paperwork into her hands. You didn't answer my question. Loco pointed out. Hilda's cheeks became red as she remembered her night of passion with Naruto. We did, once. She mumbled before shaking her head. But that was a long time ago. She took the paperwork and tried to leave, but was followed by Loco. Well, come on. Give me details. Loco urged as she followed the vampire, who dropped the paperwork off. It is none. Nicoya is open as today is Saturday. Loco interrupted. And from the looks of it, you need a shower and a drink, so let's go to Nicoya and then take a long relaxing bath in the hot springs. Hilda faltered as she gave up. Fine. She replied in defeat. Some beer sounds good right now. Meanwhile, heaven. This sounds perfect for an alliance. Michael stated happily. With supplies and new medical techniques, it sounds too good to be true. And if you or us need help, can we expect you to offer aid, even if it is just small amounts of supplies? Naruto asked as he pointed out the clause in the paper. Of course, especially with your alliances with the Norse, the Greek, and the Aztec pantheons, we shall help, and if we are in need. We of the yokai faction shall offer aid in your time of need. Naruto finished. Michael smiled before he became deadly serious. You mentioned earlier that you could create new angels. Michael stated, crossing his hands before him. May I ask how? Naruto didn't reply with words, but simply stood up and opened his Rain Sharingan. Clapping his hands together, with a simple application of chakra, Naruto opened his hands and a pair of doves flew out as he did. Michael's eyes opened wide in surprise as he saw them land nearby. A miracle? He whispered. And a curse. Naruto said as he looked at Michael. The temptation to play God. I have never once seen or thought myself as a deity, but this kind of power, to create and destroy, are well within God's domain. A place I do not desire to step into. Is that? It's why I ask if I could create angels instead of just making them. Naruto interrupted, looking at the sun and moon on his palms. I am not a god, but I have godly powers that could easily make me do things I normally wouldn't do. Michael took Naruto's hands in his. I would be happy to accept your offer, and I will reward you for your efforts. Michael said as he put his hands on Naruto's head. Naruto felt a small electric pulse strike his brain as Michael applied a small amount of magic directly into Naruto's brain. What? I have given you the gift of tongues. Michael said, ready to explain. The gift of tongues, only given to those deserving by the Holy Spirit. Naruto interrupted. It gives people the ability to speak languages they don't know. Yes, I am surprised. Michael said in surprise. Grandpa Iroh did teach me a few things. Naruto said fondly. The great General Iroh. Michael said in a sad tone. I am sorry that I could not help him that day. If it was within. I am not here for an apology. Naruto interrupted. I am here to help and you have done enough, Michael. Michael smiled and nodded. Now, when can I can start making the new angels now, I just need some space. Naruto replied. Michael snapped his fingers and the room they were in vanished and they were instantly in a large field. Wow, that is amazing. Naruto said as he sat down and clapped his hands together, entering 6 paths sage mode so to create all the new angels. Kyoto. Loco and Hilda left Nicoya after they paid. I am happy I didn't drink. Hilda said as they headed toward the compound, rubbing her neck. God, I feel stiff. Want me to give you a massage when we bathe? Loco asked as she flexed her fingers. Naruto likes my massages. Hilda gave her a deadpan look. Maybe, just keep it above my butt. She said as they continued to walk heaven. Michael could cry, which he started to. There were hundreds, probably 1,000, new angels before him, sleeping peacefully. I made them as best I could. Naruto said with a few pants as he powered down, nearly having expired all of his chakra to meticulously make them. They just need a new title. New Angels sounds meh. How about, the Flugel? Michael asked as he liked the sound of the name. Sure, but Michael, before you say anything, I made it so the Flugel can fall in love, and have children without falling. Naruto informed him. But why? Michael asked in a panic. Because if you need new Flugel, then why not allow them to love? Naruto answered simply. I don't feel like you and the angels being unable to fall in love is cruel, so why rob these children of this? You are right, but you should have asked first. Michael said, still flabbergasted but accepting the truth. He wasn't about to slaughter innocent children. Now, they are just like normal angels. Naruto explained as he picked up a small boy and showed him to Michael carefully. They create and temper light. They can fly and gain more wings if they gain power. However, their wings are made here. Naruto pointed to the spot above the boy's hips. The wings sprouted above them near the end of his spine. Interesting, but acceptable. Michael replied as he smiled at the sleeping boy. It seems my business here is done. Naruto said as he put the boy down, yawning after he did. Let me show you out. Michael said, helping Naruto stand due to him staggering. Hey, Michael, can I ask a few questions? Naruto asked as he and Michael made their way to heaven's entrance. Go right ahead, you have done so much for us, ask away. So, Dante Alighieri's Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso. Are they true? Naruto asked curiously, having recently read the Divine Comedy. Why of course. Michael replied. Wait, so Lucifer, the original? Yes, he is frozen up to his nipples. Michael blushed. In ice in the 9th circle of hell. Meaning hell and purgatory are real places then. But how did Dante learn this? Naruto asked as how could a human know this? You ever hear of telepathy? Michael asked as he got a deadpan look in response. You're kidding me, right? Michael giggled. Well, it isn't really telepathy, it is more like subliminal messaging through dreams. Michael explained. We sent fractured information into his brain as he slept and he wrote it from there. Sadly, he used it to punish certain people and certain prophets and popes to hell, which I feel so guilty about. I had to profusely beg Muad for forgiveness when Dante wrote him in hell. Wow, so can anyone else do this? I am not looking for you to explain, but I would like to know. Yes, a certain group of deities from beyond the stars use it to form cults. Michael said in unease. One of them is called Thulu. Meanwhile, Kyoto. Ah. Hilda sighed in happiness as the warm water heated and relaxed her muscles. I told you, my massages can help that stiff neck. Loco offered as she stepped into the bath, towel around her body before she removed it to enter the bath. Ugh, fine. Hilda replied as she turned her back to the dragon. Loco laced her fingers with magic as she caressed Hilda's neck, and painfully started to massage Hilda's neck. Ah. Hilda moaned in relief pain as the stiffness in her neck started to ease more. As Loco massaged Hilda's back, Naruto returned via Rhine sharing an portal in the hot spring changing room. Seems Loco and Hilda are here. Naruto thought as he took notice of the 2 sets of clothing as he undressed, not caring if there were 2 women in the bath as he rinsed himself off. Oh, seems like we have another entering the bath. Loco said loudly, which Naruto heard as he finished rinsing himself and left with a towel in his hand as he entered the hot spring area. Loco turned to face him, giant smile on her face as she exited the spring and wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, kissing him passionately. as Naruto reciprocated with equal passion. "Welcome back, Naruto," Loco said as she pulled back. "How long do you plan on staying this time?" "Maybe a few weeks," Naruto replied as he touched foreheads to Loco's forehead. Hilda felt nervous as she covered herself with her towel as the couple entered the spring. "Hey Hilda. How is the school going?" Naruto asked as he wanted to know about how well the school was doing. "The school program and the students are well. The Bender-attributed students have been accounted for and have had the appropriate teachers assigned to them," Hilda informed as she kept her hand in towel covering her breasts. "I am a bit overwhelmed every so often, but I manage." "You do know you can take breaks, right?" Naruto asked as he put his arm around Loco's shoulders. "Yeah, I know, but with so many children to help, I feel like I can't," Hilda said as an excuse. Naruto frowned in concern. "Hilda, are you getting enough sleep?" Naruto asked. "What?" "Yes," Hilda said before Naruto closed the distance between them and grabbed her face, looking at her heavily bagged eyes. "These don't tell me you have been sleeping well," Naruto said sternly. "Naruto, trust me, I am fine," Hilda said as she pushed him off of her, standing up with her towel covering her body. "I am an adult, so don't treat me like a child. I am not Yasaka nor am I Akasha." Hilda got out and left the spring, leaving Naruto and Loco alone. "She has been working hard, Naruto," Loco said as she scooted next to him. "I can see that, and it is affecting her health," Naruto said in concern. "You do you, it's your fault, right?" Loco asked. "What? How?" "She is just as confused on how to move forward as you are from that one night," Loco said in a tone that was not joking nor was it too serious. "That night?" Naruto thought as he put his hand to his head, looking up toward the starry sky. "I guess I was being very selfish for not noticing one of my oldest friends being in pain." "No, you were in just as much pain as she was. It was just you found someone to take those steps forward with." "Hilda, sadly has not," Loco said sadly as she felt intense guilt. She had not known Hilda as long as Naruto did, but over the last 126 years she had known Hilda. She was dedicated to her work as a mother and now as an educator. Hilda is like Adrian, stubborn to a fault, but she is a good woman, Naruto said as he reached out to the sky. "I just hope that in some way, Adrian can help guide Hilda to the next destined one on her road of life." Loco cuddled up to Naruto. "You are nothing but a bleeding heart of love, Naruto," she stated as she relaxed in his arms. Naruto didn't reply. He was in his head with too many thoughts to hear Loco. "Ashura, you are being stupid," Afaiz said, appearing in Naruto's lap with her long hair wrapped up in a towel. "Fuck," Naruto and Loco shouted from the sudden appearance of the infinite dragon loli. Compound. Hilda stormed into her room, soaking wet with clothes in hand. "Stupid Naruto," Hilda thought angrily as she threw her clothes across her room with enough force to dent the wall. "How dare he think I am not getting sleep?" She took several deep breaths before she undid her towel, letting it drop to the floor and grabbed a dry towel to dry herself off. Hilda's angered expression softened, stupidity settling in as she thought about what happened in the bath. Flashback. "Hilda, are you getting enough sleep?" Naruto asked. "What?" "Yes," Hilda said before Naruto closed the distance between them and grabbed her face, looking at her heavily bagged eyes. "These don't tell me you have been sleeping well," Naruto said sternly. Flashback end. Hilda stood still with her body partially dry as she bit her lip. She shook her head before drying herself off, putting on a sleeping yukata, before climbing into her futon. The moment she put her head down, she fell asleep. Hot springs. "What do you mean, Afaiz?" Loco asks as she calmed down from the sudden appearance of Afaiz. "It means what it means. Ashura is being stupid," Afaiz repeated nonchalantly as she leaned into Naruto's chest, sighing in relaxation. Naruto frowned in irritation before he noticed something. "Afaiz, what's that?" "What is what?" Afaiz replied before she was pushed off of Naruto and held still, showing a nasty, partially healed, injury on her back. "I thought I had covered that up." "Afaiz, what is going on?" Naruto asked in concern for Afaiz as she focused magic into her back, muscle fibers, and cracked bones fixing themselves as flesh spread and covered it up. "Nothing is going on. I just grazed a large rock in my home," Afaiz replied calmly as she turned to face Naruto and Loco. "I was just careless." "Now that is not like you," Off-Eyes. Naruto said, knowing Off-Eyes was lying. I won't push the issue, but I will find out. Anyway, back to Hilda. There is nothing I have to say about the vampire. Off-Eyes interrupted as she sat down in the water, sighing in relief. I just can see she is just here, nothing really giving her the sparks of life. You should probably take some time to help her. But that is up to you. Naruto sighed. Thanks for the help, Off-Eyes. You have truly been helpful OW. Naruto shouted when Off-Eyes smashed her hand outside his head. Never talk to me like that, Ashura. I am your mother. Off-Eyes stated strictly, glaring at Naruto as he gripped his head with Loco doing her best to soothe the pain. Next morning. I have a meeting, so I will be gone for a while. Naruto said as he got dressed, Loco laying in the futon. Oh, do you have to go, Naruto? Loco asked seductively as Naruto looked at her, staring at her long legs. Yes, I do. I need to talk to Akasha, Zeus, Odin, and Tezcatlipoca and introduce them to the angels and announce our alliance. Naruto explained as he swallowed his spit, fighting his urge to stay with Loco. Boo. But since you have to, you'll just have to play with me later. Loco said as she stood up, letting the blanket fall off her body as she walked up to him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Don't worry about Hilda, I'll talk to her again today and see what I can do to help. You don't. Naruto started to say, but the look in Loco's eyes said she would not back down. Thank you, Loco. You don't need to even though this does not involve you. You are mine, thus it involves me. Loco told him before they kissed. Naruto smiled as he pressed his forehead against hers. I'll be back when it is over. Naruto said as he pulled back. You sure you don't want me to go? Loco asked in concern. Naruto looked her in the eyes in sadness. Tezcatlipoca will be there. Naruto replied. Loco stiffened and let him go. I am sorry. No, it is okay. I understand. Loco said as she hugged herself as she felt herself start to shake. Well, get going, dummy. Naruto kissed her once more for comfort before he grabbed his Haori and opened the door, throwing it on as he stepped out, Loco weakly smiling as she grabbed and casually put her sleeping yukata on. Naruto headed toward the gate, seeing Yasaka standing at the door with Harem. Yasaka had her hair up in a large headdress with a pink kimono. She wore rouge on her lips and had orange accents above her eyes. Her three tails swayed in the air as she talked to Harem. I am very sure that I don't need any guards. Yasaka told Harem. Harem, now much older, was a full-grown adult. She still wore the white jacket/shiakusho pants combo with same hata on her back. However, she now had 3 braids in her hair and she had blue face tattoos on her face, which was shown currently with her jacket collar open. I implore you, Lady Yasaka, Harem said with large amounts of concern and worry. I should come with you just in case. Harem. Yasaka sternly interrupted, making Harem go silent. Of course, Lady Yasaka. Harem replied as she backed off, closing her collar to hide her face, bowing respectfully. Yasaka's face softened as she felt bad, but saw Naruto and smiled. Are you ready, Papa? She asked Naruto. Of course, who do you think I am? Naruto said with his chest puffed out. An old man. Yasaka joked, making Naruto deadpan and Harem crack a smile and lightly giggle. Harem, you're coming with us. Naruto said as he grabbed the shark yokai as he opened a portal, making Harem's eyes widen, purposely not struggling as Naruto and Yasaka entered the portal. Valhalla. Come, Freya. Odin stated loudly as he donned his armor, Gungnir in hand. Freya, wearing bright warm clothing, rolled her eyes as she stood beside her husband as they left their palace to go to the Bifrost temple. Lord Odin, Lady Freya. Gondol said as she rode her rose toward them. Oh, Gondol, good timing, you're coming too. Odin declared as he laughed. You are in a joyful mood, Odin. Freya pointed out as they approached the temple. Because I get to meet Naruto again. It has been a dog's age. It's been 14 years since Naruto returned from the dead, my king. Gondol pointed out. Odin waved that off and never lost his smile as they prepared to leave. Holy land above the clouds, Machu Picchu. Tezcatlipoca limped through the city, preparing to descend to the human world below. My lord, do you need assistance? Quetzal, one of his 4 wives, asked. Tezcatlipoca, dressed in a jaguar pelt and feathered headdress with his deep violet skin, turned to her as he took a makuawitl and placed it on his back. "You think I need assistance?" he asked her aggressively, making her cower. "With what happened with your foot?" she said as she looked at his missing foot, which had been used as bait when he and Quetzalcoatl defeated Cipactli, which was then turned into the land they used for the Aztec people to live on. Tezcatlipoca growled as he morphed into a jaguar, his animal of choice and worship, and pounced Cocha Quetzal, pinning her to the ground with his paw on her face, claws grazing her teal skin. "I am not a being that needs pity, Cochi," he growled menacingly. I am sorry, Lord Tezca." Cocha Quetzal apologized fearfully. Tezcatlipoca waited, snarling in his jaguar form before removing himself from her and returning to human form. "I shall return when the sun nears the horizon," he stated in a neutral tone. "Make sure dinner is ready." Cocha Quetzal nodded. Tezcatlipoca left, descending to the earth, allowing his other 3 wives to come to Cocha Quetzal's aid. "Mt. Olympus. I am ready," Hera stated elegantly as she wore the best outfit she had. Regal blue and white with a gold tiara in her hair, holding her long golden wheat hair back. Zeus, wearing his normal clothing, nodded weakly as he held the blade of Olympus in his hands. As Hera approached him, all the other gods were laughing at Zeus, Hephaestus laughing the hardest at his father's current predicament, especially due to his own part in his father's suffering. "Be good and don't do anything reckless," Hera ordered. Before anyone could answer, the wall burst open, picking up a large amount of dust. "I wanna go," Aphrodite shouted as she was in chains. Normally, Aphrodite was a beauty, but today, her hair was not clean nor straightened, her skin was coated in grime and dust, and her clothes were torn with a crazed look in her eyes. "Dog pile," Ares shouted as he jumped his on and off lover, with Athena, Dionysus, Apollo, and Artemis jumped Aphrodite. "Play nice everyone," Hera called out as she and Zeus passed through a Hyperion gate to go to the meeting location. "Wallachia. This is so exciting," Akasha said as she waited for Vlad to finish getting ready. "I get to see Uncle and the others again." "You are just as childish as usual," Vlad said as he walked down the stairs. "So, what is wrong with being myself?" Akasha asked as she looked at her grandfather. Vlad wore his usual cloak and suit as Akasha wore a black lacy dress with a large skirt with white ruffles with her hair tied back with a black bow. "There is nothing wrong, just happy you are not jaded like me or Naruto," Vlad joked as he held out his arm. "Shall we welcome our guests?" Akasha took Vlad's arm and they headed toward the door, opening it with magic and revealed their guests. "Heaven. Brother, we are going to this meeting," Gabriel said as she watched Michael get ready to leave heaven. "Yes, sister," Michael said as he finished packing some food for the gathering. "We are going to meet the other members of the Alliance. I can't wait to see what Dracula's castle looks like," Gabriel said like a child. "Naruto did warn me of Zeus and his exploits," Michael said as he held out his arm, which Gabriel took as they walked through the halls of heaven. As they walked, many Flugel children ran past them, playing various games or flying around. "They are so energetic," Gabriel said with happiness as her eyes watered. "We are so blessed that a wonderful man like Naruto existed. Father would be proud." Michael stayed silent as he nodded. "Yes, he would," he replied a bit slowly as he looked down and saw a ball bump into his leg. A Flugel girl ran up and grabbed it, looking up at him curiously before smiling. Michael smiled back as she bowed and returned to playing with her friends. As they neared the pearly gates, St. Peter waved the 2 off before they flew down and passed through the portal to heaven. They opened their wings to stop themselves as they touched down in Italy. "Now, to fly to Wallachia," Michael said as he and Gabriel took flight once again and headed toward Romania. Meanwhile, Kyoto. Loco opened Hilda's door when Hilda didn't answer. Hilda was laying in her futon, sleeping and snoring as she slept. "Oh, it would be horrible of me to wake her up now," Loco thought as she looked at her sleeping comrade. Closing the door, Loco got into the futon and put her arms around Hilda, pulling her close. "It will be okay, Hilda," Loco thought as she cracked her eyes open and saw Hilda's expression change from peaceful slumber to scrunched up and fearful, as indicated as she grabbed onto Loco tightly. Loco stayed silent as she put her hand on Hilda's back and rubbed it, closing her eyes as she rested her head on the pillow, being careful to not hurt Hilda with her horns. Hour later, Wallachia. "Welcome, Lord Michael, Lady Gabriel," a servant said as they closed the large doors to Castle Dracula behind them. "Thank you for having us." Gabriel said happily as she could barely hold her excitement at bay. Please, follow me this way. The servant spoke politely as he gestured for them to follow. So exciting. Gabriel thought as her halo glowed brightly as she smiled. Michael kept his smile up, and winced when they all heard a loud shout from down the hall. Seems like the pre-meeting chats are getting lively. The servant muttered with a small laugh as they reached the door. He lifted up his hand and knocked quite hard, nearly silencing the people behind it. Come in. Vlad called from the other side. Lord Vlad, Lord Michael, and Lady Gabriel are here. The servant introduced as he opened the door and moved in to allow the archangels to walk in. Michael. Naruto said as he stood up, walking toward them. As Naruto greeted them, Zeus's eyes bulged out of their sockets as he looked at Gabriel. With her heavenly beauty, Zeus felt blood rush through his body as incredible pain went through his body, but he kept a poker face despite said pain as it faded away. I didn't do anything, Hera. Zeus whispered. What do you mean, dear? Hera replied with a smirk. Zeus kept himself composed as he stood up and nervously walked up to meet Michael and Gabriel with Odin, Akasha, Yasaka, and Tezcatlapaka. Okay, now that introductions are out of the way, Naruto said as he and the faction heads all sat down, any bodyguards, Haribal and Gondul, standing behind their respective leader. Let us commence this meeting. Meanwhile, Kyoto. Hilda's eyes lazily and hazily opened as she got up, wiping her eyes with her hand. What time is it? She thought as she looked out the window, seeing the sun getting closer to its peak. Oh, it's roughly 10. I'll just go back to sleep. Hilda laid back down, her warm soft pillows squishing under her before one of them popped back into shape over her face. Wait. Hilda thought as she opened her eyes, seeing nothing but the color of skin. Hilda shot up and looked over, seeing Luko sleeping next to her, her yukata fully open. What? Luko. Hilda shouted in confusion, rousing the sleeping dragon. Morning. Luko yawned as she got up, her breasts spilling out of her open yukata. Don't be so loud, some beings here have sensitive hearing. What are you doing in my room? Hilda shouted as she pointed at Luko. And cover yourself. Why? It's just us. The 7 are out in the city, so what is the problem? Luko asked innocently. Just. Hilda started before Luko got in close in a blink of an eye and put her finger against Hilda's mouth, silencing her. Just talk, no need to shout. Luko said sternly, bopping Hilda on the nose. Hilda scowled as she stepped back from Luko. Just get out. Why were you even in here anyway? Hilda demanded calmly. Naruto is worried about you. Luko said as she adjusted her yukata before heading toward her door. I came here a short time ago to talk to you, but you were sleeping so I fell asleep waiting. She put her hand on the door, glancing back toward Hilda. You coming with me? She asked as she opened the door. I was planning on going shopping for a while since Naruto and Yasaka are having a meeting right now with the Alliance. Okay, I will if you leave. Hilda stated angrily. All that anger, and all we are doing is offering you concern. Luko stated cryptically with a glance full of pity. Hilda became confused as Luko closed the door. The fuck was that about? Hilda asked as she turned and headed toward her dresser. Anyway, I should go out and enjoy my day off, and when I return, I have to go over next week's agenda. Hilda sighed as she got dressed, choosing a deep blue dress with gray wave pattern skirt to wear, putting her hair up in its usual style. Once outside, she met up with Luko, who wore a kimono, dark green with gold stars, and they left the compound. Luko. Hilda said softly. Why are you being like this today? Being like what? Hilda frowned at the innocent act Luko was putting up. You told me something cryptically, then you asked me if I want to go shopping, and act like nothing happened. Why are you doing this? Hilda questioned as they walked. Luko put her finger to her lower lip, looking toward the sky and thought. I could tell you that it's because we are friends. Luko said as she tilted her head as she crossed her arms. Or I could say because Naruto is worried. Or I could lie. She turned to Hilda with a blank face. What would you like to hear? Hilda tripped, face planting in the group. This isn't funny. Answer me seriously. Hilda shouted, grabbing Luko's kimono. Because you are not taking care of yourself. Luko said calmly and seriously, opening her eyes. You have thrown yourself into your work, you barely sleep, barely eat. All you think about is helping those children, Nothing wrong with that. But if it start to affect your health, you need to make adjustments to stay healthy. I am a vampire, so I can handle this. Hilda replied, pushing Loco away before her stomach growled, since she didn't eat breakfast. Loco patted down her kimono to get the ruffles out as Hilda blushed in embarrassment. True, but when was the last time you remember relaxing and having some fun? Loco asked as she turned and walked to a small food stand, making an order. Hilda wanted to answer as she racked her brain for one. She could not find one. Here. Loco said as she handed Hilda a stick of carrot. This will help. Thank you. Hilda replied as she took a bite, enjoying the taste. So, want to talk or do you want to stay clammed up? Loco asked as she stood before Hilda. Hilda stiffened as she thought about it. Loco, I am fine. Hilda said after a few minutes of thought. Loco felt disappointment, but put her hand on Hilda's shoulder. I am here if you need to talk, okay? Loco said as she looked Hilda in the eye. Yes, I know. Hilda replied as she continued to eat as they continued to do their shopping. Evening, Wallachia. Phew, we finally finished. Odin said as he leaned back in his chair, his back hurting after sitting for over 4 hours. Yeah, but now. Zeus said with a smirk as he glanced at Vlad, who nodded. Vlad snapped his fingers and a few seconds later several servants entered the room with large carts of food and alcohol of all sorts. Here, Lady Yasaka. Harem said as she took a jug of sake and poured Yasaka a drink. Thank you, Harem. Yasaka said as she accepted. Please, come sit. Oh, no, I can't. Harem started to say before a chair was pushed behind her and scooping her off her feet along with Gondol taking a seat. Okay. I guess I will. Harem poured herself a cup and cheered with Yasaka, making her blush as she undid her high collar and drank her sake. Oh, what delicious food. Gabriel said as she ate the food. Yes, we used the freshest ingredients available. Vlad said as he drank a cup of blood nonchalantly and elegantly. Naruto sat between Hera and Yasaka, enjoying the meal given to him. Zeus, are you okay? Naruto asked as he noticed for the 7th time that evening that Zeus was getting tense at certain times. Yes, never better. Zeus said as he shakily reached over and grabbed his wine glass, nearly spilling it as he drank. Hera smirked evilly as she snapped her fingers and Zeus relaxed. Okay, what was that about? Naruto asked as he could see the immense relief Zeus felt. Oh, just a small insurance measure. Hera said as if nothing was wrong. I just put a ring around my husband's penis that will constrict around it when I want if he is cheating on me. Odin, Freya, Gondol, Naruto, Yasaka, Harem, Akasha, Vlad, and Tezcatlipoca laughed loudly at Zeus's predicament as the archangels were somewhat horrified. Not that funny. Zeus said as he ate his dinner. Whatever, horn dog. Everyone said with a roll of their eyes as they continued to eat. That evening, Naruto carried Harem and Yasaka in his arms as he returned home, all three of them drunk as he put them Yasaka down in her room. I'll help undress. Harem slurred as she got out of Naruto's grasp, same Hada moving off of her back as Harem helped Yasaka get undressed, drool on the edge of her lips. Play safe you two. Naruto whispered as he swayed to the door. Naruto. Hilda said as Naruto left Yasaka's room. Oh, hey. Akasha asked where you? Naruto started to say before he went limp noodle, face planting into her breasts before he slid down her body and hit the ground. Hilda, red in the face, bit her lip as she felt her body react lustfully to Naruto touching her body. No. I can't. We don't love each other. She thought as she knelt down and picked Naruto up. Come on, Naruto. We need to get you to bed. Naruto giggled as Hilda dragged him to his room, which opened up and Loco was there. So, the drunken sage is home. She stated with a smile. Naruto laughed, slapping his knee as he entered, keeping his hold on Hilda, much to her confusion. Naruto, let me go. I need. Hilda started to say before she was pulled toward his futon and then pulled into the futon with Naruto snoring loudly in her ear. Loco giggled at Hilda's predicament. I think he won't let go. Loco said as she got naked and got into the futon. Night, Naruto, Hilda. Hey, this isn't funny. Naruto, Loco. Hilda begged as she was stuck between the two of them. Oh, God, they aren't listening. Hilda thought about breaking their grip, but stopped before she moved, her face softening. Flashback. All that anger, and all we are doing is offering you concern. Loco stated cryptically with a glance full of pity. Flashback end. I guess I should just get comfortable. Hilda thought in defeat as she closed her eyes, not seeing Loco smile. Dimensional gap. Off-Eyes was gasping in pain as her body was coated in blood and cuts, clothing torn open. Finally, it's back. She thought as she turned and saw the clone she made. The clone, which had been with Naruto, touched Off-Eyes, their flesh merging before it was sucked into Off-Eyes, her body healing as the energy the clone collected and its memories became her own. Off-Eyes smiled as she saw the meeting between the Alliance and looked up to see the injured Great Red before it flew out of her range. Damned lizard. Off-Eyes thought before her eyelids became heavy and she felt exhaustion take hold as she passed out. Ashura. Two men walked outside a large castle at dusk, the sky burnt orange and pink. Leon. A man said as he grabbed his friend's shoulder, turning Leon Belmont to face him. You seriously going to storm Dracula's castle, alone? Of course, Grant. Leon stated as he gripped the whip at his side. You could call it a whip. It was a long length of chain links with a metal handle wrapped in leather with the head of the chain being a four-pronged weight. With this morning star, I shall put an end to Dracula's cruelty. Leon pontificated dramatically as he broke Grant's grip and headed into the stable. And if I shall die, then it will be after staking Dracula's heart. Leon. Grant shouted as his comrade mounted a horse without a saddle and took off into the night. Grant gave a brief chase before the steed took Leon out of sight. May God have mercy, my friend. Grant prayed as he made the sign of the cross. As the night passed, Leon's focus did not wane as rain poured down from the heavens. So, you desire the destruction of Teeps, a man said from behind Leon. The Belmont threw himself off his horse, startling the poor animal, and rolled to his feet, his weapon in his hand. Who are you? A member of Dracula's horde? Leon demanded, making the stranger chuckle as he limped over, the light of the moon illuminating his blue skin and jaguar clothing. I am a god, of a tribe far to the west. He said as he smirked. You can call me Tezcatlipoca, and I want to help you on your quest if you will help me with mine. Leon didn't lower his guard as he stood up, eyes never breaking with Tezcatlipocas. What kind of help? Leon asked. 2 weeks later. Akasha, I think you should have your mother come back home for a bit. Naruto said as he drank tea with his niece in her office. Why would you say that, uncle? Akasha asked, not looking up from her work as she signed papers. Because Hilda is throwing herself into her work, not taking time to relax. Naruto said in concern. So, I think if you brought her home for a while, she would relax and rest a bit. Akasha looked up. Well, that would give me an excuse to take a break, so okay, I'll do it. Akasha agreed as she stood up, now finished with her work, for now. Thank you, Akasha. Naruto said as he got up and hugged Akasha. Well, since you have been taking care of us, I guess I owed you one. Akasha replied with a small amount of cocky sass. Naruto's smile faltered. Now that was uncalled for. Naruto replied as he opened a portal to Kyoto. Kyoto. Nuwa. Hilda shouted as Akasha and Yasaka were holding onto Hilda's flailing arms. I don't need a vacation. Yes, you do. Yasaka screamed as she nearly lost her grip. Auntie Hilda, you need to rest. Naruto watched in mild amusement as the two young women were spun around when Hilda attempted to throw them off. I am fine. Hilda stated before she gasped, her knees buckling before Naruto caught her. You should have just done that from the beginning, Papa. Yasaka said as she stood up. Yeah, but I didn't like the idea of striking her magic points to knock her out. Naruto said as he deactivated his Byakugan. But since talking to her wasn't working, force was needed, uncle. Akasha said as she took her mother from her uncle. How long should she stay asleep? I say about a day or so. Maybe less since she is a fighter. Naruto assumed as he opened a portal for Akasha and Hilda. Come by in a few days, uncle, Yasaka. We can do lunch. Akasha said as she looked at her cousin. Okay, we will be there. Yasaka said as she waved goodbye to her cousin. As the portal closed, Akasha stepped in, her feet touching the floor of the dining room in her grandfather's castle. Home sweet home, Mom. Akasha said as she took Hilda to the master bedroom. While Akasha was the head of the vampire faction, she didn't sleep in the master bedroom, that was her mother's room. As the doors opened, Akasha was greeted with a large portrait of Hilda, when she was pregnant, and her father, Adrian, holding her near him with a bright smile. A sense of sadness washed over Akasha as she walked in, feeling the gaze of the portrait on her as she stripped Hilda of her dress and put her in a nightgown. "Good night, Mom," Akasha whispered, kissing Hilda's cheek before leaving the room, taking one more glance at the painting before leaving. "Hilda has returned, drunk I guess?" Vlad asked as he appeared behind his granddaughter, making Akasha jump from his sudden presence. "Jesus, don't do that, grandfather," Akasha calmly yelled, smacking the elder of the castle, making him laugh in amusement. "And no, she isn't drunk. Uncle had to knock her out due to her refusal to come home and rest for a few weeks." "Oh, that is surprising," Vlad said as he and Akasha left to get some lunch. "Hilda was and still is stubborn." "You think I am stubborn?" Akasha asked. "Yes, and no," Vlad replied as he put his hand on Akasha's head, ruffling her hair. "You have your mother's focus, but your father's ability to listen and adjust your views." Akasha smiled at this. "At least I am something like my father," Akasha said sadly, though she kept her smile. "But that means you're like your uncle in many respects, and a bit like me," Vlad continued. "You're joking, right?" Akasha asked with a deadpan. "Me, like uncle?" Vlad smirked. "Of course, he is one of your father figures, so it makes sense if you emulated him. I can name one example," Vlad stated with a playful tone. "How am I like uncle?" Akasha asked, crossing her arms and digging in her heels. "You never give up and you have a big heart that is bursting with love," Vlad said with a compassionate smile. "And from me, you are calculating and are good at hand-to-hand combat." Akasha giggled as she lightly punched her grandfather's shoulder. "You got it down," she admitted. "Now you just need a partner, and I mean through marriage, not just your one-night stand with Yasaka," Vlad stated with a big grin. Akasha bit her lip as her eyes widened, cheeks blushing. "Shut up, old man," Akasha shouted in embarrassment as she ran down the stairs, heading toward the dining room. "Like mother, like daughter," Vlad thought as he chuckled. Looking up, Vlad looked out the massive window above the front door. The blue skies were darkening in the very far distance that only he could see. "Seems a storm is brewing. I should be prepared for the worst," Vlad thought as he continued down the stairs. "Kyoto." Loco gasped in ecstasy as Naruto held her against the wall, pumping into her with vigorous speed, his grip on her ass with her legs around her waist. "NN Naruto." Loco screamed as she clamped down onto his dick, coming as she squeezed him, prompting Naruto to come inside of her. Both tiredly lay on the futon, Naruto removing himself from Loco's pussy, a trail of mixed cum leaking out of her as he did. "I love you, Naru," Loco purred as she lay on top of him. Naruto's heart picked up a few beats from that name, but wrapped his arm around her, kissing her head. "I love you too, Loco," Naruto replied weakly, his chest going up and down as he gasped for air. "I don't want you to leave tomorrow," Loco pouted in irritation as she looked at him, both eyes open. "I don't mind you traveling, but I want you to fuck me more often. We have sex plenty while I am here, Loco," Naruto replied as he snuggled with her. "My greedy dragon." Loco giggled as she pressed their foreheads together. "You know exactly what to say to make me happy, Naru," Loco said as she closed her eyes as Naruto pulled the blanket over them. Next morning. Later, Papa. Yasaka called out as she and Loco watched Naruto leave, waving goodbye once again. "I'll be back soon," Naruto shouted back before he turned his attention back to the road. "Ashura, where do you plan on going this time?" Afaiz asked as she appeared above him, landing on his shoulders so she was sitting on them. "I think I should go to the continent that Wem was born," Naruto replied in thought. "I want to see if I could learn more about his people. That seems like a lot of fun, but be cautious, the people there are shamans, so they can control spirits and ghosts. Many are strong," Afaiz warned as she squeezed his neck with her legs. "Okay, Afaiz," Naruto replied as he opened a portal and entered, appearing in Santana's resting cave. Skip, 2 days later. Yasaka sat in the garden with Harem, same Hada beside her, as they enjoyed some tea. They didn't say it was going to rain today," Yasaka pointed out as she looked up to the skies and saw the gray clouds forming and moving toward Kyoto. "Wait a minute, that can't be right. Fujin and Raijin would be seen by now." Lightning struck outside the capital and a large presence shrouded the entirety of Kyoto. Yasaka shot up, Harem following behind her, and made her way to the cause of this. They arrived outside and saw a steaming crater with 3 beings inside. Tezcatlipoca, Yasaka said as she recognized the biggest being in the crater. Wallachia. Mom, let it go. Akasha said in irritation as she stared at her mother. Uncle did this because he was worried about you. He needs to mind his own business. Hilda stated as she ate. I am fine, nothing to worry about. I am getting more sleep. That isn't what Uncle/Naruto is worried about. Akasha and Vlad thought as they continued to eat. Glass shattered and a large bottle crashed into the chandelier, water spraying all over the room. All 3 hissed in pain as they shot up from their seats, their skin burning and bubbling from the water that touched them. Holy water! Vlad roared as he used magic to banish the mist away. Who has the balls to attack my castle? Vlad stormed over to the window and he looked out. He slammed both hands against the windowsill. Belmont. He growled as he looked down and saw Leon Belmont with a large catapult beside him. With him were 2 cloaked individuals, noticeably of a different culture from their designs. They walked to the door and broke it down, causing it to echo throughout the castle. Hilda, take Akasha somewhere safe. Vlad ordered as he turned, his cape flourishing behind him. I'll deal with these intruders. Without arguing, Akasha and Hilda left to Vlad's study as he himself walked down. Only a single Belmont and 2 native Aztec beings. Vlad thought in anger as his sclera bled red. He stalked down the building, floating with his magic quickly, and he reached the steps leading to the foyer. Who dares enter my castle uninvited? Vlad demanded loudly. Meanwhile, Akasha and Hilda used a distance mirror to watch. That's a Belmont. Akasha gasped as she recognized the symbol. And they are of the Aztec faction. Hilda stated in surprise. What is the meaning of this? Kyoto. What is the meaning of this, Tezcatlipoca? Yasaka demanded as she and Harem stared him down. The 2 behind him bore cloaks with the Belmont crest, which Yasaka and Harem recognized. I am here for Quetzalcoatl. Tezcatlipoca stated politely. Bring her to me, we have business to discuss. No need to look, I am right here. Loco stated as she made herself known. Sister Quetzal? Tezcatlipoca said as he bowed. We are in dire need of your help. Why me? Loco asked as she crossed her arms. Last I checked, I was banished from returning to Machu Picchu. We need a new sun god. Tezcatlipoca said in urgence, his tone and posture showing signs of sincere need. Our current sun is starting to wane, so we beg you, please, come back. Tezcatlipoca bowed. Loco felt conflicted, clenching her chest as her heart raced. She had been banished for several years, and while she wanted to visit, she had settled down in Kyoto. I will not allow Loco to go. Yasaka stated as she stepped between the 2 siblings. Now get out of here with your lies. Lies? Loco asked as she saw Yasaka gathering senjutsu with Harem grabbing same hata. Wallachia. Vlad stared down at Leon, who smirked at him. I am Leon Belmont. Of the House of Belmont. Leon stated as he pointed at Dracula. I have come to destroy you and end your spreading of evil. Vlad's eyes narrowed as he jumped down the steps, landing before Leon, who drew a sword from his hip and held the morning star in the opposite hand. You are trespassing, get out. Vlad ordered. A loud owl screech came from the 2 cloaked beings, who threw off their cloaks to reveal themselves. They were Tezcatlipoca, omen owls of the Aztec hell. Their appearance and purpose were related to the banshees, though their mouths were beaks with owl eyes. Their legs were that of owls with sharp talons, however its arms were wings. They were to foretold the death of someone in a house. Once the person hears the owl's hoot, he/she is fated to die on some day/hour/minute. Vlad thought as he prepared to fight. However, the omen owls can be driven away and killed by pulling its heart from its body. Leon unfurled the morning star, and with a flick of his wrist, he cracked it across the air, spurring the Tezcatlipoca to let out loud screeches. Damn. Vlad thought as his sensitive hearing was overwhelmed, hurting his equilibrium. Leon became serious as he flashily whirled the morning star around before bringing it down onto Vlad, only for him to vanish as a pink blur appeared before him. Don't you dare hurt my grandfather, you Belmont bastard! Akasha shouted as she punched Leon in the chest, breaking his ribs, sending him flying into the wall. Hilda, having taken Vlad, appeared above the Tzaardatatl, with both her left and right eye in view. "You dare enter our home and attempt to kill Dracula," she said in a cold tone. "Death shall be your only release." Kyoto. "What lies is Yasaka talking about, Tezuka?" Loco demanded, trusting in Yasaka's negative emotion sensing ability. "I am not lying, sister, we are in need of a new Sunday," Tezcatlipoca continued to say, though his eyes mentally narrowed at Yasaka. "Damn brat, you are going to ruin my plan. The leader of Kyoto told you to get out," Harem stated as she grabbed Tezcatlipoca's wrist. "So, you need to leave." Harem barely stepped back enough, her clothes being slashed and the first layers of her skin were cut open, as the two cloaked beings attacked. "Those are Gaben and Solgra," Yasaka stated as she recognized two monsters that Vlad Tepes had under his employment. Gaben had wings on his arms, taking flight as he looked down at them, while Solgra bore a heavy spear in its hands. Tezcatlipoca stood up, rolling his eyes as he glared. "I guess force is the course of action I will take," he groaned as he reached out to grab Loco, only to be stopped by Yasaka, who was in sage mode. "You will not touch my advisor, you bastard," Yasaka stated as she pushed Tezcatlipoca away. In an instant, Tezcatlipoca drew his Makuawidl and brought it down upon Yasaka, who slammed a Raise-Non into it, a clash of magic and chakra sending a shockwave outward, hitting the barrier protecting Kyoto. Gaben and Solgra moved out of the way, Loco and Harem moving after them. Gaben inhaled deeply, his chest starting to glow before it belched fire. "I'm sorry, Samehada," Harem shouted as she swung her bandage-wrapped sword, absorbing the magic into the fire through her weapon. Samehada whimpered in irritation, not liking the heat of the fire, and it tasted decayed from the monster it came from. Solgra prepared to thrust its spear at Loco, jumping forward toward the ex-goddess, who gracefully dodged the spearhead, pushed it up, grabbed it, and pulled Solgra forward, punching his head hard enough for it to spin around 2 times, neck snapped. Naruto perked up as he sensed 2 large clusters of power appear on his radar. Currently, he was building a small living space, called a hut, made with tree branches and sewn together animal hide from the native people who lived in this part of the world. "One in Kyoto and one in Wallachia," Naruto said in worry. "You don't need to go," Afaiz said as she reappeared, a small pile of dead branches in her arms for firewood. "They can take care of themselves." "But what if Akasha and Yasaka get?" Naruto started to say before Afaiz shushed him. "Ashura, those girls won't grow if you keep interfering with things," Afaiz stated calmly as she built a small fire pit before starting a fire with her magic. "They are adults, not children who need to be coddled. Trust them." Naruto wanted to argue, but had already made his decision. He made 2 clones, who activated their Rhine Sharingan. 2 portals, one for Kyoto and the other for Wallachia, opened and the clones entered them. Afaiz glanced at Naruto. "They won't interfere, they will only observe," Naruto said with a heavy heart. "You are right, Afaiz. They can't grow a reliance on me to save them, they will grow because of this." Afaiz sighed and walked up to Naruto, and hugged him. "It will be okay, Ashura," she reassured, rubbing his head as the fire started to grow stronger and brighten the area as the sun started to become inky blue and violet. Castle Dracula. Leon unfurled the morning star, and with a flick of his wrist, he cracked it across the air, spurring the Tzaardatatl to let out loud screeches. "Damn," Vlad thought as his sensitive hearing was overwhelmed, hurting his equilibrium. Leon became serious as he flashily twirled the morning star around before bringing it down onto Vlad, only for him to vanish as a pink blur appeared before him. "Don't you dare hurt my grandfather, you Belmont bastard," Akasha shouted as she punched Leon in the chest, breaking his ribs, sending him flying into the wall. Hilda, having taken Vlad, appeared above the Tzaardatatl, with both her left and right eye in view. "You dare enter our home and attempt to kill Dracula," she said in a cold tone. "Death shall be your only release." Hilda released Vlad and snapped her fingers. An item whizzed through the air and she caught it, swinging it diagonally to dramatically hold it at her side, revealing an parasol. The Omen owls tilted their heads in confusion before they squawked and lunged forward. Castlevania Bloody Tears, battle music theme, Vlad took charge, speeding forward, arm pulled back as Hilda watched the movements of the owls. With her left eye, Hilda could process information 10 times faster than before. Minute details or movements were not hidden from her gaze as she moved her parasol and blocked one of the owls as Vlad punched the other across the room. The owl stopped its movement with its wings, hooting as it hovered in the air. Growling, Vlad jumped from his spot, using levitation magic to aid him as he swiped at the owl. With an advantageous agility in the air, the omen owl evaded and kicked Vlad across the chest, its talons carving deep into his flesh, though the wounds healed as quickly as they appeared. Hilda, meanwhile, batted aside all attempts of an attack from the second omen owl. The owl screeched in annoyance before it went to grab her with its talons. Hilda ducked with ease before she thrust her arm forward. The parasol shot off with the speed of a bullet, striking the owl in the throat, making it collapse as it gargled for breath, revealing the hidden sword that resided in her parasol. "Go back to hell, and stay there," Hilda stated coldly before she stabbed the omen owl in the head, splitting its skull open and a chunk breaking off to reveal its brains. Screeches and squawks were heard before it went limp, its blood bubbling out of its wound as Hilda removed her sword. As she turned to go help Vlad, Hilda stopped, eyes wide as she turned to see the omen owl back on its feet, its brain still reveals. "What?" Hilda shouted as she put her arms up, coated in magic as the owl grabbed her. Owl talons are not meant for slashing or stabbing damage. They are meant for grabbing, and tearing its prey apart into pieces. "Hilda!" Vlad shouted as he saw his daughter-in-law get grabbed. He grabbed his omen owl's head, and with a violent jerk, snapped its neck. "Don't turn around, it isn't dead," Hilda shouted as she struggled to break the omen owl's grasp, Vlad turning around to see that the omen owl he was fighting indeed was back on its feet. "What is this?" She could feel a decayed magic, something rotten and dark within the omen owl since it died. It was seeping out through its head where she stabbed it. Shaking it off for now, Hilda braced herself, and with enough willpower, dislocated her arm, and with the fraction of a second the space gave her, she jumped out of the grasp and kicked the omen owl in the head, destroying what was left of its head. As she landed, Hilda grabbed her shoulder, gritted her teeth and pushed her shoulder back into place, letting out a withheld scream of pain. Hilda jumped to the ceiling, seeing the beheaded owl. With her strong legs, Hilda pushed off of the ceiling and smashed the owl into the ground, breaking all of its bones into powder, its body nothing but feathers and paste. Kyoto. Harem swung same Hada, absorbing more fire from Gaben as it flew through the air, avoiding her attacks with ease due to her being at a disadvantage. "Damn it!" Harem thought in anger as she let same Hada go, the blade sticking close to her, as Harem went through hand signs: tiger, ox, dragon, hare, dog, bird, rat, clone seal, dragon, ram. Water style, water shark bullet jutsu. Harem shouted as her chakra converted into water in her hands. With a thrust, the water shot off of her hands, large amounts of water shooting at great force, turned into a shark. Gaben avoided the shark, only for it to turn as if it was swimming in the air. Harem smirked under her collar, proud she got the jutsu to work. Loco, meanwhile, smacked Solgra's spear aside, and punched it in the face, her hand coated in rainbow-colored magic-coated fist. "Fist of the Rainbow Serpent," Loco shouted, putting her back into the punch. As Solgra was sent flying, a serpent of magic the colors of the rainbow slammed it through many trees dozens of meters away from Loco. However, Solgra, whose body was battered and broke with dozens of lacerations, got up as a viscous, decay-ridden magic started to pour from its injuries. Loco's eyes widened as she felt Solgra get up. "No, it can't be," Loco thought in surprise as she was jumped by Solgra. Loco evaded the spear swipe, which hit the ground and caused a large crack to form into the earth. Such strength for a goon-level monster, Loco thought as she whipped her arms around her, magic spreading out. Wing beat of the Rainbow Serpent. She swung her arms before her, the magic acting like a whip, and slammed into Solgra, who roared in pain as its body was destroyed. Castle Dracula. Belmont. Akasha shouted in anger as she watched Leon get back up, his body healing from the force of her hitting him into the wall. "I had thought that he was wrong." Leon panted as his body finished healing, cracking his neck as he picked up the Morning Star whip and his sword. "But I guess renouncing the Christian God for the other one was a great choice." "What are you talking about?" Akasha demanded before her ears were assaulted by the cry of the remaining omen owl. Vlad and Hilda covered their ears as a sense of vertigo took hold of them from the high-pitched sound vibrating and disrupting their equilibrium. "Mom, Grandpa!" Akasha shouted as she withstood the sound attack. She sluggishly avoided the Morning Star, growling at Leon, who was giggling like a madman. Akasha could feel the human magic within him become corrupt and tainted with a sense of rot and decay from beneath the depths of an unknown world that she could not fathom. Let's see how I, a human, face off against the spawn of the son of Dracula. Leon stated before he glanced at Vlad, who was being pinned down by the omen owl with Hilda. Or should I say, Matthias Kronqvist. Vlad's eyes widened at his name, his discarded birth human name. How? My great-great-great-great-grandfather, Leon Belmont, whom I was named after, was your friend. He told my forefathers about you. Leon stated as he returned his sight back to Akasha. How you were a human, but became enraged when your wife was killed, that you forsook God and used Leon to absorb the soul of a vampire, taking his place as the head of the vampire faction. Akasha, who did not know this, looked at Vlad, who shamefully looked down. So what? Akasha asked as she flexed her fingers as she tore off her dress, revealing her undergarments, but letting her have complete freedom of movement. That happened centuries ago. And this hatred for us has gotten us nowhere. Akasha, be careful. Hilda shouted before she and Vlad were hit by another sound attack. Akasha shot forward, getting in close to Leon before he could react and defend, and bifurcated his torso and arms in half. Instead of blood, black viscous ooze that had a horrible odor splashed onto the rug. However, Leon laughed as the ooze gathered together and pulled his body back into one piece. This is fun, let's continue. Leon stated in glee as he thrust his sword forward, making Akasha dodge, only for Leon to pull his whip and smack Akasha in the back, the tip of the morning star lighting up and causing an explosion against Akasha. Akasha. Vlad and Hilda screamed as the smoke clouded their vision. Tisk, I missed. Leon grunted as he felt an immense pain in his arms. This pain made me miss. My body reacted to keep itself from getting hurt further. Akasha, who indeed survived, was kneeling as her back was scorched and bleeding. I barely survived. If I hadn't been trained as hard as I was, I would have died for sure. Akasha acknowledged as she glared at Leon. I have to use the Jijinto-you. It might be the only thing that can most likely kill this bastard. As she started to stand, Akasha was being forced to the ground when Leon stabbed her in the shoulder, letting out a cry of pain. The world went black and Akasha was underwater. She could breathe, but she felt like she was drowning in the murky waters as a flood of madness overcame her, blood vessels in her eyes thickening, coating her sclera red like her grandfather's. Out of the depths, two massive glowing eyes opened, staring into her. As she stared into the depths, it stared back. It moved forward, its gigantic size making Naruto's tailed beast state seem small as it towered over her. Its massive form being a mostly shapeless mass with what appeared to be tentacle tendrils hanging off its face. Kyoto. Gaben avoided the water shark, it thrashing around to get its prey, before it was hit with a jet stream of fire, the shark imploding into a large cloud of heated steam. Harem jumped up and slammed Same Hada into Gaben, siphoning its magic as she shredded its back open. Gaben roared in pain, losing focus of its flight and it hit the ground. Harem, don't absorb its magic. Loco shouted when she saw this. Harem looked up before she tensed, eyes widening as the magic she absorbed pulsated within her. The world was black, and she felt like she was in murky water. A gigantic figure looking at her from the depths, its massive eyes focused on her. The shark scales on Harem's arm pulsated as if they were irritated, snapping Harem back to reality as she noticed Same Hada was merging with her body by force. Harem screamed in pain as Same Hada invaded her body. Gaben, now empowered by the tainted magic, shot up, sending Harem flying off its back. Harem! Yasaka shouted as she avoided Tezcatlapaka's weapon. Focus on me, or you'll die, which would be good for me. Tezcatlapaka stated as he cut Yasaka in half, only for her to vanish to reveal a log. Gaben turned to see Harem on the ground, in pain, and vulnerable. Same Hada, stop. Harem screamed as she saw Gaben prepare to attack. Same Hada continued to invade, the scales spreading over nearly half of her body, part of her cheek, neck, torso, and leg were coated in them. Same Hada, I need to save the woman I love. So let me fight. Harem begged in fear and conviction. Same Hada and Harem's shared chakra connected in perfect unison for the first time. Loco went to stop Gaben, only for a spike of chakra to shoot Gaben back, which made it take flight into the air. Harem stood before them, not a single shark scale on her body anymore. The remains of her upper clothing were gone, replaced with extensions covering her nipples with spalders on her shoulders, which bear a resemblance to shark fins, and two ribbon-like protrusions on her back. A thin, spine-like structure forms on her stomach, spanning from her waist to the underside of her breasts. She had the remains of her shiakusho pants, now looking like shorts, around her waist with a pair of knee-length boots and elbow-length gloves. Same hata had changed form. It took the form of a broad pata, which resembles an elongated shark tooth, featuring an unusual hilt with a handguard which completely covers her hand. The sword possesses gill markings along either side of the blade. Harem lost her 3 braids, causing her hair to become messy, and gains 2 blue lightning bolt markings on both sides of her face. Gaben was no afraid as it roared, spewing white fire from its mouth. With a simple swing of same hata, Harem cut through the fire with a compressed and high-speed water projectile. Amazing! Loco said in surprise as she remembered Naruto. Actually it was Jayaki speaking through Naruto, telling her about a man named Kisame Hoshigaki and how he also fused with same hata during a fight. Gaben charged forward, closing the distance before Harem braced herself for its impact. However, she didn't expect Gaben to explode when it got to point-blank range, sending Harem flying into the barrier, which she passed through as her new armor absorbed the chakra that was used to make it, and hit the wall/gate of the city. Useless creatures. Tezcatlipoca stated in irritation as he pushed Yasaka back. If you want someone killed. He clenched his weapon. You kill them yourself. Yasaka and Loco felt Tezcatlipoca's power grow to impossible heights. Tezuka, don't do it. Those gods can't be trusted. Loco shouted as Tezcatlipoca's power shot them backwards. Tezcatlipoca's overall look didn't change much, however he had fangs and claws like a jaguar, his animal of choice, and his face partially formed like a snout. His legs had 3 joints and he grew a tail. His power that was emitted killed all wildlife within a 30-meter radius. Loco, can you buy me a minute of time? Yasaka asked under her breath. Yeah, I can. Loco said as she used magic to change out of her kimono and into her Aztec battle garb. So, you chose to fight, Quetzal? Tezcatlipoca chuckled. I thought you would flee. You are trying to hurt the people I love, Loco stated as her power swelled, but could not reach the same level as Tezcatlipoca, and it reviving the wildlife that was killed. Why would I flee? The 2 gods vanished, reappearing in the air, Tezcatlipoca's weapon abandoned on the ground as the 2 siblings punched and kicked each other. On the ground, Yasaka created a clone and held out her hand. I haven't had much time to train to do it with one hand like Papa, but this is fine. Yasaka thought as she created a raise-non while her clone added the wind element. Castle Dracula. Ha 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 ha. Leon laughed as he kicked Akashi aside, his sword still in her body as she rolled across the floor. You bastard, I'll fucking kill you for this. Hilda shouted before her ears bled from the sonic attack from the Omen Owl. You think you can defeat me? Leon asked as he motioned for the Omen Owl to let her go. Then let's see if you can. Hilda, who could now move, grabbed her sword and appeared before Leon, sword about to impale his throat before he shattered a bottle of holy water in his hand, splashing her in the face. Phew yuck. Hilda yelled in pain, gripping her face as she staggered backwards, barely able to see now that her left eye was damaged and healing slowly. Leon smirked as he reached into his enchanted bag of holding and pulled out a cross-shaped boomerang. He threw it, missing when she avoided the weapon, and swung the morning star. Hilda ducked the whip, and as she stood, was struck in the back of the head, her skull cracking from the impact. Who was going to kill who? Leon asked as he swung the morning star and struck Hilda, the head of the whip exploding on impact. Hilda screamed in more pain, her body weakened by the holy water and now getting even weaker from the holy fire of the morning star. Vlad could only watch as his senses were overwhelmed, blood shooting out from his ears as he all but lost his hearing from the Omen Owl pinning him down. Now, find some peace in any afterlife you crawl to, Teeps. Leon stated in a calm, peaceful tone before he swung the morning star once more. Hilda acted. She shot up, grabbing the chain of the morning star, her hand burning from touching the silver metal, and thrust her sword forward. The blade shot out of the handle and impaled Leon through the throat, his black blood bubbling out as he gasped for a, "Did I kill him?" She thought as she dropped the morning star, her face and hand burned from the water and silver. Not enough, I am afraid. Leon gargled as he tore out the sword and threw it aside, his throat healing as the black blood returned to his body. Hilda was tense as she stared death in the face as the morning star once again was in Leon's hand. Leon went to swing his weapon, only for his hand to vanish as he did. What happened? He asked before he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end as he turned toward Vlad. The omen owl was being choked out by Akasha, whose mouth was open as the black blood-like substance fell into it. Is she drinking its blood? Leon thought as he suddenly felt fear make his blood cold. Akasha's power started to grow. It evened with his, and then surpassed it with each drop of blood from the omen owl. Draining its blood won't be enough to stop it. That thing has the powers given to Tezcatlipoca and then me, so it won't die. Leon said as his shock grew. Akasha threw the dead omen owl aside, her head staying tilted back as she tilted it a bit to look at Leon. Her pale skin and pink hair coated in her blood and the black blood of the omen owl. She smiled, revealing her fangs which she licked. Leon took a step back and before he could think of his next move, Akasha's fingers penetrated his neck. Akasha giggled as she tore out his throat, the black liquid spraying out before attempting to return to his body. She is fucking insane. Leon thought in fear. She lunged at him, grabbing his sword and yanking it out in a circular motion, cutting off her arm. Akasha laughed harder as she caught her own arm and impaled Leon's torso with it before she raised her remaining arm. Jijinto. She giggled before she slashed Leon to pulp. As Leon's body was rendered into stains, Akasha inhaled, sucking in the blood. Vlad and Hilda watched as the flesh on her arm stump bubbled like liquid before bone shot out, muscle and veins forming over it before skin covered it. Akasha. Hilda whispered. Akasha's head spun around 180 degrees, a disturbing and sickening crunch heard as she did. Her body followed suit as she locked onto her mother and grandfather. Her smile, so sickly sweet, disturbed her family as she made both arms Jijinto. Wryy. Akasha hissed as she jumped toward them, only for her to fall flat on her face as the power she had been exuding instantly vanished, her red sclera becoming white. Akasha's skin was warm, forcing her body to sweat as she gasped for air before vomiting. Mom. Grandpa. She whispered as she weakly looked over to them. Hilda rushed forward, ignoring her injuries to hold her daughter. What the fuck happened? Vlad thought as he relaxed, his sclera returning to white. Naruto's clone, who had been disguised as a suit of armor, stayed a bit longer to make sure the family was safe before he popped. Kyoto. Is that all you got, Quetzal? Tezcatlipoca asked as he spun-kicked Loco to the ground, making a crater. Oh, I know you're holding back. There is no way you can fight while holding yourself back. I have a reason, not like you mindless beast. Loco replied as she heard a high-pitched sound get louder. Yasaka held in her hand what appeared to be a black hole, with planetary rings around it. The sphere was as big as her hand, but the rings were a full 2 meters in radius as it spun fast enough to cut the sound barrier. Wind style, Yasaka stated as her clone dispelled, arching her arm back as she got into a position to throw. Raisin ring. She threw the raisin ring, slicing through the trees as it arched upward to the god. Tezcatlipoca crossed his arms before him to defend against the attack. The raisin ring hit, slicing an inch into his arms, but stopping its forward motion, but it kept on spinning. Now. Yasaka thought as she detonated and expanded the raisin ring. Tezcatlipoca was trapped as the raisin ring surrounded him as it exploded in a typhoon of wind chakra. He was cut all over his body from small slashing blades of wind, but what was worse was he couldn't breathe. His wounds were made worse as his blood was pulled from them, injuring him further. Did we do it? Yasaka panted as her jutsu and sage mode ended, the jutsu of such strength needing lots of chakra, Tezcatlipoca falling from the sky, hitting the ground in a puddle of black blood. Is he dead? Yasaka, get away from him. Loco shouted as Tezcatlipoca grabbed Yasaka, positioning her in his grasp and ready to snap her neck. Naruto stood up, ready to go and kill Tezcatlipoca. Ashura, you need to let her deal with this. Afaiz stated, her hand gripping Naruto's shoulder, although she was also worried for her granddaughter. If Loco is unable to, my clone is there, so he will interfere if necessary. Naruto stated, remembering his clone as he sat down, not wanting to leave his daughter in the hands of a god who wanted to kill her. Kyoto. Fucking cunt. Tezcatlipoca growled angrily as he tightened his grip on Yasaka's throat. You created a vacuum with that attack, the lacerations worsened as my blood was pulled out of me in that vacuum. Anyone else would have died, but thanks to power my god gave me, I was able to live. Tezuka, let Yasaka go. Loco yelled as she was ready to attack but stayed calm as Tezcatlipoca gripped Yasaka's throat tighter. You, Quetzal, are coming with me. Or else this girl dies. Tezcatlipoca stated as his blood, now black, soaked into Yasaka's clothing and hair. Don't do it, Loco. Get Papa. Yasaka shouted before Tezcatlipoca stabbed her with his fingers in her neck, dangerously close to her carotid artery. Loco lowered her hands and exited her stance, standing straight up. Okay, Tezuka. Loco said in defeat. I'll go. Yasaka's eyes widened. Good, now come here, and stand next to me. Tezcatlipoca ordered. Loco did as told, and once she was next to her brother, he grabbed her, and released Yasaka. In an instant, Loco punched Tezcatlipoca in the face, breaking the snout-like face of his, making him stagger. You bitch, he yelled as he summoned his weapon and prepared to strike Loco, only for it to shatter upon hitting her rainbow aura. You said earlier that I can't win if I am holding back to protect someone. Loco said as she clenched her hand, eyes open as she took a step toward her brother. Of course, you can't. Tezcatlipoca shouted in anger as he lunged at her, transforming into his jaguar form to pin Loco down. I feel like I live in a world of paper, Loco stated as she head-butted Tezcatlipoca, the earth beneath them fracturing from the force. Always taking care to not break something to break someone. Never letting myself to lose control, not even for a moment or someone could die. JoJo's awakened Loco's body lurched forward as she transformed. Patches of her skin on her arms, legs, and face became shiny, coated in scales that reflected the light as a rainbow. At her elbows were multicolored feathers that matched her hair. Tezcatlipoca returned to human form in midair, attempting to kick Loco in the face, only to get slapped away and into the barrier that protected Kyoto. But you can take it, can't you, big man? Loco asked as she neared Tezcatlipoca, who staggered to stay standing. What we have here is a rare opportunity for me to cut loose and show you just how powerful I am. You. Tezcatlipoca growled as he flared his power again before jumping at Loco. You were nothing more than a tool to be used. Dragon Slayer secret art. Loco said as she spread her legs, bending her knees as she held out her hand to her side. No matter what you do, you won't be able. Tezcatlipoca started to say before he stopped, his power depleted instantly as he staggered into Loco as she held a spinning sphere of rainbow-colored magic the size of a large rock. Rainbow rays non. Loco shouted as she slammed it into Tezcatlipoca's stomach, making him lurch in motion, the spinning magic burrowing into his flesh before he was sent flying into the barrier again. This time the barrier warped as he went through before it shattered completely, with the god going through building after 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 building until he reached the opposite side of the city. With his torso ground into mush and his body broken, Tezcatlipoca barely clung to life, his power not even noticeable from how much he lost. Why did you take it back? He mumbled as Loco and Yasaka arrived. My god. Why did you take the power you gave me away? I was about to win. I would have sacrificed Quetzalcoatl to you, my god and savior. Because you were no longer worthy of my power. Please, my lord, give me more, I will. I promise. Tezcatlipoca begged as Loco loomed over him. Great god Thulu please. Tezcatlipoca flinched and went still as Loco stomped his head into paste without hesitation. Loco, powering down and losing the scales and feathers from her body, was shaken. Her eyes wide open in anger and fear as she panted for air from exerting herself and the clarification of what she had feared being true. Loco, what happened? Yasaka asked as she could feel Loco's emotions with negative emotion sensing. I'll explain when Naruto returns. Loco replied as she turned to Yasaka, looking at her before looking behind the fox. We have to rebuild what I destroyed. Loco closed her eyes, scratched her head and goofily stuck her tongue out as Yasaka gazed at the destruction Loco wrought with her attack. Oh shit, Harem. Yasaka shouted as she remembered Harem. As the Empress of Kyoto ran to Harem, Loco turned again and saw a crow perched nearby pop into nothing. So, you were watching, Naruto. Loco thought as she weakly felt Naruto's presence throughout the entire fight. Oh, thank God. Naruto sighed in relief as he cooked food over the open fire. I was so fucking worried. You shouldn't have been. Everyone who fought today were not going to lose, but I didn't expect so many developments. Afais said as she had not seen what Naruto saw through his Rain Sharingan. But do you think Yasaka will notice that Harem a crush on her? Maybe, but that isn't for me to say. Naruto replied as he moved the meat off of the fire and took a bit, frowning. It's bland as fuck. Afais said. Dragon reaches into a portal and pulls out a bottle of soy sauce. Oh, thank you. Naruto took the sauce and poured it onto the meat he was eating and enjoyed his meal. Thulu, a being of gigantic size and power, hummed in their deep and sleep as deep-sea fish and jellyfish swam past them. I feel like I have found more things to be entertained by. Kyoto. Loco, Yasaka, Akasha, Hilda, and Vlad stood before a large funeral pyre where Leon Belmont and Tezcatlapaka's remains were on it as the fire consumed the pyre. Yasaka was covered in normal bandages, not suffering too much damage. Akasha was covered in heavier bandages, one arm in a cast. Hilda had her left eye covered and a large portion of her right side was covered in thick ointment and bandages. Vlad's bandages were covered by his large cloak. Loco. Yasaka said as she took Loco's hand. I am okay, Yasaka. Loco replied with a smile, eyes closed as she squeezed Yasaka's hand. I am okay. The scent of burning flesh filled the air as smoke bellowed into the skies. I am okay. Loco thought again as she could not repress her anger. 1 month later, Wallachia. Hilda watched in awe as the Huldra brothers finished the final touches on the repairs of the castle. Hilda wore a simple dress, though her face was still bandaged, her left eye being covered up due to the holy water burning her face. I have to say, this place is lovely. Sindri stated as he enjoyed working in an environment that wasn't covered in dirt and smoke. Yeah, such pretty, delicate and ladylike. Brock grunted in irritation before he spat a loogie into a nearby trash bin. I just about chinked my tools working on these things. Sindri faltered at his brother's crude words, but turned to Hilda. I am so sorry for his behavior. He apologized. I don't take offense because I have heard worse. Hilda replied as she waved it off. We didn't suffer that much damage, but we do appreciate your help. Hilda held out a bag of gold. Here, your payment. We don't need payment. Brock stated roughly as he scratched his crotch. We are here because of that alliance shit Naruto made with our people, so we are just doing what any friend does. I can't just let you leave without compensation isn't necessary, Lady Hilda. Sindri interrupted before he and Brock grabbed their tools and seemingly vanished as they walked between realms. This feels raw. Where did the gold go? Hilda asked as she noticed the bag was missing from her hand. Realm between realms. You took it. Sindri screamed in shock when Brock revealed the bag in his blue hand. Brock cackled like a madman, knowing his germophobic brother would not hit him as he put the gold in his pouch. Meanwhile, Kyoto. Well, that ought to do it. Hephaestus stated as he sat in his chair, putting the house he finished on the ground, where it magically set its foundation. Thank you, Hephaestus. Loco thanked as she brought the smith god some snacks in a tea kettle. Here. Take a small break. Thank you, feathered serpent. Hephaestus replied as he took the offered snacks. Loco smiled, but deep within her heart was a burning inferno of anger. She walked through the city, headed home, being greeted politely by the citizens with smiles on their faces. As she smiled back, guilt pumped into her blood. These houses would have not been destroyed if I hadn't broken the barrier with Teska's body. Loco thought in disdain for her now dead brother. Thulu. Loco gripped her hands tightly. She stopped moving and looked up, eyes cracking open. A dark idea washing over her mind. Meanwhile, Akasha gasped in exhaustion and sexual release as she lay next to Yasaka, both covered in sweat and bandages as they took gulps of air. It was their day off and they decided it would be good to get some stress out. Akasha. Yasaka gasped as she turned, taking the vampire's hand. I am concerned. About what? Akasha asked as she looked her lover in the eyes. Horrible. Yasaka whimpered, ears laying flat on her head. She has been in a coma for the last month, and then there is the fact she said something one I love, when she synchronized with Same Hada. I have felt strong romantic feeling from Horrible for a while, but I don't think it's anyone. I think I might be the item of her affection. Oh, that's good, isn't it? Akasha asked as she sat up, her nude form being shown to the kitsune. I mean, you should give her a chance. She has loved you for quite a while, so when she wakes up, you could start going steady. Yasaka blushed and covered her face with the blanket. I am just worried. She admitted. What if it doesn't work out? What if we are awful to each other? What if? Yasaka was silenced by Akasha hugging her. You're overthinking this, Yasaka. Akasha told her, looking Yasaka in the eyes. If it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out. It's okay to be afraid, but if you don't take that step, you will never know if it was going to be a good relationship. Yasaka purred as Akasha massaged her ears. You know exactly what I need to hear. She purred before grabbing Akasha's wrists and flipping her over. This time, I'll fuck you. Akasha smirked as she felt anticipation build in her stomach as Yasaka applied a sex slime to her crotch, which became a false dick. Hours later, the continent. Loco floated in the sky, looking down at the city in the sky, Machu Picchu. Loco. Naruto. Loco replied as her lover appeared behind her in 6 paths sage mode to fly behind her. What are you doing here? Naruto asked as he could feel powerful negative emotions inside of her. Loco looked away, unwilling to show her anger to Naruto, but was forced to when Naruto turned her to face him. Loco. Naruto said sternly, keeping his grip tight on her shoulders. What are you doing here? Loco started to tear up, knowing this was going to be the hard part as a strong wind blew across the two of them, whipping her hair in the direction it went. I am here, to kill the Aztec gods. Loco stated as she looked him in the eyes, both of them open fully. I can't allow any more connections to Thulu to grow. If Tezuka could make contact with it, then they can as well. Loco. Don't try to stop me, Naruto, I am not going to back down. Loco. I will fight you if I have to. Loco. I don't. Loco. What? I am not here to stop you. Naruto said softly, reaching up, and cupping her face, his thumb wiping away one of her tears as she nuzzled his hand. I came here to help if this was the decision you made. You. I thought, you'd be against me. Loco replied weakly. I am against killing innocent people, but the Aztec gods currently are getting ready for war. Naruto replied as he hugged her. Tezcatlapaka's death angered them, so I was also going to stop them. Now we have a greater chance to survive. Loco cracked, wrapping her arms around him tightly. Thank you. She whimpered into his body. You're welcome. Naruto said as they kissed in the sky. Quetzal. Naruto and Loco separated and turned, still holding each other, to see Zype Totek and Huitzilopochtli, the other 2 brothers of Loco. Zype, Huitzil. Loco replied as she released Naruto, the cold air tense as the 4 stood still. You have a lot of nerve coming here after killing Tezuka, Quetzal. Zype Totek stated in anger as he stared at Loco. Loco stayed silent as Huitzilopochtli stared at Naruto. Hero of the faction war, you don't need to get involved in this fight. Huitzilopochtli stated as they didn't want to start anything with Naruto. Sadly, Loco is important to me, Naruto stated as he floated next to her. So, you mess with her, you mess with me. You do know that Quetzalcoatl was originally a man, meaning she had a penis. Zype Totek stated in an attempt to dissuade Naruto from Loco. So? Naruto asked with a quirked eyebrow. Loco is the woman I love, so what she was before doesn't matter. Loco felt her heart swell as she smirked, knowing she was not alone. Zype Totek and Huitzilopochtli growled with heavy scowls. Fine, you have forced our hand, sage. Huitzilopochtli stated as they suddenly fell to the earth. They hit the ground, and with a pulse of power going into it, the earth that made the ground quiver. Mountains split and broke apart as it shifted before it unfurled into a monstrous creature, crocodile-like with characteristics of a crocodile, a fish, and a toad. You. Loco gasped as Huitzilopochtli returned to the skies. You bastard. How could you awaken Sipactli? You are dooming the humans. If the sage had left, Sipactli would not have needed to be awakened. Huitzilopochtli stated as he drew his fire snake, which was his weapon of choice as Zype Totek transformed into an eagle/humanoid creature. Sipactli gave a loud roar, shaking the air. Naruto, take care of Sipactli, I'll take care of these 2 losers. Loco stated as she powered up, her clothes vanishing as she donned her Aztec gear. Naruto nodded and flew down. Sipactli lifted its stubby crocodile arm, making a massive crater in the earth as it attempted to move. Multiple mouths opened up around its body, the screams of humans being heard before they were silenced. Naruto scowled as he entered tailed beast state, however, Instead of Kurama, he used Isabu, who was curled up. "Eat this, you bastard!" Naruto shouted as Isabu started to roll with gravity, increasing his fall before slamming into the monstrous being. As Isabu dug into Sipactli, Loco avoided being doused in flames from the fire snake, before rolling aside to avoid Zyptotech's metal claws from cutting into her. "Claw of the Rainbow Serpent!" Loco shouted as she spun, her leg coated in rainbow magic before it struck Zyptotech in the side. "You're open!" Huitzilopochtli shouted as he swung the fire snake like a club. The snake opened its mouth, and when it struck, its burning fangs broke off into Loco's back. Fire detonated upon contact with Loco, grunting in pain as she lost some elevation but was able to stay in the air, the fire snake's burning fangs sizzling and melting her skin before she ripped them out. "Asshole!" She grunted in anger before she ducked, her breasts nearly getting hit when Zyptotech swiped at her with his legs. "It's 2-on-1, Huitzilopochtli stated as the fangs of his fire snake grew back, better than ever. "What did you expect? That this would be easy? Iron Fist of the Rainbow Serpent!" Loco shouted as she smashed her fist outside Huitzilopochtli's face, scorching the left side of his jaw off. "Loco!" Naruto shouted as he could see she was outnumbered. Sipactli roared as it flipped, sending Isabu off of him, who dissipated so Naruto could fly. "Okay, I don't have time for this shit," Naruto stated in irritation. "Ashura, I have an idea," Afaiz said as she appeared on his shoulder as a felt doll. She leaned in and told him her plan. "Are you fucking crazy?" Naruto shouted. "It's either that or let it roam wild and destroy the planet with your attacks," Afaiz pointed out. Naruto thought about it, seeing Sipactli attempt to head to the water. "God damn it," Naruto stated as he charged forward, heading to the gigantic mouth of Sipactli. Sipactli chomped, and took Naruto's left arm at the elbow as his blood sprayed onto its scaly body. Yuck. Naruto screamed in pain, gripping his arm stump. "Damn it, this fucking hurts." "Stop complaining, Naruto," Saiken stated. "At least you aren't inside its throat with your severed arm, keeping it stable." "Yeah, thank you, but still," Naruto thought as he stemmed the bleeding before he channeled his chakra into his hand, and through Saiken, who was inside the throat of Sipactli with Naruto's arm, put chakra into the limb. 6 paths. Naruto stated as he avoided Sipactli's tail and struck it at its throat, Saiken pressing the severed hand's palm against the internal part of the throat, right under where Naruto's right hand was. Chibaku Tensei. Saiken's false body vanished as the jutsu started to take effect. Sipactli was raised into the air as it was made into a center of attraction, causing the surrounding earth to be forcefully pulled onto its body. Loco, Zyptotech, and Huitzilopochtli stopped in their tracks as the gravity of the earth shifted. Around the world, earthquakes were abundant, causing natural disasters to stir and destroy things around them. Sipactli flailed around, attempting to break free, but the massive chunks of earth and rock were numerous and soon, it was sealed into the stone, the size of the moon. Afaiz, still looking like a doll, raised her arms up and used her magic to tear a dimensional hole in space. With a wave of his remaining hand, Naruto sent the sealed monster into it, where Afaiz closed it off from being accessed from anyone. "Damn, used nearly half of my chakra," Naruto thought as he nearly fell from the sky, feeling woozy as sea water started to fill the crater. "Impossible," Huitzilopochtli commented in disbelief. He was able to single-handedly, literally, defeat Sipactli when Quetzal and Tezuka had to work together. Zyptotech stated in shock. "That's my man," Loco thought with a cocky smirk before she was punched in the face by Huitzilopochtli. "Don't assume this changes anything, Quetzal, you are still going to die," Huitzilopochtli shouted as he was set ablaze. "Taste the power of the sun." A massive sun was created, roughly 20% the size of the earth. Naruto's Rinne-Sharingan spun around when he saw Loco about to get hit and his body acted instinctively. "Amen Otajikara," Naruto thought as he lost some chakra to perfectly swap places with Loco via time and space. Thrusting his right hand forward, Naruto was struck by the sun, however, instead of being burned alive, a dome of chakra surrounded him as he started to absorb the magic that went into the jutsu. "He can't take it all," Loco thought, not thinking about how she ended up closer to the ground as she flew toward Naruto, only to be intercepted by Zyptotech. Deep bleeding grooves appeared on her arm, nearly taking it off from the sharp eagle-like talons Zyptotech possessed. "I won't let you help him," He stated to Loco, who recovered enough sense to backhand him, only to be blocked and countered, taking 3 elbow strikes to the ribs, with all of the ribs on her left breaking. My lungs. Loco thought as she coughed blood, soaking her pale skin in its crimson shade. Naruto, meanwhile, could barely hold on before he broke off the absorbing jutsu, which diminished the sun to the size of a boulder. Got to release it. Naruto thought as he re-entered Tailed Beast mode, only this time becoming Son Goku. Monkey Flame Arson. Sun shouted, his golden body arching back before spewing golden flames back at Huitzilopochtli instead of the regular green fire. The god avoided the highly condensed flames, only to be punched into the water by Sun, who dispersed as Naruto, who recovered his chakra from the sun, kicked Huitzilopochtli into the throat, sending both into the water, raising his arm as a Rasengan formed under the water. Huitzilopochtli grunted as the water vortex tore into his body before he expelled blood into the water when the Rasengan ground his chest cavity open, killing the god of the Sunday Release. Thula laughed at the death of Huitzilopochtli. Maybe. He mumbled as he turned to watch Zyptotec fighting against Loco. Yes, I think I will give some help. He snapped his fingers. Machu Picchu. Loco, meanwhile, inhaled as she got in close to Zyptotec. Breath of the Rainbow Serpent. Loco shouted as she expelled the flame-like rainbow magic into his face at point-blank range. However, she was grabbed, ending her attack and making her eyes widen. No, not again. Loco thought as she saw a familiar black ooze pouring from Zyptotec's body as a decaying-like magic flooded his system. However, unlike with Tezcatlipoca, Zyptotec was in pain, his eyes wide as blood vessels bulged as the black substance consumed him and his body went from bird/humanoid into a terrible, indescribable thing vaster than any dragon. Shapeless congeries of protoplasmic bubbles, faintly self-luminous, and with myriads of temporary eyes forming and unforming as pustules of greenish light far enough to touch the water. Loco gave a cry of anguish as Zyptotec was killed, now a monster. Its eyes opened and faced Loco, though some looked past her toward the water. Naruto shot out, taking the form of Komei, and rammed into the former sun god now strange creature, making it release Loco. Tailed Beast Bomb/Roar of the Rainbow Serpent. Loco and Naruto shouted in unison, blasting the creature. Chunks of bubbling liquid was destroyed, but the creature was still alive. Kill me. Zyptotec cried out in pain from one of the mouths. Naruto charged forward, Komei shifting into Kurama. Naruto's Rain Sharingan spun a second time as a purple chakra cloak cloaked Kurama, giving him Susanoo armor and a sword. Tailed Beast Bomb. Kurama shouted as he blasted the creature. As the chunks blew apart, Kurama drew his sword and cut the remains multiple times with Loco below them in her dragon form. Roar. She shouted, using all but a sliver of her remaining magic to atomize the remains of what was once her brother. As the beam flew into space, Loco and Naruto were hit by a wave of exhaustion, both nearly falling into the water. Just a few more minutes. Loco gasped as she returned to human form and floated up to Naruto, who dissipated Kurama and his Susanoo. Okay. Naruto gasped as he opened a portal to Machu Picchu, a shortcut. The two entered the city in the sky, shocking the gods and goddesses remaining on the floating island. None were spared by the two, and the blood of gods soaked into the stone and dirt used in the sacred lands. Without the magic of the Pantheon to keep it in the sky, Machu Picchu was unable to sustain its stability at its high elevation. Fuck. Naruto grunted as his Six Paths form faded. I am nearly drained. Afaiz, who was still on his shoulder, touched his face. I gathered this magic to help the real me fight the lizard, but right now my son needs it. She thought as she transferred her magic into him. Afaiz. Naruto said in surprise, before she shook her head. Focus, Ashura. She ordered. Nodding, Naruto jumped off the falling island, and once below, he stopped it, his Six Paths Sage mode reactivating as he held out a hand. His chakra stopped the island, making Naruto's heart race in worry as he created a clone to hold it. Okay. Naruto grunted as he looked around, seeing how big the crater left behind by Sipactli was. Okay. Naruto took a deep breath, stilling his mind and getting a clear image of what the land looked like before the monstrous creature was awakened. He held his right hand before him. Creation of all things. Naruto stated loudly. When he spread out his arms, the water that filled the crater was pushed out and back into the oceans as Machu Picchu was lowered down to the center where Naruto created new earth to surround the once floating land. Now a gigantic mountain, Naruto recreated the land as it was before. Except for the people who lost their lives. The majority of survivors who were able to witness this had no idea what was going on as they pointed upward at the golden figure returning their homes to normal. Lowering himself down to the steps of Machu Picchu next to Luko, Naruto powers down and collapses next to her, gasping for air as he grabs her hand. Behind them were the corpses of the gods and goddesses, set ablaze, the smoke entering the air and blanketing the sky as the pantheon was now gone. "You, okay now?" Naruto asked her as she leaned into him. "Yeah, I am." She replied tiredly. "I am now the last of my pantheon." She squeezed Naruto's hand more. "But I am moving forward, knowing that the ones who could easily be influenced by Thulu are dead." Luko thought sadly, her heart starting to be weighed down by the deaths of her brethren. Silence drowned the screams that echoed in her head. Unknown to the tired couple, a small creature the size of a fly buzzed around before flying away. 1 week later, unknown location. "Have you heard of the Sage of Creation and Destruction?" a person asked their friend. "Yeah, I heard he slaughtered an entire pantheon on his own before fixing the landscape. Thus, his name." Zalgia heard these over and over as he headed home. His mind laser focused on what he was waiting for as he accessed his hidden base. Within, was 2 large labs. His own with the other belonging to his wife, Zelda. "Goliath." Zalgia called out to the former familiar of Lucifer. Goliath appeared at the call. "Good, Goliath, now, I want you to deliver these to our associate." Zalgia ordered as he pointed to a large crate. Goliath nodded and took the crate with him. "Zalgia." "Not now, Zelda." Zalgia stated as he looked at the monitor where the small fly creature was sitting, the information it had being analyzed. "Go continue your research, I have another idea of weaponization." Zelda obeyed, leaving her husband to his own devices. She entered her lab, seeing 9 tanks which contained the chakra they had gathered from Naruto. However, which was once small canisters were now massive due to the rapid growth of the chakra. Beside them were 9 more tanks, these ones filled with orange liquid and small fetus-like creatures. Behind them, through a door that Zelda used, was a massive indoor cemetery.